I'm Scott Allen Miller, and this is my life living in Leon, Nicaragua. It is Thursday night, and that means it is time for the live stream. It's Thursday Night Live here from Barrio Sutiava in Leon, Nicaragua. I'm pouring myself a Pepsi, and I'm letting people know that the show is underway. We're getting started at a nice 4:30. This is a pretty good time for kicking things off. We're actually not all that shabby. So often it takes so long to get going, but tonight we are on. We are happening. All right, and we got the word out there, letting people know. It's just a little bit farther away, and let's get some people on the show. Let's see what's going on. Let's hang out, and I am tired. I am ready for some time to just chill. All right, Janet is already on, and she's in class. Linda Navalizion is saying hi. Luke says hola, y'all. How's everyone doing this week? Get the word out there. Let some groups know. Oh. I've been on the phone way too much, way too long. But it's Thursday. And that means we're not that far from the weekend. Now, I don't really take the weekends off, so that doesn't mean a whole lot, but it's something. So, yeah, here we are. How's everyone doing? What do we got going on this weekend? Hola, Scott de West de Washington. My father is on. Hey, Dad, how you doing? All right, we're getting this party started. We got the Pepsi Max going on. Today's show brought to you by Pepsi Max, the letter N, and Nicaragua. Needing caffeine. Whew. Before anyone forgets, let's start off with giving a thumbs up on the show. Let's get the ball rolling. It's a perfect way to start off the night. And if anybody's got questions, topics, or anything like that, let me know. Get them in the comments. Let's see what's going on. Oh, look at that big jump of people all of a sudden. Very nice. Exciting news here. We are completely sold out for our reopening weekend, I should say, at the Simple Beach Lodge out in Las Pinitas, here in the Leon area. We've been doing renovations for many months, since like April, and it is now open as of Saturday. And the pool there, which is brand new, gets filled tomorrow, which is very exciting. I've obviously never seen it with the pool because the pool's brand new. I saw a hole in the ground last time I was there, but I've not yet seen it where I actually get to see the pool and see what it looks like. So not even pictures. So I'm looking forward to seeing the pool in action and getting the rooms all set up. They're quite bare at the moment. A lot left to do. A lot of running around. They're getting keys ready today. Like, that's the kind of stuff we're doing. Luke says, still fighting the good fight with the Fed, in particular the VA, who denied a claim submitted 2 years ago, handed off to Bergman and Moore for federal district court to appeal. Oh, so much fun. So much fun. All right, checking all the things going on, getting the dogs some veterinary care this weekend. You guys are not going to like that. And getting the little one checked out. Nos vemos. All right, got a few more people on. And if no one's had a chance to check it out yet, definitely head on over to Nicaragua.com and sign up. It's a free sign up. And you can just go in with Google and lets you see all the events going on, and you can actually follow events, so it shows up in your personal calendar. It is pretty cool. So definitely sign up over there and check that out. I'm surprisingly tired. That's really where I am today. I am feeling tired. Hopefully doing the live stream will perk me up a bit once we got people talking and doing stuff. We had a really lively live stream last night. I was not expecting. I was thinking we were going to do like a 30-minute show, because it's not our real show. That's tonight. And so many people were on, so much was happening that we just ended up going for quite some time. So we had a good 4.5-hour show last night, which was awesome. D. Gilbert is here. Hey, Scott. Luke says, but in other news, lighter in topic but heavier in calories, ordered a bacon-wrapped asparagus and a Hawaiian pizza from Chafella's. D. Gilbert says, what is AMA? AMA is just a standard social media term for Ask Me Anything. Just means open question night. For anyone who's wondering, my plans tomorrow, let's see if this works. Why does it go to that? That is not what it's set to go to. What if I do this? Does that switch it? Why does it show that? That's not a thing on my screen at all. That doesn't exist. What the heck? That's super weird. Okay. That doesn't work. Okay. Does this work? Now it works. What the heck? Anyway, so if anybody's wondering where I'm going tomorrow night, my plan is to be here at Via Via to go see Mazote here in Leon. Really awesome band. Hopefully I'll be there recording if at all possible. So that's my plan. Definitely go check them out. Not signed in. So, and then very likely I'm going to be on Saturday seeing Cadejo. So we got a busy weekend. So if anyone's around looking for what to do, those are bands that are playing. Gonna be on in the area. Dark mode as well. It's a busy week, a lot going on. We're also going to be making an appearance at the Deegan Whiskey Show. And don't forget, it is Jazz Night in Matagalpa, and Luke will probably be there, so you will probably want to go check that out. Let's see if we can find it. Jazz Night event right here at the Brooklyn Cafe. So lots to do. Yeah, Luke, it looks like a studio view, but it's not. I checked, that's not my studio. Like, I had my studio on the screen. It was showing some cached image of the studio from yesterday. D. Gilbert says, I should know these things as a 24-year-old, but I'm an old soul. Do they ever play American music or only traditional Nika music? Oh, it's mostly American music, I would say. Like, it's a lot. Janet says, Ramon says we can go see Mazote, and the leader there's said he wants to have a photo with Ramon and I every time since we have been following them since I first got here and remembers me. Linda says, I love jazz. Me too. We never get a jazz night that I know of here in Leon. And you'd think I would know because I run Nicaragua. So if something was to be going on, I'd probably see it. I'd go to Cadejo if I didn't have to work. Sigh. I have to work Saturday. I assume April's going to be going to Cadejo. I don't know about Mazote. Guys are a quiet bunch. Oh, got lots more people on, though. Awesome. People are lining up. Give that thumbs up as you come on. Just remember to hit that right when you get here. Any developers building... This is Leon El Rayo. Asks, any developers building oceanfront properties in Nicaragua, and if so, in what areas of Nicaragua? I'm a developer, and I'm doing that. Other than that, I don't know of anybody. Oceanfront is... There's basically no construction in Nicaragua. So you're basically not going to find that. Building at a time when, so construction cost about the same as always, right? Labor, materials, they're not particularly up or down, so they're just normal, but the cost of existing homes is way down, and the demand is way down. So putting in money to development is an almost guaranteed loss. The only people who are building are either people who are building for themselves, right? Like, I want this house, so I'm going to build it, and there's no real financial evaluation, and that's normal, right? If you're building a dream home, you kind of just, when you can, you do it, and it's probably going to lose you money. That's just across the board, a kind of expectation when you're building that way. And so those people are always out there to some degree, and you've got really long-term investors who heavily believe in the country and are pumping money into it. They may still be going, but there's only a very few of them, me being one of them. So, we've been doing construction on the Simple. We have new construction starting in a week. We've got a different project going on as soon as that's done, right? We've always got a construction project going on, and that's cool, but that is just not normal. And so you might find the odd building here and there going up, but for the most part, there hasn't been construction in years because there's no need for it. Where's the new Simple pool going to be located? So for those who know the old Simple, so first of all, the Simple Beach Lodge is getting, as far as we know, the first indoor pool in Las Pinitas, which is a small place, right? So it's not surprising that no one has an indoor pool. There's only a few pools as it is. So the Simple used to have a kitchen that's no longer a kitchen, but directly in front of the kitchen was an indoor space that for the long time has had a pool table. That's just a coincidence. In the space where the pool is going. And it used to be 4 or 5 years ago, the owner's table was in that space. And so it's the northern portion of the building up against the sand, right? So inside the building, but if you go to the sand, the actual beach front where it touches the building, the north half of the building at the front is going to be pool. The south side is going to be tables, so places to sit while people are in the pool or whatever. Linda says, can you put your newly purchased home or vehicles in an LLC or trust fund in lieu of your own name? Is there a concept of trust funds? I believe there is a trust fund. You can definitely put them in. You can't put them in what you would call an LLC. It's more of a... We don't have as many incorporation options in Nicaragua as you do in the United States. So it's more like putting it in a Corp C, a Class C corporation. That's the closest. It's called an SA here, and it's a full-scale public stock issuing agency. So that is kind of the way to go. Ben Lander, hey Scott, what is your recommendation for getting a full desktop dual monitor set up in Nicaragua? Purchase in country or ship in? Need a remote setup as I hop from US back regularly. Let's just move out of the... Oh, no, it's got to be this way. Look at this little light here, right here. Speaking of, it's almost like I set this up. I just put this here so that I could have it in the background. Now, it's really far in the background, so you can't see it at all. But if I go back here and let it come into focus, look how tiny that is. That's my hand in front of it, right? Like, that is it's way back here. That is a tiny, tiny little machine. That is actually a Nicaragua-made or assembled computer that we are starting to sell here. I think the price is going to be $350. They run Linux, and it's dual monitor, out of the box, Ethernet, wireless, 16 gigs of RAM. Nothing insane, but quad core 64-bit, 16 gigs of RAM, and a 0.5 terabyte SSD, M2 SSD, NVMe. It's over here. Thing is nice and with cool colors. So we're starting to prepare these. So that's actually what I'd recommend for a lot of things. I really like that machine for dirt cheap, and it uses very, very little power. But in a practical sense, that was mostly a tongue-in-cheek thing. It just happened to be that I set that up an hour ago right there, and so because my real plan was, it kind of looks cool when I move over to the side. There's like this little twinkling light in the background, and it will change colors from time to time. I don't know if it's going to do it. Yeah, you can see it changing. It's got this like altering LED thing for no particular reason. It just does, and it's cute. And I've not set up, but there's a little tiny itty bitty monitor about the size of my thumbnail right at the front. They'll give a little bit of specs, but that actually works dual monitor like it's fantastic. I use that for software engineering. So that's why I have it. But for the most part, what I recommend is a Mac. It depends on what you're doing, but for the same reasons, right? Macs are not expensive, and they it's much harder to do dual monitor. You got to get an adapter, which is a pain in the butt. But overall, they're very affordable, low power consumption, last for forever. If you really are looking to be super cheap and effective, then this actually is designed, if I can just figure, this really is designed for the purpose of being the sensible computer to have here. That's why we're starting to make them. But the for most people coming from abroad, you want to buy your computers abroad. This is a new exception that we're making something here that will actually make sense, and generally a Mac, right, for the weather and stuff here. I would prefer to be running Linux than to be running macOS. Not a fan of macOS at all. It's a train wreck, but the physical hardware is really good. So you can get into a pretty decent Mac desktop for about $600, and a really awesome one for between $900 and $1,000. So you have a really good workhorse that doesn't generate a lot of heat, doesn't use a ton of power, lasts for forever, and so that's a big deal. But these are it's gonna take me forever to get used to how to do that. Are very cool, and we're looking at a few different models of those. So that's a new thing coming. We don't even have a name for it yet, but I've been working on that, and I'm meeting soon with a shop that sells computers, so we can start to try to get them into shops. But yeah, I think the pricing is going to be $350, brand new, assembled in Nicaragua, which is just cool. Recommendation from need a remote as I hop back and forth. Yeah, so that's what I do. So I'm on a Mac here, and that's my secondary because we're just building them. So I have another setup here beside me that you can't see, and that's why I haven't been able to show that in the past. But now I don't have a monitor hooked to it, but it has two dual full HDMI ports, 4 USB ports. So it's really practical that you can just play. Like, it's unlike my Mac, which is really nice but costs $1,000 and only supports one monitor natively. That thing's got more USB ports and dual HDMI ready to go at less than half, just over a third the price. And yeah, my Mac is faster for sure, but it's going to be quite nice. Not a Mac guy myself. I'm a trader, so looking for a business system. So Mac is you're right. So if you're like on Wall Street, the one thing you never get is Windows, right? Neither secure nor fast. Very, very, and expensive, right? So there's all negatives, no positives. If you're, either you go with Mac hardware and then you just use Mac because it runs on it, whatever, or you run Linux. Those are the business systems. So there's actually, you're right, in IT, people will lie to you to make a quick sale, but in real IT, you can't call something running Windows a business system. Like, that's just there's no business decision that leads you to run Windows is kind of how it is. So that's why would you ever have property in San Juan del Sur? I wouldn't. I mean, I don't know if that was a question to prompt me to say I wouldn't, but I wouldn't. That's not really true, right? You would have property in San Juan del Sur if you got a really good deal on it and wanted to invest there. I mean, that's kind of where it's going to go. It is a nice town. It's not a place that I want to be particularly, but if you were like, Scott, I managed to hook you up with a $40,000 really nice place in the middle of San Juan del Sur, walked everything, you're right by the beach, I'd be like, okay, I could, I could rent that out when I'm not there, and I could have a place to go to when I want to go down there. I might go down a lot more. They do have different restaurants and stuff that we have up here. And I almost did buy a house in the middle of town for $45,000 back before I realized how much I didn't want to be there back in 2020. And we were really serious about buying a 45K house in the middle of town. And but then my business partner and I spent a little bit of time there in 2020, right at the beginning of 2021, and we're like, no, absolutely not. He more than me. I was like, this isn't. I like the rest of Nicaragua more, and he was there, and we had spent a little bit of time in Pochimil and a little bit of time in Managua, and then we got to San Juan del Sur, and he was just like, he got like 3 hours. And he's like, I don't care that we paid for a hotel for some time. Like, let's just lose the money and leave. This is awful. Like, he doesn't even want to visit. And it wasn't based on like tourists or anything like that. It was the culture of town. He was just like, this is awful. I don't want anything to do with this. And so it was like, nope, not worth it. Property investing down there is really, really challenging, because basically the only real way to make money is to scam expats, and so you'd have a tendency to get kind of stuck in that cycle. Of course, there's exceptions, but it's very difficult to get out of that cycle. And we were there and we were looking at a hotel to buy, waterfront hotel. Everyone was trying to sell it to us in the millions. We got there, the owner's like, I'll take $250 right now. Just let me get out, right? And we decided it wasn't worth $250 for waterfront in San Juan del Sur, and we're very glad we didn't invest at that. So it's so for Andrew, specifically the culture, right? We were sitting at an expat restaurant, and we were there visiting an expat that I knew. And throughout the evening, just one expat after another would come by, and it was the drama of the day. And it was all of this foreigner drama. Oh, this couple is doing this, and this development got scammed on this. And everything was just talking about the crimes of the expats and the drama of the expats and the dangers and fears, and just, it was so just a microcosm of suburban America without the good parts, and just a beautiful view, beautiful restaurant, nice food, all of which is gone now, right? Not the view, but the business that we were at was gone. Everything that we had gone to see is gone. Everything's failed since then. And it was just this constant stream of the politics, but not politics, the politics of the village. And it was awful. And we're like, we don't want to be around this culture at all. We don't ever want to experience this again. It was, and it's not like painful, but it was like, this is just, how could there be so much drama for those people who don't want to live in expat enclaves tend to really not want to live in expat enclaves. And so it is everything we didn't want and lacked what we did want, which is Nicaragua, right? So it's... D. Gilbert says, in terms of pricing, how would you rank these 4 cities? My guess would be most expensive to lease. San Juan del Sur, definitely the most expensive. Yes, that is actually the list. San Juan del Sur is noticeably very expensive. However, it is also the most devastated economy. So it has had the biggest drop. It may not be the most expensive anymore, but it's where you're going to spend the most, because there's no chance you will figure out how to get a good deal unless you've lived there for 10 years. Granada is definitely a price premium. Matagalpa is very middle of the market, and Leon is the cheapest large city. So that's very much the order of things. Ben, what do you run? Are you running like Ubuntu, Fedora, Mint? I think maybe we talked about this at some point. If it's anything except one of these, then you definitely want to buy it in the US and just bring it in with you. Make sure you go for something really small. They frown on large things. It's not a tech or price thing. They are fine with tiny things and not fine with big things. I should point out we had also been scammed maybe as many as 20 times. Not that we got scammed and lost money, but we lost time. We kept from afar. This is during COVID, so we have a little bit of an excuse for being stupid about it. We did a whole bunch of trying to buy remotely or trying to get close to buying remotely. And, but you have to remember, I had lived here starting in 2015. I had invested here starting in 2016. I had staff here and stuff. So when we were looking remotely, and I had spent time in 2019, we'd been planning on being here since 2019. So in 2020, we were trying to buy remotely, trying to get things moving because of COVID. Still made lots of mistakes. We were still learning, still are. But that's why we were trying to do this thing that I would tell you, never do that. Don't ever be as stupid as us. And we had the advantage of using COVID as an excuse. It's not an excuse. It was stupid. But at least we can temper how stupid we were by saying it was during COVID. And we can temper it a little bit more by saying we probably had COVID and it made us dumber. But every time we tried to look at any property, it turned out to be a scam. Every single property. And we would catch people. We would catch real estate agents trying to bait and switch. We caught them trying to steal the property from us. One time, we had this place that we thought was going to look really, really good, and they thought they were going to bluff us, and they didn't realize we had a construction crew in town, and we had a construction manager show up to inspect the property, and they just walked in and picked up the phone and said, "It's all a scam. Nothing's what they showed you. This is not the property they're trying to sell you. This is a scam. Walk away now." Right? Every single thing. So we got a ton of experience of just what kind of people you tend to have to interact with in San Juan del Sur. And having been there in 2019 and not doing anything except for being a tourist was really fun. And I had really gotten a good vibe, and I had enjoyed it, and I think pre-COVID it was much healthier, and it wasn't as bad. And people in 2019 were like, "Oh, it's so much better," since 2018 drove a whole bunch of the naysayers out, the people that the marginal people that were not doing the best for the village, they got driven out. But it did put San Juan into the beginning of economic collapse, and it is in no way pulled out. We're still constantly getting the news of businesses either going under or essentially going under, meaning they publicly go up for sale. Probably the people who own them have owned them long enough that they don't owe anything, so they're not shutting them down, but they're constantly going under. So like almost, except for the hotel that I use that I really like, almost every business I'm used to in San Juan del Sur is either gone or up for sale now in the last year. There's a few exceptions. The Ding Repair Cafe is doing well, seems to be anyway. I think Tuani's is doing well, and by well I mean profitable, right? Not necessarily hand over fist money or anything, but they're not failing. But most things, even things that people thought just couldn't fail, right? The Barrio Cafe was so nice when I was there in 2019, didn't make it. We just had the Cerveceria there, just closed, right? Like the one brew pub closed? Are you kidding? How could that close? That should have been a gold mine even during bad times, and it was not. So it's tough. D. Gilbert says, "Is it hard to live in a smaller city in Nicaragua?" I mean, nope. Not sure what would cause it to. Like in Esteli. Esteli's a mid-tier city, right? I wouldn't call it smaller. Maybe it's smaller. Do you think there's enough resources in those cities to get by on? I'm looking for a smaller town, quiet and cheap region. Esteli is, for Nicaragua, quite expensive. So be aware. Esteli and Chinandega are your expensive cities. They're the rich ones because they're logistics hubs. But even a place like Esteli or even Jinotega, which is... So Jinotega is the smallest of the big cities. So what we would consider kind of the top tier cities, it's much larger than Huigalpa and Boaco, but we consider those like marginal cities, right? Not that they're bad, just that they're just not large enough to really think of as cities. Jinotega is a city, but it's under 100,000, so it's, not very big. So if you're in If you're in Hinotega, sorry, I got distracted there for a minute, and you were living there, you're light on restaurants, you're light on shopping, right? So, I want to go explore cafes. I want to just try some new food. You're going to not have options without leaving the city after a very short period of time. You're going to feel very limited. And some people are just like, I don't care, it doesn't bother me at all. Great, that might be a wonderful city for you or them or whatever. It is, for me, I find, I love Hinotega, but I find that it would be quite difficult for me to live there as my full-time place. It's simply too small at a little over 90,000. That's for whoever asked for the WhatsApp, that's the Expat group link. If you are fine with not having variety like that, or you're fine with traveling to get things, then it's pretty good. And Hinotega is not just below 100,000, which makes it relatively small. It's also almost devoid of expats, and expats have a tendency, to a small degree, to drive some amount of economy and desire for variety. Expats tend to want variety a lot, and Nicaraguans tend to want it very little. And so you could have a very large Nicaraguan city and have no variety and be like, this is just as bad as Hinotega. Or you could have a relatively small town, and the perfect example is San Juan del Sur, right? San Juan del Sur is 15,000 people. Hinotega is 90, which has more restaurants, even with a collapsing economy. San Juan del Sur easily has 8 to 20 different types of restaurants for every different type of restaurant in Hinotega. Think about that. It's less than a sixth of the size, but has massively more variety, because one is nearly all expats and the other is almost exclusively Nicaraguans. And so that can be the only factor. So Hinotega is going to be rough for that. But if you go to an Esteli, you're going to be back up to a normal number of restaurants, still lean, but not bad. Matagalpa, a good number of restaurants. Leon is a little bit lean, even though it's a really big city and has a fair number of expats. It's just a place that doesn't have variety of food. So I think I think in Esteli and Matagalpa, a lot of those mid cities, I think you will be okay. But there can be challenges, so be aware. I also want to make sure I am semi-close to hospitals and stores where I won't have to constantly leave the city to go to a bigger city to get things. The only place where you really tend to get away from that is being in Managua. In Managua, you never need to travel. It's just about going around the city. Matagalpa is the most that you don't have to do that for a satellite city. Matagalpa's just far enough away and has a surrounding metro area of 500,000 and is a support city for both Esteli and, more importantly, Hinotega. And so its total support ecosystem is more than 1 million people. And so Matagalpa functions like a much larger city than it is. And so Matagalpa, you definitely can get away with going to Managua extremely little, but you'll always go there a little bit. Leon is the second biggest city, but we're so close to Managua, and we don't have a support ecosystem. Yes, we support Chinandega to some degree, but both of us are so close and so easily able to get to Managua that, I mean, we'll go to Managua for dinner. Let's put it that way. Like, it's that close. It's that easy. So we pretty much give up on a bunch of the extended shopping and restaurant options. And that is one of the reasons why Leon suffers from a lack of restaurants, is because we can pretty easily hop down to Managua, like I did last weekend. Took my kids to Managua, ate for 2 days, did a ton of different restaurants. Now we're back in Leon. It's so easy. But if you're in Matagalpa, you'd say, I'm not driving to Managua for food. That's just too much. And if you're, in Hinotega, you'd be like, that would be crazy, right? So it's all perspective or distance or whatever. Lana Noble, so what's the process of talking your wife into moving down here? Been working on it for 4 years. Just talked to someone who said it took him 10 years. So I did have to do this, right? So my wife, when we came to visit Nicaragua, she was just like, let's go. And she really liked living here, but she did not like Granada where we lived. And to be fair, I didn't either. I came back in 2019 without her. I was here with my best friend Rachel, and we hung out and had a really good time. And when I came back, I was like, we need to move to Nicaragua, like, permanently. The original move was just to try it out, right? Just have some fun, come down. We had been living in Panama, and Nicaragua was just like the next place to try. And then we ended up having to leave because of a family emergency. So we didn't have a choice about staying longer. We had to go at the time. And so it kind of had fallen off of our radar. And the reason it came back on our radar is I was helping other people move here. Now, we had always been investing here, right? So we were very involved, but we weren't really thinking of Nicaragua as a place to live. But we did kind of keep it in the back of our mind as, well, boy, we definitely want to go back, right? And maybe even spend quite a bit of time. But we hadn't really thought of it as being our permanent home yet. And when I came in 2019, it hit me how much it felt like home, how much it seemed right. Everything fit. And I went back home and I said, here's the deal. We don't like where we are, which was Texas. Nothing actually fits our needs here. It's expensive, relatively. We don't want to send our kids to public school there. It's not even really a school. It's just a babysitting service that's very dangerous. It's not even a place to keep your kids safe, right? It's our neighborhood was safe, but that's it. But even our local mall had a mass shooting since we left. Our local middle school had a mass shooting since we left. My kids' cousins had a mass shooting at their school before we left. Right? Like, oh hell no, right? So we knew that wasn't going to be our long-term home. So that was on one side. We knew, but making the decision that we're going to actually pull the trigger and completely give up our American homes and move somewhere was a difficult decision. And my wife was very hesitant to do so and demanded that we buy something remote before we move because she just felt ungrounded, which is a horrible thing to do. Outrageously dangerous, and we almost lost $250,000 on that move, right? So my business partner and I are like, yep, we know we're going to lose a fortune on this, but if it makes her willing to move, it will recoup itself. So we were willing to make some really dumb decisions in order to convince her to move. Is what it is, right? And so we ended up getting really lucky. We got completely screwed on a deal, and they made the mistake of backing out of the deal thinking that we were desperate, and not realizing that we were absolutely thrilled to get to walk away. And so, I mean, it was such a blessing. It pulled the trigger. We had sold the house in the U.S. because my wife was like, okay, we're signed on the dotted line. It's a done deal. We can't walk away. Now we have a place to go to. Sell everything in the United States. We're on our way. And while we were in motion, we found out, we had a good idea of how much we'd been screwed by, which was nearly 50%. And we figured out we were being played by the real estate agent. Unbelievably foolish move to have even spoken to one. And the person actually selling the property was trying to pull one over on us and just made the mistake of, because in Nicaragua, verbal contracts are binding, but you need to have it somewhere, right? You can't just say it. Like, you need witnesses, and there's some stuff. And we met up with the person selling it, and he tried to bait and switch. We could have held him to the original deal. Legally, he did not have the right to try to get more money from us. But when he did, he made the mistake of stating that he was willing to get back out of the contract, thinking he was playing hardball with us. And in fact, he said the words we had to hear, and I didn't let him speak again. I just went, oh, awesome, you can have it, done. And I like, everyone, now. And everyone stood up and left. And my national manager was the last one to leave the room, and he's like, I think we're done here. He didn't know what to do. He's like, what just happened? But my business partner was like, oh, don't piss Scott off. Like, that was so dumb. Like, that guy had $100,000 more than his property was worth in his hand. All he had to do was shut up and take the money. and he decided to try to get $5,000 extra dollars and said, if you're not going to pay me $5,000 extra dollars, you don't have to buy the property. And I'm just like, thank you. And just went to the car. And I immediately got to the car, went in the group with him and my lawyers, and said, Walter was the guy's name. I said, Walter has voluntarily broken the contract. We are accepting his breaking of the contract without penalty, right? We are not fighting his breaking of the contract. So he's free to keep the place. We're done. And I left the group. And he had no further way to contact us. And he was just calling everybody. He's like, I'm so sorry. I've made a mistake, and blah, blah, blah. We're like, we have no interest in the property whatsoever. Like, we were only buying it because we were morally obligated to do so, right? We felt an ethical obligation even once we knew we were overpaying by $100,000. That was our mistake. We'd been scammed. We'd been hoodwinked. But they hadn't, pulled a gun on us or anything. They had tricked us into we got played, right? But we're like, no, they honestly tricked us. So, what can we do? We could be dishonest and refuse to pay. We could just not move to the country and not pay, right? But we were like, no, this is our thing. And so we showed up to inspect the property. We're like, as long as it's really the property we think we're buying, like, it doesn't matter what condition it's in. We've already done the inspections. We've already, there was nothing. We were not there. There was nothing on the table for him. It was 100% just we were there so that we knew what we were getting so we could mentally prepare for when we took possession of it. And he accidentally got out of the contract. It was the greatest thing. But my wife was already in motion. We had already sold our houses, so it didn't matter. So then it was, we need to find a place that we're going to land. Then we had to figure things out. But, going to my wife and saying, moving to Nicaragua improves our safety. It improves our financial position. It allows us to work less. It gets us into paradise. It puts us into a place we actually want to be. It gives us more power to go visit family than if we didn't move, even though they're local to us, because it's actually cheaper and easier to live here and fly to Texas to see her family than it was to drive one city over to see them, one major city over to see them. Or at least it's even, right? Maybe it's not easier, but it's no harder and definitely no more expensive. So that combination of just, we're not losing anything. We're just gaining. Everything gets better. And one of her fears, so for Lana Noble, one of the problems you're going to have is, I don't know what the issue is that's holding your wife back from making the move. But mine was very much like she couldn't determine that Nicaragua was the place she wanted to be. She knew she liked it. That wasn't a problem. It was, but what if there's something better? What if Colombia's better? What if Chile's better? What if Morocco's better, right? There's just all this what if. There's a lot of places she would rule out. And if you said you had to move to Nicaragua, she'd be like, that's a nice choice, right? But she just wasn't ready to rule out all the places she hadn't been yet. And we'd been to about 40 countries. And it was just this idea of making, and I said, but it doesn't matter. We currently base in the U.S. of 40 plus countries we've been to, it consistently ranks in the bottom 2 with Canada. These are the 2 places we want to live in the least. We know that, right? For lots of reasons. Not incredibly safe, not incredibly cheap. It's a culture that we find boring because we both grew up with it, right? No offense to the Americans, but it's the culture we grew up in. So there's no challenge, there's no interest, there's no excitement to it. It's just comfortable, normal, familiar. That's not what we wanted. We wanted adventure, and we wanted our kids to be exposed to other cultures and exposed to other languages, right? And so it wasn't really doing that. We did live in little Salvador, so we were exposed to Spanish a bit. My kids had Mexican, not babysitting, but like when I was at work, my coworker, who's a managing director of Wall Street firm, his wife would take care of my kids and his kids during the day, and they were Spanish all day at home. So my kids got a lot of Spanish exposure when they were very small, and when they did have a nanny at home, she was also bilingual, and so they had a lot of, funny enough, exposure to Mexican Spanish, even though we lived in little Salvador, and you'd think they would get a lot of Central American Spanish, but that didn't really happen so much. I'm not sure how, because there was we didn't even have Mexican restaurants. Everything was Guatemalan, Salvadoran, Honduran, but So once I really broke it down, it was like, we already are making a bad decision. And this is something I teach people a lot because I do this for business, and I've said this in the channel a few times. You don't avoid making things demonstrably better because you can't determine what perfect would be, or you can't do what's perfect, or perfect doesn't exist, right? It doesn't matter if Nicaragua is not perfect. There was no viable excuse for not moving to Nicaragua because it was better in every possible way than where we were for us. For someone else, it would not be. But for us, every single aspect of life was better by moving to Nicaragua. And we didn't have another option, Greece, Italy, Spain, whatever, that we had tried, or anything that we had hypothesized based on research that we expected to be better. Oh, certainly something could be better, right? Maybe we go to Chile and just go, this is even better, right? Okay, that's obviously a possibility. Maybe Thailand, maybe Tanzania, but none of those places seem like they're going to be better. They all seem awesome. I want to go visit them all. I want to spend time in them all, but none of them feels like it's going to be a place we want to be more than Nicaragua for the long haul, but we can't actually rule it out. But because Nicaragua was our best option given everything we knew and projected, why would we avoid this, not just a small upgrade, not like, okay, we generally felt a little bit better in Canada than in the US, although the weather gave the US a big boost. We're not going to move to Canada for this incremental improvement with this negative of how cold the weather is so much of the time. Just not something we're going to do. But what if it was so much better, a slam dunk of improvement, and maybe it's not perfect, but it's, until we find perfect, our lives will be so much improved. Making her understand that was really big. And then she was like, wait, we don't have to live in Granada. I'm like, of course we don't have to live in Granada. We're not even looking at Granada. And then she was like, well, could we live? Like, I actually showed her a house. I'm like, look at this house. Why aren't we living in this house? It costs less than the house that we're in. Our lives would be so much improved. And it was a house on a beach. And she's like, wait, we could live on a beach? And my business partner and I are like, of course we can live on a beach. What do you mean, what? We can live on a beach? How did that not occur to you? Right? But it didn't. And so once she realized she could have a place on the beach, she was like, well, let's go. So that was a big piece. Just figuring out what it really meant to live in Nicaragua was enough. But it took a lot for her to really put those pieces together because she was just set on the emotional structure of, I have a place in Texas. And I get that a bit because I kept a place in New York for 10 years that I didn't need for any reason. Process of taking your wife. How to get to the expat group. I sent that. Hey, this is Marcos. Hey, Marcos, how's it going? What's Playa San Diego like? Let's see if we can bring up a map. Empty. Completely and utterly empty. That's hard to imagine an area that most people would want to be in less than there. Let's see, can I bring it up? Will it let me? Yes. Okay, so this is Playa San Diego. So why would you even mention Playa San Diego? We need more information. What would bring... Who said this? Is it Hugh? Is it, huh? But what's Playa San Diego like? And they said the town. There is no town, right? The nearest thing you would call a town. So here is the town of San Diego. Let's just look. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 houses. Maybe you can count a few of these. There is a little church, right? Oh, no picture there. Is there a picture here? Yeah. Oh, there's a little bit of water. That's cool. No, we don't want to watch a video. That is the beach. Who knows what these pictures are? They're not of San Diego, so that's useless. That's a problem with the stuff here. It could be seeing anything. Can you see this? Here's the one thing in town that has pictures, and they are these toes, and these fingers, and these fingers, and these fingers. This is the only thing there are pictures of in the town of San Diego, if that tells you anything. Maybe the church. No, the church didn't have pictures. Thing over here. Oh, there we go. There's a bridge. There you go. This is what the village looks like. Little stream. That's actually quite pretty. I like that. There's horses. There's this dude. Well, I hope that bridge tells you everything you need to know about San Diego. The nearest thing that you would really call a village, I'm not even sure. Probably Los Cedros. Ojo de Agua is kind of a little thing. There's a few little businesses along here. This is the big meat processing plant. And then this area, there's a little bit there. And then it kind of drops off to nothing. This region, if you can see my mouse, is Villa de Carmen. But yeah, the Playa San Diego, where to go right here. This is so insanely remote. Like, this is wilderness out here. Tiny, tiny, tiny little villages. You know, let's zoom in. This is, you know, driving through fields, middle of nowhere. There's a house. There's a mini market. See, it's, nope, nothing has pictures. Nothing. Like, this is huge areas between houses. This place is called Open Today. Here's what the local grocery store looks like. Not too bad, actually. Ah, looks like they have a bar in there because there's nothing else. And then that's like it. And then the road splits and goes to the famously empty, desolate Grand Pacifica. And then the other road goes to the mostly empty Playa San Diego, right? So you come down here, there's a tiny bit, and you can see, I mean, tiny bit down here of a few houses that built outside of, we got pictures? All right. Outside of Grand Pacifica. Water's nice. And then you've got the actual San Diego here, which is right here. Notice the real San Diego, once you hit there, there's a road to nothing. Not a single house. Maybe that's a house. I don't know. Yeah, I guess that's one house there. And this is definitely a nearly impassable dirt road. And then there's this house. And this must be the end. And then there's this. How do they even get to this? There's no road at all. Maybe they hike down from there. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful area, but San Diego is desolate, right? You are so far from anything. I mean, it's not 100% deserted. You know, you're around farms and stuff, so like there is a little shop to get, you know, basic necessities and stuff, but you're, you know, a distance from the highway, and then where you connect to the highway, you're halfway between Leon and Managua. So once you get to the highway, you're over an hour to anything. So it's, you know, it is a remote life. But the upside is everything is dirt cheap down there, like so cheap. It's famously one of the least desirable parts of the coast, so the prices should be just beyond low. Leon El Rayo. So how do I make money as a developer in Nicaragua? I was thinking of investing with the new coastal highway and Chinese coming in. So I find that to be a really weird reason to invest. How does the coastal highway make you money? How do Chinese stores make you money? They make it harder to do things, if anything. The way to make money as a developer is same as anywhere, right? Development is done online. I'm a developer, right? So nothing changes. But Nicaragua, right? So any place that has the new coastal highway, if the prices are going to change, they've already changed. The Chinese coming in are disrupting the market, but not in a way that's very easy to leverage, because they're basically setting up stores and taking over existing markets. If you do own property that they want to rent, yeah, might end up in your favor slightly. But overall, I don't think that Chinese stores are the filling in the gap of missing Chinese stores, which is really what's happening, isn't something you can really leverage. If you're coming from the United States, for example, it would be like saying, hey, all the towns around me are starting to get Dollar Generals or Family Dollars, like not just one, but one of a number of different things. I'm thinking about investing in these towns based on the recent opening of dollar stores. How do you leverage the new dollar stores to your advantage? Very hard. Maybe you've got some plan for that, but I struggled to come up with a business plan that would use that as a reason to make money. Ben says, yeah, I was able to bring in an old mini PC, but need something a little newer, and was questioning bringing in the displays on a plane. Never walked in an LED. So screens are different. Those you can buy here, right? They're not really like high tech. Getting one that's last year's model, you won't even notice the difference, right? So that probably makes sense. It's the computers that you want to bring in from abroad. The monitors, you might pay a little bit more here, but they're expensive to bring in, right? You're not, because they're hard to ship or whatever. But computers are very easy to ship and are quite expensive here. So the difference price could be double. See, I'm new to your channel. Oh, Andrew's here. I'm new to your channel, sir. So I do want to ask why Nicaragua over other Latin countries or anywhere in the world for that matter. Good question. So I did live in a lot of countries. So I didn't pick Nicaragua out of a hat. I did live all over Europe and lived in Panama before picking Nicaragua. So there's a lot of reasons that that we chose Nicaragua. One, location is good. Another is cost of living, right? Cost of living here is incredible. Very, very hard to beat it. Safety, very high, right? We're the safest country in North America. Anything north of Colombia, well, and we're safer than Colombia and Venezuela. So you have to go pretty far down South America to get to anything that competes with it in safety. Really, the first thing that competes with it is Paraguay, right? Which is not close. So with family, and we're Americans, right? My wife and I are both from New York. My one daughter grew up in New York, the other in Texas. So having some proximity to family is nice. And Paraguay gets to that's really far away, right? Bolivia is pretty far away, and Paraguay is past Bolivia, and Bolivia is not a small place. So you really feel the distance to places like Paraguay. If Colombia was the next one, you'd be like, okay, it's only a little bit farther. But the jump from Colombia over Brazil, over Peru, suddenly you're like, wow, that's some distance. When I go to Argentina, you feel it, right? Even going to Peru, you notice. how far it is to Lima. So Nicaragua has this really good safety advantage. It's not just as a cost of living good, but the status of the economy is low. Not that we want it to be low for Nicaragua, but as someone moving in, it's good to come in when it's low because it's going to go up, and it's been the strongest economy in the region. Again, that entire region that we mentioned for 3 years, right? It is a country with really, really strong rule of law. So we have the advantage of a really good legal system coming from the United States. That's a very high priority for us. A lot of people who are growing up in like Europe or whatever may not be familiar with common law and not be aware of just how life destroying and soul crushing living without a legal system is. And so having a place where rule of law was important was a really big deal. That we know our property is safe. We don't have to worry about seizures and eminent domain and that kind of stuff. We don't have to worry about, just so many unknowns, right? It's easy to get a lawyer and follow the law and not have to worry about things. It has by far the easiest immigration probably in the world. There will be other places that match it, but I've never heard even rumors of a place that's easier to move to from a logistics standpoint. It's a Spanish-speaking country, which for us is a big deal. My wife and I each speak a little bit of Spanish. At the time that we moved, I spoke more Italian than Spanish because we used to live in Italy, and I had made a point of learning Italian when we lived there. But we wanted to live in a place where we and our children would be able to assimilate quite a bit, and Nicaragua really allows for that. Like you're much more able to be a part of society. You're much more able to become part of a neighborhood here than in a lot of Latin countries. You have a really high degree of freedom here. It doesn't affect us too much. Compared to other Latin countries tend to be very free. Coming from the U.S. and Canada, like we're used to very non-free countries, very authoritarian countries. So coming down here, even the least free countries are still going to feel pretty free by comparison. But Nicaragua takes it to a new degree, right? If you're not hurting anybody, you can basically do anything. Lifestyle is pretty valuable. Those are big deals for us. We wanted to be in a place closer to the tropics so that we didn't have to deal with snow. We didn't want that to be a fear. And having spent time here, the culture is really one that we connect well with. Not that I really like Argentina. I love Bolivia. I love Mexico, right? I really love Guatemala. There's a lot of places that are really nice. But Nicaragua, from these are the people I want to hang out with perspective, has a tendency to be right at the top of the list. So we really like our local communities and stuff like that. So those have been really big factors for us. And sometimes you just like a country, you get there, and I call it, you just get the vibe of the place, the ineffable feeling that you get when you move to a place. And Nicaragua has so much of that. Just it feels right. I like everything about Nicaragua, and of course, the best healthcare in the region. We're not as good as some of South America, but we're better than everything in this region. So those are really big deals. Sometimes finding the right place isn't because you have one thing that's so good. It's that there's nothing bad. So many countries you're like, oh, I love this place, except, right? Like we love Bolivia, but all the cities we like are above the altitude that my wife can live at. She gets altitude sickness. She can't go to La Paz at all. It would be quite hard for her to go to Cochabamba, which is where, if we were going to live in Bolivia, where we would want to be. So that's a big factor. A lot of Mexico is too high. A lot of Guatemala is potentially too high, or pushing it at least. So those aren't things that we considered real strongly, but they do rule out lots of places like major cities of Colombia and Peru and such, because they're just at altitudes that she wouldn't be able to handle. So that's kind of what made us do it. And then it was also, like I had said, I had lived here for a while and then left and had invested here because it just made so much sense. And then was back after a few years, and it just felt right, and decided to make the move. it also has the advantage of this is more of a work thing, but I'm not retired anymore. So it is the same time zone as Texas, where our family is. So that's nice. We're not like, sure, the Philippines would be nice, but it's like 8 hours, 10 hours off. That's not the end of the world, but it's not fun either. And if you are like me and you are on the phone with people in different countries all the time, all of them are very close here. From a phone perspective, you can't tell that I'm outside the United States. I sound just like someone in the U.S., but if I was in the Philippines, the connection time for the phone to get back to the U.S., people will notice it. They may not know what's wrong, but they can tell that it doesn't sound as good. Luke says, Andrew, come down and visit for a little bit and you will answer your own question. The people are great. Andrew says, I was just there the whole past week, plus I'm half Nicaraguan, so I know. Luke says, I have 20 countries under my belt, and Nicas are the best. Expat says, better than the Philippines. Andrew says, Nicas are definitely nice. I will say Colombian and Brazilian people are fantastic as well. I've been to Colombia, plan to go to Brazil early next year. My kids want to vacation in Brazil this year, so I'm hoping we can do that. Luke says, I like the Filipinos. I left Florida, so I'm over the beach life, and their typhoons there put Florida hurricanes to shame. That is another nice thing about Nicaragua. The parts that you live in, really nothing weather-wise to worry about. There's really no natural disaster kind of things to be worried about. A lot of places are safe in that way. But Lana Noble says, I guess the best bet is to rent for 6 months to a year here, Las Pinitas, because we do like where we live, small town north of Vancouver, grandkids, and it is safe. Yeah, starting with especially a year rent, you kind of just get into like, oh, this works for us, or this doesn't work for us, but it was a fun year, but I don't want to do this for forever. Okay, great, answered the question. But likely once you get in and put the time and acclimate, right? You get past that 6-month acclimation and your blood changes, then you're like, oh, I thought it was so hot. It's not at all, right? Like, I am outside all the time. I never think about going out and being like, it's going to be hot. I never think about that. And when I first got here, I was dying. So the amount that you change is significant. John Mason's here. Hey, John. Marco says, Scott, do most houses in Nicaragua have a gate and high walls around the property? No, most do not. Remember, I have a 9-bedroom. I have the biggest estate in this part of the country. And we're kind of celebrities. So this is a place that was built for. We're actually in a very famous house. It was built for a very famous family who left 50 years ago. And we don't actually have high walls around the property, right? We have high walls around our community. And there's lots of communities that have high walls. Even El Doral, the city of El Doral, has walls, right? So if you were a house on the outskirts of town, up against the walls, you'd be like, does your house have high walls? And you'd be like, well, my city has walls, right? If you want to think of it in a medieval sense, right? Think about real castles, not video game castles, but real castles where walls are far out, but houses were, you actually had some farming, gardens inside the castle walls. You had a lot of housing inside the castle walls. There was a citadel or a keep in the middle. That's where you had like the king or whatever, the duke, and like the army, and like their real serious protection was there in this, we'll say, keep, which was relatively small. It was more like a giant house, but with really heavy armaments. And then it's surrounded by, and you can kind of picture this, right? You'll picture, well, there'll be a blacksmith, and there'll be a fruit and vegetable seller, and there'll be like all these things, and there'll be all these small houses, and you're like, okay, and then a wall around all those houses, and then a big heavy gate, but it's open most of the time, right? Maybe even at night, and you just have a guard posted out there. Hey, who goes there? It's me, so-and-so, the fruit seller. I just got in from the fields. All right, come on in, right? And only when an army's approaching do you bring down the big portcullis or whatever and blockade everyone in. And then everyone gets to live inside the wall and stay inside the wall and grow garden, get fruits and vegetables from inside the wall. And it's just your wheat and whatever coming from the outside, from the fields outside of it, that you really have to figure out how you're going to protect and keep stores of dry goods to get you through a siege or whatever. Well, that's what residencias often are, or what El Doral is like, right? So they have a wall around their city and a gate where you come into the city, and they're just controlling traffic. So while mine's a residencia and not a city, the same deal pretty much applies, that the community I'm in and the community across the street that people look at, and the community in Fatima Residencia, these are walled communities with closed gates. Now, if you go to Castle Leon, funny enough, has castle in the name, they don't have a front gate, but it's still a walled community. People are mostly walled in, but the gate is non-existent, and there's security. So you're still in a patrolled area with walls, but you can come and go without being necessarily noticed. So there's a certain tendency towards having that, but if I go back to the United States, it's very normal to have that too, right? So it's not like houses have walls around them. That'd be very weird. It's all very normal, right? Same of all Latin America, right? Anywhere you go in Latin America, it is common to have residencias, and it is common for them to be heavily walled. But anyone who's in a private community, obviously, gate and walls around that. And then, like, so my property, and you guys can see this on the video all the time. When I'm standing doing a video, you can see there's like a fence around my property. We put up Maya netting so that the dogs and cats don't just run in and out, because they'll get away. But that's all. It's just so our dogs don't run out. And it's plastic, like it's not going to stop anything much. Tesla or Edison says, give us a tour of your house. Is your entire family celebrities or just you? Really, kind of my entire family are celebrities. So I'm more of a celebrity for sure than my wife, and she hates being a celebrity, but she is out on the town 6 nights a week, and she's very foreign. And we are one of the very, very rare active investors in the country. So being local investors, being part of everything in the community, where, if my kids so much as cross the main road, someone will call me and be like, hey, saw your kids going to blah, blah, blah. And I'll be like, oh my gosh, my kids hate the fact that they can't go anywhere without being identified. Drives them crazy. John says, Nika ticks a lot of boxes from a distance. Jinotega, possible to rent a country place with enough room for a decent-sized garden. I mean, so renting in Jinotega is going to be a little bit of a challenge, just because what's there for rent, right? But if you were to head out to Jinotega, give you guys a little bit of a... Why is that not updating? On my screen, it's updating. That's weird. Okay, hold on. We're gonna figure that out again. How do I make it re-up? Hold on. Okay, so we're going to do that, and there we go. I have no idea what's going on. All right, now does it move? Yes, okay. All right, so we got Managua right here. And let's see. Here is Jinotega. Give you guys an idea of what it looks like. All right, so So coming out here, right, the city itself, you can see, is not that big. Like, these are the real streets, right? That's not like streets with streets inside of them. That's just the streets. So if we go back to a satellite view, right, there's the city. But look at the region around it. It's green, right? And then here's Lago Apenas as well, which has a little bit of stuff here and there, but for the most part, is pretty empty itself. You can see there's little communities here, but mostly empty all around here. So you pretty much have options everywhere on this screen, right? Is wide open space. So it really comes down to how close to the city do you really want to be? Do you want to be on a main road? Do you want to be on a side road? Do you want to be in the middle of nowhere? Do you want to be in a small village? Do you want to be near the city proper? Do you want to be near the lake? Right? And you could go on and on with what the options are, but this is a big green open area once you're outside the city center. And as we saw in the pictures, even the city center has plenty of space. You could potentially have a house with a garden inside the city. But once you're outside the city, the only challenge is finding a place that's for rent. And for the most part, it's going to be just convincing someone to rent it to you. The bigger challenge will just be finding the owner, right? Not like if you're gonna give them a good price, they'll probably rent to you. I've always wanted to check out this restaurant because it's got really cool views of the lake. It's such a beautiful region. And I really like the lake, and it's a very calm lake because it's super shallow. So you don't have a lot of you don't really get waves or tides, and you can walk out like forever. Another restaurant looking over the lake. But okay, let's go back and look at this. Okay, so that's the lake, right? Look at all this space. There has to be something available, right? It's not an expensive region. Not a packed region. So I think you'd have a really easy time finding rental property up there. That's got to be quite easy. The attraction is the tolerable temperatures for sure. It's a great region for temperatures. It starts to get that Guatemala feeling. You're high enough up there that it's so chill. It's just really far away. That's the one thing, is that you really do notice the distance from most things. But you're not that far from Luke. Does the paparazzi take photos of you? I don't think so. They don't really take photos of me, but people do come up and talk to me everywhere, even in Managua. I'll be in Managua. I never go to Managua without someone recognizing me like ever. And John says, and it's a coffee region. It is true, and it's the coffee that I like region. Matagalpa, I actually don't like the coffee. It's too fruity. If I travel there, a little exploring will answer most of those questions. For sure. Janet says, I'll be back in 2 seconds. Or back for 2 seconds, then have a class. John says, talking to locals is probably the best way, as it is in most of Latin America. Yeah, for sure. Hinotega especially, just driving around and seeing the region, you'll be like, I get this, right? I see what the options are. I see what I can do. I really do have choices and ways that I can think about it and dream about, do I want to be on a hillside? Do I want to be right? It's such a dynamic countryside that you kind of want to see it firsthand and be like, I get it. That would be like this. This would be like that. Oh, this is funny. Sorry, just looking at a picture. This is Rancho Campestre Lanusa. Someone has a Mustang convertible. I've never seen one of those in the country. Now, this is 5.5 years ago, but still, I've only ever seen a handful of convertibles, which would be nice here at times, but I've never seen a Mustang. And to have one up there, of all places, seems crazy. That looks yummy. Now I want that. And they have a pool. Tesla Edison. Janet always letting us know her schedule. It is true. I don't think you noticed when you were flipping through the images of San Diego that at the tiny grocery store there was a person with a Texas A&M sweatshirt on. Isn't that where your nieces went? That is correct. It is. That's really funny that my dad noticed that. People wear the most random things here. They have no idea what they're wearing most of the time. If it was in San Diego, it's gotta be someone who just got the shirt secondhand. But that's really funny. But yeah, both of my nieces went to Texas A&M. Janet says, I'm saying hi, but not like I'm really here, so like I won't be able to answer a question if I'm not here, right? How many people do we have on? I've looked away. A lot. We got like 30 people on. Very nice. I'm pounding the Pepsi tonight. I need the caffeine. It's just been too much of a day. 12th, man. John says, hey, maybe a question for Luke. As a veteran, I can use the VA hospital in Panama. That is a good question. I know that you could in the past, and some stuff has happened with Panama and the VA, so specifically. So I know things may have changed recently. Well, that's all I know. But I believe you can still use the one in Panama, but the obvious question would be, would you want to? And keep in mind that Panama is not known for its quality of healthcare. It is known for being better than the U.S., not for VA, just in general, but only marginally better than the U.S., but it doesn't even compete in the region. So Costa Rica, I think, is number 2. Nicaragua is number 1. And so a lot of times you will get care here in Nicaragua so cheaply, that's so much better, that you're like, oh, wait, if I compare the cost of traveling to Panama to getting stuff done here, I should just do it in Nicaragua and stay at the better healthcare. So it is a factor, right, that people, especially veterans looking for the VAs, well, who else is looking for the VA? And Nicaragua doesn't have one, so the fact that they have really excellent healthcare that's super cheap tends to be pretty relevant. Oh, I gotta look at tickets. I gotta go see what this is because I'm on deck. What do I think about Boquete? I almost bought him Boquete, so I like it. It is a... We're gonna bring it up. Okay, still lets me move. Let's go find Boquete. All right, hold on. Oh. Why do I have... Oh, I see. So, Tesla or Edison, are you talking about Boquete here? Right, which is in the middle of nowhere. Or are you talking about Boquete in Panama, the really famous city? Which is... Oh my gosh, I can't find... It's right there. Luke says, VA foreign medical program will reimburse for service-connected disabilities. Wait time for reimbursement, 9 to 12 months. Expazaz, is March to May often the cheapest time to visit Granada? Honestly, I'm not sure. Let's think. March, no. March is still on the high side. April, probably. I don't know if you're going to notice a big difference in price other than avoiding Semana Santa. Semana Santa is in the middle of that. Nothing's expensive like Semana Santa. So you're actually looking at possibly the most expensive time of the year, not the cheapest. Why would you say March to May is the cheapest? Expat says we're past the peak season for hotel prices at this point, right? No. We're coming out of the low point. We're going into the high season. We're literally, like, that is our race to open our hotel this weekend, is because we're coming out of nobody's been on the beach to the high season. December and January are pretty high. You tank a little bit in February and March, and then mid-April is the busiest time of year. And then at the end of that super busy season, then it goes down. Healthier life. Is Matagalpa generally cooler than other areas of Nicaragua? Yes, it is the second coolest city. It's the coolest of the large cities. And, like, noticeably. John says, you said last night that Chinese and Japanese vehicles are easy to get serviced in Nicaragua. What kind of costs are we looking at for a decent car, truck, scooter, or motorcycle? I only know so much, but I spent, I think, $27K to get a brand new, really nice Chinese two-row, but they're big two-row, fully decked out hybrid SUV. $27K. And that's not $27K before blah, 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 blah. $27K is what you pay, right? So in the U.S., if someone's listing at 27, you know you're going to pay 35. There's all these, shipping fee, taxes, blah, blah, blah. Here, no, the sticker price is the actual price, not a fake price. Which alone is an amazing thing. Americans are like, wait, we get honest pricing? Like, you're not, like, pricing isn't just a surprise that you don't control and don't agree to. No. It is a sane economy, not a scam. I have no idea how the U.S. allows that to happen. Like, this will be $5, and then it's like, and no, you can't pay us $5 and have it. It's just a lie. Why is that legal? You told me it was $5. I gave you $5. How am I not the owner of this item? Right? We had a contract, and you're violating it. And the U.S. is just like, now they're, as the original owner of the item, they have unlimited control over you. Like, what? Yeah, prices in America are a scam. They're actually a scam. You can say anything. And they're now rolling back some protections that they had for what little bit there was. Cartoon speak. Tesla or Edison. Boquete, Panama is mostly a enclave community, so I've never had the slightest interest in it. I hear it's pretty, but it's always described as like, oh, that would be fun to go see for a weekend, but not a place you'd want to live. It doesn't mean it's not, but certainly nothing about it has ever sounded appealing in any way. Definitely a pretty area. Prices are supposed to be really high. That's super nice. I like its location. That's gorgeous. I would love to visit, but I doubt that I would have any interest in living up there. It's always described in a you would not want to be there kind of way. Speaking of live stream art, your daughter nailed the Warlord hat yesterday to a T. Warlord hat yesterday. What was yesterday? If it was yesterday, she only does the Thursdays. She doesn't do the other ones. I use AI for the random ad hoc ones that I have no time to have her make. Like, that's just 5 minutes. These she does a day ahead of time. Oh yes, the one from yesterday. That is AI generated. That's why they got it. It actually drew the Warlord hat from a photo. No, but the one today she did. The style's different. Her style's pretty consistent. Let me see. I'm reading Eddie Man from yesterday. I'm planning on to spend several months in Nicaragua. It's close to the USA and I speak the language. Miami, Florida is getting impossible to pay rent and still buy food. Forget about going out unless you're rich. As long as I'm not in Matagalpa and the town is at some altitude and cooler, I don't want to use AC. I hear horror stories about the power bill. Is Messiah pretty good? I have a friend who went to live there and he loved it. Also, I have a pickup truck that I eventually got to sell. Or I can maybe drive it from Miami to Nicaragua if it's safe and doable. Any recommendations? Anyone want to buy a really good old Toyota pickup truck? So, no. I'm going to write a response here and mention the live stream. Hold on. Messiah is not really much cooler. It's not at high altitude and is basically a suburb of Managua. It's a nice place, but not a cool place. Car imports are really only for residents, not tourists. So that would be super complicated and expensive. And nothing can be imported. And I just heard this, I think it was Jason said they dropped the 10-year import number and made it a 5-year, which I've only heard that once. But there we go. Hey Brent, how's it going? How do you suggest agreeing on taxi prices in advance? Use the Ray app. See if I can find it. Not much to see, but anyway, there's an app. So it's like Uber. I look 100 pounds lighter than yesterday's thumbnail. No offense. Thanks. That's where I'm trying to be. Id Group is here. Says, hey, Scott. Expazaz depends on the town and potentially the time of day for an actual taxi in Matagalpa. Daytime across town, 25 to 30 Cordoba. Nighttime could be as high as 40 to 45. Managua, much more. Much bigger. They drive a lot more, too. I was supposed to get interrupted just a little bit ago, but I never did. All right, we're going to take, I'm going to step away for just a quick little stretch and stuff. I'm going to pop up. I think someone's pulling up for me to do something, so it's a perfect time. We're going to pull up the upcoming events for you to see what's going on. And we'll be right back. You gotta stretch your legs too. I'm on my way back, folks. Almost there. There better be new questions. I gave you lots of time. Lots of time. I wanted to grab something before I sat down. I don't know what it is. All right. Hello. Here we are. All right. Anybody know when the next Stranger Things is coming out? The last ones... Oh, I forgot this thing I was in the middle of. Crap. So we've been watching, my kids and I have been watching the new Stranger Things. And definitely starts off with a train wreck of CG. I mean, it's bad. Like, really bad. It's really hard to believe that Netflix let that happen. Like, main character of Stranger Things is a kid who ends up looking like Gollum simply because of how phoned in the old the CG is. Like, it's just so bad. And of course, there's a bug in my Pepsi. I saw comments going by. Let's see. Taxi prices, 100 pounds later. Prices. Can you talk about how in Nicaragua US dollars are accepted? So it's a dual currency country, so you can just basically use US dollars anywhere. It's not the national currency, but it is an accepted currency. So there's a standard exchange rate, and we just use them transparently throughout society and activity. So it's about as easy as you can imagine. Be right. Oh, I already said be right back. Luke says, haven't used the Ray app yet, but I have it loaded on the phone. We have been advised the in-drive use is under greater scrutiny. Lucky, your name is scary. I know you're a good guy, but wow, bro. Oh, Lucifer. USD is accepted in nearly all scenarios. Aduana customs wants payment in Cordoba only, yet Migracion prefers dollars but takes both. The issue for USD is when a shop can't break any big bills. Exactly, that's the biggest thing. Basically, we work in $20 increments with US dollars here. You can use smaller. You really can't use bigger. There are certain circumstances where we see $100 bills pass around. Pretty rare. Janet says, my student canceled the class, so I've been here the whole time since that last comment. Just a special FYI. Luke says, money changers stand outside the banks to convert dollars to Cordoba, and you can request small bills. It's a countrywide issue getting change. Did you say 25 to 45 cord for a taxi? Is that just over $1 a taxi ride? That is correct. Just about $1 to $2. Correct, but Matagalpa is 1.5 miles by 3 miles of metro with 115,000 population, so the streets are pretty much a grid, easy navigation. Janet says, I agree, Matagalpa is less than Leon, a smaller area, but a lot more elevation change. Much more need for taxis in Matagalpa. I can go all the way to the far side of Leon on foot without being too big of a thing. Stranger Things last season, episodes 1 through 4 are out now. Yes, so I watched 1 and 2 last night, planning on 3 and 4 tonight with my kids. Second wave is Christmas Eve. Oh, okay, so we've got a little bit left to go. I knew they were coming out this month sometime. I can't remember what I was doing. Now I really can't remember what I was doing. I went over here to do something. I was looking something up for you guys. Oh, I was talking to my kids about Stranger Things. That's what it is. Yes, watching more Stranger Things with my daughters tonight. I'm not looking at the Pepsi as I drink it so that I can transparently drink the bug and not know. This is how we solve problems here. Stranger Things. Scott, do you still recommend Granada for the first-time tourist? Yes. For the first bit of time, I generally find it the best place to go. And it does have a lot of nice stuff to offer, right? It's just long-term life there tends not to be ideal for a lot of people. For some people, it still's the best place forever. From is another good show. From is another good show. Is that the name of it? From? I don't know that one. I don't have a lot of like modern media here, so sometimes I miss out on things. Not because you can't get it in Nicaragua, because I'm just not in on pop culture. The bug did not think much of my Pepsi. Larry says, I refuse to leave your show to watch the Lions versus Cowboys. I appreciate that, Larry. Thank you. Let's see. This. Nothing like working in the background while I've got to do this. Tesla or Edison? How's Jimmy? Looks like a fun guy. He would be a cool guy to have a Tonya with, or 2 to 3 Tonya, maybe 9. He did not handle the free time and heavy, easy access to drugs situation, and didn't do well here. Too much personal freedom and too little accountability, I think, and he wasn't going to last long. He kind of checked out on arrival to some degree. So we haven't seen him in quite a long time at this point. He started off strong. He did well for like the first 2 weeks, and then went downhill incredibly quickly. And it's one of the risks that a lot of expats face coming to a place like Nicaragua, that you come from countries where you have not a lot of freedoms and options, and partially because it's expensive, you're just limited. And you come to a place where everything's very, very cheap, and you have a lot of money to throw around, or people think you have a lot of money to throw around. And often people go from working wherever they're coming from to being retired here, and you have a lot of free time that you may be facing for the first time ever. And it's easy to very much end up in a scenario where there's no barrier between you and a party that never ends. And that is a very real risk that people face, that they kind of pick up their first Tonya, and someone hands them another Tonya, and that's it. Someone will just always hand you another Tonya. And if there's nothing to stop you from just always drinking the next Tonya, bad things can happen. And so you find a lot of people do kind of go from, hey, I just showed up, this is looking really interesting, I'm really looking forward to just chilling on the beach and sitting here, and ooh, a Tonya, and we'll add, ooh, a Tonya, and they never end up putting their glass down until ASMR time, until they have to, right? And that have to is almost never a good thing. This is not a Tonya. This is more caffeine, because I'm struggling to keep my eyes open. But that's we see a lot of people succumb to that, right? And then it becomes well, I can structure my life around drinking, and so probably, I don't know if this is true, but it feels reasonable to say that my experience is that the number one thing that causes expats to decide to give up on life here is not giving up on life here. It's giving up on life any place where they have these kinds of freedoms, because they just can't stop themselves, and have never, alcoholism has never been so accessible before, and they didn't realize they were alcoholics, and then suddenly it's a year later and you can't remember your own name, and it can be a bad situation. So that's kind of what happened to Jimmy, and got into a lot of rough situations during his time here, right? I had to get between him and a cop who had pulled a gun on him at one point. So I actually got a call, I need to be rescued, right? And he was having a standoff because he couldn't let it go, and was having a really heated debate with an armed police officer. So that was bad, and in the end, he couldn't take care of his dog, and his dog ended up dying, which was incredibly sad. Luckily, the dog was old, and was unhealthy, but should have had several years left, and was very much abandoned for his party lifestyle, and he didn't believe in taking care of the dog and giving it its veterinary medicine and such, and so the dog didn't make it, which was incredibly sad. It was a very sweet dog. And as soon as the dog passed, he moved on to Costa Rica, where that lifestyle fits a lot better. Nicaragua isn't going to stop you from becoming an alcoholic, but culturally, it doesn't fit so much here. The expat here to, if you're, how do I put this tactfully? If you come to Nicaragua and you want to stay home and drink yourself into an early grave, no one's going to complain. No one's going to stop you. If you want to be a flamboyant, in everyone's face expat and make a big point about showing off and being the center of attention and constantly, Nicaragua's not a great culture for that. People are just like, this is not your place. You don't need to be in everyone's face. Nobody cares. Everyone's living their own life and doing their own thing. Same as like the U.S. or something, right? Like if someone did that in the U.S. was constantly like, I'm a foreigner and I'm here and everyone should look at me and pay attention to me, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't go over well in most of the United States, right? We'd be like, I don't want to be around this person. And a lot of places would be like, okay, you're creating scenes, you're making people uncomfortable, we'd like you to leave now. And so it's very easy, imagining in the U.S., if you were in a small community in the U.S., I grew up in the country, if you acted like that, you could easily get banned from business after business after business over time. And if you're constantly going into businesses and threatening people, starting fights, arguing with the owners, not paying your tabs and such, you could easily end up getting yourself banned from the small number of available businesses. And Nicaragua is very much like that, exactly like it would be in the U.S. It's really easy to end up in a situation where one business after another is like, you're not welcome here. And then it's such a small place that you're like, wait, I burned all my bridges. I have nowhere to go. And so he moved on to Costa Rica, where I think a lot of us kind of felt like he's acting like a Costa Rican expat, not like an not like a Nicaraguan expat, an expat in Costa Rica, not an expat in Nicaragua. And I think when he first arrived, he really had a genuine intent to do well in Nicaragua and was really excited about it. But as soon as he got a taste of a small amount of celebrity, that he could go places and be someone just because he was foreign, and then experienced, wait, I never have to put this beard down ever again for the rest of my life. That temptation was simply too much. And so... I can imagine Costa Rica working out for him, right? Like, it's not like, send him to Costa Rica, he'll implode there. No, he may actually find a lot of people who are like, oh man, I went through the same kind of thing as you, and you got to pull out of it at some point, right, or whatever. So he may end up finding that to be a much better scenario, much better for him and overall. Or maybe he's going to move on from Costa Rica. But definitely when we've had really bad expat experiences here, where people came and were very dangerous and threatening, and we're like, oh my gosh, like, these are people that got it, they need to go, right? It almost always was someone who had been in Costa Rica and thought they could act the same here, and get away with it. And there really is, I think, a lot more latitude for bad behavior in Costa Rica, unfortunately. Or I mean, culturally here, people accept a lot less. Roger Funk, hey Scott, I'm finally in town. Hey Roger, how's it going? Xpizzazz, of course, you're a celebrity, Scott, with one of the best channels in Nicaragua. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Did Jimmy leave then, or is he here? Yeah, he's in Costa Rica. Jimmy should have sponsored a youth band like me rather than in need of a sponsor. Yes, he should have. And it's tough. You know, he started off really good. We hung out a few times. We had a really nice time. Before he was drunk all the time, he was always a bit edgy. Right, but he held it together and was good, and everybody liked hanging out with him. My kids liked him. My wife got along with him. My bodyguard now and he were actually roommates. They were like, oh yeah, no, we'll get a place together. And then my bodyguard is like, nope, I can't be around this. This is no. And he gave it, the good college try, but it didn't take. Larry did get to go to a baseball game with Jimmy. Jimmy and I walked home from a baseball game, which is pretty funny. We walked all the way across the city. We walked from the outskirts of the city at the baseball stadium all the way past Sutiava on the other side because the traffic was so bad, and we beat the people in the parking lot. Larry says, I've seen many people throughout Latin America lasting a month or so after the women and drugs and booze is a quick exit. Yep, there's it's tough. Jimmy and the women situation wasn't great either. He made so partially, and this in some ways saves you, but in most doesn't, because he chose living in an extremely tiny community. There was no hiding for him from the people around him, because it's not like he was in Leon. He was in the beach. So he was one of, 20, 30 expats who live on the beach, and just very, very, very high profile, simply because of where he was. Tesla says, wherever you are, whoever you do, there you are. I was rooting for Jimmy. I saw he was 50-50. Yeah. Luke says, changes in latitude, changes in platitude. Tesla says, you're grounded, Scott. That's why... Me listen? I don't always agree with you, but you're a good person. Thank you. Wow, a bodyguard. First time we heard of a bodyguard. Explain, please. It's not the first. Maybe it's the first time I've said it on a live stream. It's mostly my wife's bodyguard. She's uncomfortable going anywhere alone just because she is. I mean, her whole family in the U.S. are afraid. She grew up with a family that's afraid to have open windows. And I don't mean open windows. I mean not shaded windows. They would never have open windows. And she's always had social anxiety, so she doesn't like being out in public, and she doesn't drive. So she has a full-time driver and bodyguard, but when I go out at night and stuff, I don't really worry about it. But if he's available sometimes, I do go out with a bodyguard, and it's pretty funny because people do mess with me sometimes, and it's like, I'm pretty chill. I had... some guy, and I didn't even know this happened. Someone hit me in the back of the head at a club, and I just walked on. I didn't think anything of it. Apparently, my bodyguard grabbed him and is like, let me explain how this works. You hit him, I hit you. Right? And I've seen him eject people from clubs before. So it's like, it's nice sometimes, but mostly he's a driver. But it means we have an escort wherever we go. Most of the time. I mean, I drive myself when I can, but we only have one car, so he drives it all the time. He did know how to shop at Paseo Real. For safety, what's the best way to avoid dimly lit areas at night? Don't be me and walk everywhere instead of taking taxis like normal people. I was walking from Via to 23 last week, and a couple people were freaking out. They're like, you can't walk, you have to get a taxi. We're going to get you a taxi. I'm like, I do not need a taxi. This is not far enough to get a taxi. Like, it is not safe. And then I get there, and they're like, oh, thank goodness you're there. I'm like, what did you think was going to happen? What are you imagining? And they're like, it's so dangerous out there. I'm like, for little people, I'm a big guy. Who the heck is going to jump me? And they were like, oh, wait, I'm like, seriously, right? Like, I'm not the scariest guy, but I'm not someone you look at in a dark alley and go, I've had a bunch of people walk by all night. This guy's 3 times the size of the average guy. I'll jump him. That's a really risky jump. You don't do that. You're looking to mug someone at night on the street. I'm not that guy, right? I'm not saying I do safe things. I'm not saying that I'm actually that scary. I'm saying that when I'm a shadow in an alley, walking with purpose in the middle of the night in a place that's really dangerous, or for the town, right, dimly lit area on a side street where there's no cars and no traffic, no business open, and people could jump me with some degree of safety, I'm still not who you choose to jump. You go, hey, we got a guy, he's all by himself. Nah, let's get the next one, right? I'm just a lot larger than the average person. And I've walked through the docklands of London at dusk and got to my office because I used to work on Canary Wharf and had people be like, how did you survive that walk? And then one of my coworkers was like, oh, wait a second, because you have a shaved head and you're not afraid of anyone because they're all British, so you don't react to them. Right? Because I'm American. British people don't come across as scared. Oh, listen to that accent. I bet he's scary. No, it's listen to that accent. I bet he does musicals. Right? Like, that's just, we're used to British accents not being scary because of the U.S. So walking down the docklands in East London against the Thames doesn't feel scary, even though it's one of the roughest neighborhoods in Europe. And they're like, did you pass people on the street? I'm like, no. They're like, yeah, because you're a skinhead and they're scared of you. I'm like, that works. Right? It's just, there's advantages. The same thing when I lived in Panama, right? My friend was like, you can't go out. Like, you got to take a taxi through these areas. These are rough areas. I'm like, really? And then she's like, no, you're right. You're fine. Right? Never had problems. Now, should you do the things I do? No, of course not. I'm dumb. Don't do that. But it's very rare in Nicaragua that you're going to need to go into a dimly lit area at night. Like, that's just not something that's going to come up, right? Or you have a large group. You got 20 people and you're stumbling between bars. Just stick with a group of 20. No one's going to mess with you. No one ever messes. Like, I have had in some of these rough areas, I've had friends who are very small young girls, right? 21, get their phones stolen, right, by someone who was armed, or, pulled a pocket knife or whatever and waved it and grabbed their phone and ran. And even then, they almost took chase, right? They weren't scared enough to be like, oh, no, they got my phone. They're like, I'm going to get that guy. And then her sister's like, I think you better not, right? But that's very much a rarity. Like, we don't hear about those dimly lit areas actually being a problem. Everyone's just scared of them. For good reason. It's a dumb thing to do. So if you're going like I did from Via to 23, get a taxi like anyone else would do, pay $2 and be there in the middle of the night. No big deal. And or take a group and just wander. The real question is, why would you be wandering the streets in dimly lit areas at night? Doesn't normally come up. There's places to park wherever. Luke says, same response to the dangers of me walking my neighborhood at nighttime. Yep, I've walked Luke's entire neighborhood in the middle of the night, and it feels kind of sketchy, but in reality, I don't think it is at all. Expazaz, what valuables should you avoid flashing besides cash? I don't worry on avoiding anything. I carry my phone in my hand much of the time. I don't flash cash just because I don't want loose cash. What other valuable would you have? Right? I don't know. Janet says, I agree with you about safety walking thing. I feel safer on the street at night. Ramon is the one who's worried, but I'm alert, not drunk. I was not drunk either, thank you. And I walk with purpose and no obvious valuables. Right, like it's me with a phone in my hand, walking with purpose, and paying attention. So no one's sneaking up on me. No one's catching me off guard. I know if I'm going to go past a spot where I could be exposed, that I'll just walk into the street or whatever. You know, and I know they're not going to get much. I know, you know, I can throw a little bit of money to the side and distract them because that's all they're looking for, really. And stealing phones here isn't a really smart thing, because if you can get to the police, especially those of us with iPhones, the police track them fast. And they are very unhappy when they find you with someone's stolen phone. So it's, you know, it's got to be someone who knows what they're doing and gets it into a Faraday bag and books it. And hopes that they can figure out how to take it out of the bag without it calling home. Because a lot of people get caught because they have a stolen phone and they run into a shop and the shop goes, wait, this is still on. No! And it's already flagged the police and the police are on their way, right? That happens a lot. We had one that got left in a taxi car, right? Police showed up at the guy's house and was like, you got something in your car? I was like, right? You know, because the nice thing is the iPhones tell everyone exactly where they are. That is a reason to have an iPhone. Janet says, I'd give them my little phone too if they wanted it. No one has asked though, and it's in my pocket. Christy Gee, hey y'all, I'm packing it all in and up to my eyeballs in the details of moving to Leon. Hope to get to say hey in real life soon. Awesome! Glad that is going well, it seems. Expat says, Luke, good idea. What about phones or tablet during the day? During the day? Like, don't worry at all. Daytime, just keep stuff with you and not on a table unattended. I actually do leave it on a table unattended all the time. But don't do that. Again, don't be Scott. Like, we talked about this, right? I do stupid things so you can learn from me. Don't do stupid Scott things. Expat says, I started doing Duolingo on my tablet. Works good. All right, awesome. Duolingo is pretty impressive. It really is. My kids take tablets everywhere. I take phones everywhere. I will leave them on tables and stuff. I try not to be like, oh yeah, I left my phone way off somewhere or whatever. But even that, I rarely worry about it too much. Other people in my party will grab my phone and be like, oh, he left his phone again, you know? I'm like, whatever. Like nobody is snatching and grabbing my phone. I've been here for 5 years, leaving my phone everywhere. I've never lost. I mean, this is. Can you hear it? Not something I'm actually worried about. I do try not to be stupid, right? But people really think a lot of bad things are going to happen. I don't know anyone who's had that happen. My friends, my staff who live in Buenos Aires, they have regular stories of, oh, the person next to me on the street got, you know, tackled and their phone taken and beat down and the person got away and people had chased them. And that's the third time this week I saw someone have their phone stolen, and it happened on the bus, it happened on the train. And it's just constant stories of this. And I'm like, I've never seen a phone stolen here. I have one friend, she just said hi, who did have her phone stolen. But again, alone, predictable path, like did everything wrong. And was in a rough neighborhood in the middle of the night drunk, right? And that's how she lost it. This is Janet. I think often people who lose their phones are paying attention to the phone in their hand and not their surroundings. That is true. Very easy to grab it from someone who's doing that. The very few times I thought someone may have started following me, I did an about face and started walking towards them. They changed directions. That's a way to go. Tracking. Good idea, Scott. Yes. iPhones are especially good. Make sure if you don't have family. So for me, my wife, my kids, several of our friends, we all have iPhones and we all have Find My iPhone on them. So like Marcella has an iPhone and we can find each other's iPhones. Plus, a lot of us have Apple tags, Apple watches, tablets, desktops, laptops, earphones. Like we have a lot of Apple stuff, right? Like I've got the got the little headphone things and whatever. And so you start putting that all together, and all your devices track each other, and they'll be like, this device went here at this time, and it's useful. It's amazing how often. I really want to get more Apple tags and use them all over the place and track, luggage or whatever. It'd be backpacks. I'd really like my backpack to always have one. I've never had a backpack stolen, but right? Why ever have to worry about it? Just be like, I know exactly where it is at all times. Even if I lose it around the house, then I can be like, where is it? All right, I got another ticket I got to take a look at. Here I am paying the bills. In Leon, watch for young men late at night on bicycles. Diego says hello. Expossess says, hey, Diego. Janet says, I think it's honestly more locals who get their phones stolen here. I hear about them from Ramon and his friends tell us, but they are locals who weren't paying attention. Yeah, it's normally locals, normally cheap phones. They're not paying attention. I can't tell you how many Nicaraguans shattered their screens. They refuse to put screen protectors on. They refuse to have cases on their phones. It's crazy. People just destroy their phones all the time, and it's nuts. Oh, my little dog wants in. Hold on. Yes, the little dog is coming in. He misses you. Here he is. There he is. Those both doggies. Both doggies. Hi. Yeah, I missed you. Yes. Oh. The prodigal dog. He has returned. Yes, you're always here. You're the loyal one. Yeah. All right, I am back. You gonna pop up and say hi to everybody? Come here. Oh, here's Yes. Here's Yes. This is the one that's been here. This is Mia. She's so loyal. She's here for every live stream. All day when I'm working, she's here. Always here. Hopefully they can see you. I can't see if they can see you. Let's see. Are you on video? You are on video. What a pretty dog. What a pretty dog. Yes. She is 7. She's a blue heeler. She's itchy. Yeah, you're itchy. But Dr. Jorge's coming to see you in 2 days. Yeah, and he's going to check you out. You're going to get your medicine. You're getting fresh rabies shots. Not your favorite, but you like to do stupid things, so it's best that you have them. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're such a good girl. Mwah. That is the little dog is making a nest on his bed, and that's what that sound is. Oh, you're so sweet. You all done? You gonna go lay down with the little dog? Okay. Diego says, here it happens a ton in the Managua buses. I imagine people are just like leaving them and stuff. I know people have lost stuff on the buses, and it always turns out, actually, I left it. And then, yeah, someone took off with it because I left it. Well, okay. KL7RRC, I left my phone and wallet at the pharmacy, was walking towards hotel. Person on a scooter brought it to me in Managua in 2018. There's a lot of those stories. I know people who've left some pretty crazy things in taxis and stuff, and the taxi showed up with it, right? Like, it's pretty cool. Oh, keep clicking the wrong thing. Tracking works until a certain point. Sometimes the police simply don't care. It's hit or miss if they will help you get your phone back or not. Here, we do not have that experience. Here, especially as expats, it is 100% of the time. And I don't know anyone who's ever not gotten it back, which is amazing. They really take it seriously out here. Hidden AirTags inside luggage is always smart. Are Apple AirTags useful in countries there aren't too many Apple devices? Yeah, they seem to work great. Everyone's got them here. There are quite a few Apple devices, more than you'd think. So how much is a haircut? That's a pretty broad one. It's about $2, maybe $3. It's cheap, like surprisingly cheap. Obviously, there are expensive places, but in general, it's very, very cheap. How long does the expat group take to approve? Oh, is it not approved? I need to go through and do the It takes a long time. That's the moral of the story. Oh, you're right there, John. That's easy. I just realized you have a 607, just like me. You have a 607-287. I have a 607-288. That's crazy. Is that an Ithaca number? Here, Diego, I paid $2.50. Nita in 85 is here. Hola, Scott. How is medical attention and meds? Medical attention here is excellent. We're the best in the region. We're ranked #1 and constantly getting better. Like, it's really, really impressive. So that it's a thing. You come here for the quality of medical care. There we go. I'm trying to do the bot checks right now on the community. We still got lots of people on. This is great. Meds, a little bit less good. You can end up in a situation where you need specialty meds, or you're being recommended specialty meds and they just don't have them here. That does happen. The general cost of most medicines is quite good. Once in a while, you'll get medicines that are more expensive than you're used to in North America, but not too often. I would say I've heard stories of it. I can't think of anyone it's actually happened to. But for us, most meds we're paying are a tiny fraction of what you get in North America. Plus, they're willing to sell you just a little bit. So you're like, you know what? I don't really need aspirin, but I do need 2 or 3 aspirins. They will sell you 2 or 3 aspirins. It's pretty funny. And they'll be like, that's 10 cents. And you're like, here you go. Here's my, okay. and you're good to go. So that's funny. But, oh yes, pay attention to Luke. We got 25 people in the chat, but we definitely don't have 25 likes yet. And some people liked it before you current people are here. Let's hit that thumbs up. We know you're here enjoying the live stream, or you wouldn't be here. So hit that thumbs up and make a difference. It really is appreciated. But in general, meds are really easy to deal with. Most things you can just go to the pharmacy and get way more over the counter than you can get in the U.S. Of course, some things are controlled, right? But it's really not bad. Ooh, even more people are on. Expat says, "Wow, Diego, that's a good price." Actually, he's paying for a nicer place in an upscale area. Even here, I can walk to places for $2. Oh, okay, cool. There we go. That is 604. All right, I'm gonna go prove Randy. Okay, Randy's in. And I know this one is a bot, but I'm gonna try it anyway, just in case I'm wrong. Expat says, I was like number 7. Nice. Just a number I got. Oh, John says, just the number I got. I mean, I'm kind of the same. Mine was basically random, but it's funny that we're really close numbers to each other. Oh, my friend was losing passport every time he was in a taxi. Oh my gosh. At the end of the trip, we checked every 15 minutes. Tim, where's your passport? That's ridiculous. How long does the expat group? 2.5. Medical attention. It's amazing. That's a good price. Exactly just the number I got. I went to the pharmacy in need of Band-Aids. They were shocked I want to buy a box and not a single Band-Aid. So they opened a box, counted them in front of me, and charged per bandage. That's what it's like here. Yeah. I get used to, I go into the pharmacy and they'll be like, how much do you want of this? And I'll be like, the Kaha. All the time. Just give me the Kaha. And they're like, oh, like, really? Like, how can there be so few people? But I don't know. Americans are just used to storing medicine at home. And Nicaraguans are like, you don't store, you buy what you need and then buy more later. I'm like, all right. But I hate dealing with that. So a lot of people will be at my house and they're like, ooh, you have ibuprofen, right? I'm like, yes, we buy it by the bottle. And they're like, that's awesome. So they're able to just get some. So we're constantly handing out ibuprofen because people don't want to be bothered to go to the store to pick it up. Of course, that's annoying. And you always need it in the middle of the night. But speaking of, we did have a need the other night for medicine in the middle of the night. Marcella had a really bad cough, and we didn't have a sober driver, right? Just mostly because I'd been drinking. And not like I'd been drinking, but I had a couple beers, like during the live stream or something. And we needed middle of the night basic medication, like cough medication, but she was really bad cough or whatever. And we were able to call a pharmacy and be like, hey, we need this, and it's the middle of the night. They're like, okay. And we're like, we don't have any cash. And they're like, okay. And they sent a guy on a motorcycle with the credit card reader and came to the house and delivered, I don't know, $4 worth of medicine. And then we paid for it with a credit card and delivered to the house. Like, it was that easy, which is, if you know what you're doing, if you know who to call, you know which places to call, whatever, it's that easy. Larry says, you can get meds from the States delivered here only if they aren't for sale in Nicaragua. Good to know. Do you suggest private medical or public just for general checkup? As someone who's never had a general checkup as an adult, I mean, it depends. I would probably go with private for most things. Anytime I've paid for, like, I just want to get a x-ray done or something, I always do private just because it's so cheap. Like, last time I got an x-ray, like, I hurt my knee and I'm like, oh, I just want to get an x-ray of this. It was $15, right? Why would, like, I'm not going to wait even an extra 30 minutes at the public hospital. And of course I'd be low priority because it's like, it's not like my leg's broken. I'm like, did I bruise it? Is it out of place? Is there any, like, ligament damage? I just want, like, a basic kind of view to make sure we've got some visibility and we're checking on stuff. And, like, you know, I drove myself there. I'm walking. I'm ambulatory. Nothing's wrong with me. I'm the lowest possible priority at the public hospital. So easily I'm going to have to wait a little bit, and rightfully so, because someone who actually needs to get in is more important. But I can go to the private, pay $15, and I'm done in 15 minutes. Just walk in. I'd like an X-ray of this. Okay, and we're done. So a big believer in the privates. It is awfully nice when you can. So a normal checkup, I don't know. You might be spending $20 to $40 for a checkup. Here in Leon, I know we had a foot doctor. Podiatrist, and he would charge, I think, $20 when we did and he did, you know, there's no insurance, there's no public hospital. This is just very simple. And what just happened? Oh, Roger, I see you joining the Expat group. Cool. I suppose we'll let you in. All my Apple products in country are trackable here. Yeah, mine seem to be too. Do you have an AirTag? Does it really work here? Yes, yeah, it definitely works here. Marcella's from Managua. Can I ask how she ended up working for you there? Most of my employees are from Managua. That's probably the case. We knew Marcella for years. She was doing work in Managua. Oh, we're up to 30 people. Woo! Give us that thumbs up. And her job in Managua, which she had been at for a long time, was drying up. She was like the person you go into a phone store and she would, like, activate your phone, do that kind of stuff. Nothing like super fancy. But so she had, like, this kind of techie sales job, like, you know, phone techie, but not like phone cases. Like, she would deal with phone accounts and stuff for a third-party place, but the place she was working didn't do so well, and so she had this really nice job for a while, and then it was drying up, and we're like, oh, we really need, like, a major domo, and she was really good friend of the family, and so we're like, oh, this is a really good opportunity for us, and it kept her from being in between jobs or whatever, and so it and it allowed her to move out to Leon, so it worked out quite perfectly in that case. And oh, I think feel like I've gotten everybody. My question is, are you? All right, that person's real. Thank you for reaching out. I found you following on YouTube. All right, cool. Getting a few real people here. 519-813, 519-813, 519-813, 519-813, 519. And 813. Hopefully I got those right. Getting a lot of people in. Haz clic en el pulgar hacia arriba. We once had a house call from a psychiatrist for a family member, not us, and it cost $50. I've had a house call from a doctor who brought a nurse with him and did a whole bunch of stuff, and that was like $85 when we had to have like, he brought equipment and medicine and 2 people and was there for an hour at least. It was a friend had hurt their back quite a bit, and that it was really hard to take her anywhere. So that was, oh, I've got an itch. It was nice to know that we could get a doctor in for cheap. When I had my knee damage a year ago, I had to have a nurse every day come in and give me an IV. So he'd be there for like an hour. Had to clean my knee out every day. Oh, it was awful. He'd be scrubbing. It was so painful. And at one point, they're like, this isn't working really well. They took a razor blade and cut all kinds of stuff off of my knee. Oh, it was so painful. And that was just every day for weeks. But $14 every day. It was for an hour of real treatment, plus he would bring the IV and do all that and stuff. Looking forward to getting my copy of Scott's Guide to Leon for Locals. Dale says, having a hard time hearing right because the local Higantona and Big Head Pepe are right outside. Oh, sorry. You should film that for everybody. Janice says we already said that. Click. Yes, click. Xpizzazz says, everyone give us a thumbs up. We got 32 people on, only 30 clicks, so we know not everyone has clicked. Thank you for accepting me as a member on the WhatsApp group. That was Lana Noble. Hello. Larry says, doctors in Leon private now charge $30 for consultations. 5 years ago, $20, still very reasonable. Inflation. Vivian Pellis, 1 hour consultation with rheumatologist, $65. Andrew says, have you been to the Corn Islands? I actually haven't. I know a lot of people who have. I'd like to go out there. But it's expensive to fly out and takes a lot of time, which is difficult for me. Fun. Debridement, as painful as it sounds. Yes, it was debridement. And yeah, it was not fun. And that went on for a long time. They're like, this is really just... Still hurts a little bit. I shouldn't say hurts. Still, I can feel it a little bit. It's only 180 RT to Corn Islands. RT. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not like a crazy price. The thing for me is it's enough that it's like, oh, if I do I want to spend 180 going to the Corn Islands, or for 150 I can go to Brazil? Oh, right. Like, no offense to the Corn Islands, but Sao Paulo sounds a lot more interesting. If once I'm gonna get on a plane and go somewhere, I might as well go somewhere. How's the new Leon baseball stadium? It's awesome. Larry and I go all the time, or kind of all the time. Oh, round trip. Wait, it's 180 round trip. I thought it was 180 one way. 180 round trip is really not bad. Yeah, Larry and I do the baseball games, and it is a really nice stadium. We like it a lot. I'd like it if the seats were a little bit larger. I'd really like it if they would sell me a private box, because we tried. Yes, now Andrew, it's one way. I was not saying round trip. One way, and that's flying from the Costa Rica airport. So we just take the shuttle down to the Costa Rica airport. But from Leon, I can catch a cheap shuttle that goes right from Leon right to the airport, and get off at the airport and hop on a LATAM flight, my favorite airlines, directly to Sao Paulo. $150. Now that's, you don't get a lot of luggage with that or anything. That's the getaway price or whatever. But if you think about it, if you were like, you know what, I really like, say, Sao Paulo, I really want to go there all the time, I really like having the option to spend time in Brazil, well, come up with what it would cost to get an apartment in Sao Paulo. And I'm not talking a fancy one. I'm talking about a very, very, very basic one, right? Super duper cheapo. I just realized, are we still on the... Oh, no, you can see me. Suddenly I'm like, wait, can you guys still see me? Get a super cheapo small apartment studio in Sao Paulo. Brazil's not an expensive country. I realize that Sao Paulo is an expensive city, but I guarantee somehow you can get a halfway decent studio that doesn't have a view, isn't in a cool neighborhood, but isn't in a dangerous neighborhood, and maybe somewhere near the airport, and keep clothes there. This is the secret. Keep clothes there. So the only thing you take is a backpack, one change of clothes in case of emergency, laptop charger, phone charger, basics. Don't take a toothbrush. Keep one in Sao Paulo. Anything that you're going to need, keep it in Sao Paulo for maybe $400 a month. I bet you can get a studio, invest in that clothing, and now anytime you want, you can be in Brazil for $150. That's pretty cool. I'm very, very hopeful that in early the next year, I'm going to be able to get an apartment in Cochabamba. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to have everything staged so I keep clothes there. I never will take clothes with me, partially because Cochabamba is much cooler than here. And so I worry about different things, right? So I would keep the apartment stocked with clothing for Cochabamba, which... everything is different. You don't wear T-shirts in Cochabamba. You don't wear shorts in Cochabamba because it's chilly. So I'd have jeans or some kind of slacks and button-down shirts and nothing crazy, and plenty of hats because hats are dirt cheap, $2-3 for nice Panama hats made there. And be all ready that all I have to do is hop the cheapest flight at any point, anywhere. And there are 2 flights that make it really easy for me. I think there's 3. One to Lima, that is the one I've done. One to Sao Paulo, which takes way longer, but you go through Sao Paulo. And one through Bogota. And all of them are just a few $100s and get me all the way to Cochabamba. And so it's really cool if I manage to get the apartment, that I will just have this apartment in the mountains, and anytime I'm in the mood, or anytime work needs me or whatever, I'm off to Cochabamba, and all I need is a backpack. I don't have to have anything, I don't have to do anything, I'm just good to go, right? That's nice. Luke says, when are we doing that road trip through the autonomous zone? I really want to do that. I just need to. So right now, it's been very hard because this will slow down a lot. I only have one car for the family, and it is always, I mean, even like today, like I had to run some errands. I have to schedule time to get to my own car. Even though my wife is in the States right now, she left for the US today. The car is still completely busy because because she oversees the hospitality division. So the director of hospitality is based here in Sutiava, and my driver is driving her around in my car all day long, taking care of errands because the hotel opens fully in 2 days and 48 hours. So they're getting keys made, getting last minute, laundry or whatever things done, and so that is tough. But once the hotels are in full swing and we're into the busier season, and there's absolutely no way we can be doing work at the hotels while we wait for the busy season to subside, then hopefully I will have access to the car and we can do a road trip out there, because I think driving out to Bilwi on that highway will be loads of fun. There's going to be so much filming to do. We'll get so much good footage, and it'll be really interesting. That'll be cool. Janet says the Sao Paulo airport is an hour outside of the city. That's really common in those big cities. I would say that Buenos Aires is pretty close to that too. Probably half an hour, but it's noticeably way outside the city. Easy E. Tesla says one of the beauties of Nicaragua is there is no gangs for the most part. For sure, that's a really big selling point. We have so many people on tonight. This is great. Really good turnout. Bum ba dum, bum 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 bum. Ooh, an update. What did I do? Oh. Okay, Scott, make the trip to the Corn Islands. It is well worth it. I know it's worth it. The people, the culture, the food, the water, the fishing, the snorkeling, the kids will love it, I promise. Actually, I don't know if my kids would love it. I think they will want to go. We've talked about it with them, and I think they're like, yeah, kind of, but no. Oh, my dad's, yeah, have the girls gone to the States too? No, we're not sending the kids to the States. They would be seeing you if they were in the States. No, Dominica has to fly in for a makeup concert in Tampa to see not Cyndi Lauper, to see, anyway, the lead singer, Luke is going to jump right on and be like, duh, Scott, the lead singer of, oh my gosh, I'm getting so old. I can picture everyone in Stevie Nicks. She's going to see Stevie Nicks, the lead singer of Fleetwood Mac, in Tampa. She had tickets to go see. Thank you. he's like, you don't even need to tell me. I know who she's going to see. She's going to see the makeup concert for Stevie Nicks. She had tickets to see Stevie Nicks in September for her birthday, and Stevie fell and broke her collarbone, or broke her shoulder, I think. Broke the socket, and so had to postpone the concert, and is performing. So she is literally flying into Tampa and flying back out, just coming in for the concert. She's not even stopping into Texas to do anything. So Janet said, you said the bank before, but I forgot too. Yeah, nope, it's just me and the kids. That's why the kids and I are watching Stranger Things tonight. We've got the place to ourselves. It's us and the dogs and the constant stream of staff that's in the house, as the case may be. We're never really even remotely alone, actually, when we're here. Why did my WhatsApp close? That's not good. No, I know I was using it just a few minutes ago, so I can't have really missed anything. But that's weird that it was closed. How did that happen? I do not need Hostile World open. We already answered that. Don't need this open. Not working. That I need. All right. Just cleaning up some things on my desktop. Jan says, Guarulhos, I had a student for years who was in charge of the federal police who stopped the drug smugglers who travel on planes. He was the boss of the guys on the TV show about that. Oh, interesting. So it is 90 days visa-free to go to Nicaragua, Scott. Well, it's technically 180. It's 90 without doing any further paperwork. If you do the extensions in country, then it's 180 days. And then you can just do a border run. But 90 is the I'm not doing nothing like amount of time. Jan says he retired now. You said the bank before. A Bighorn Island shipwreck, old barrels, not deep, cool activity to take a look. That's cool. My youngest does want to snorkel, and I think she would enjoy that. Expat says, I heard Fleetwood Mac sold all their music. That's a lot of time. I mean, especially if you're getting towards retirement, what else do you do? It makes sense. Oh, Don Timoteo is... he just said to hey, Don. Jan says, band and bank are similar. I meant the band like Stevie Nicks. Oh, yes. But this thing doesn't let you correct spelling later. That is true. Larry says, I just jumped back on. Game is starting with your lighting. I thought you were Denzel Washington, but why people are always stopping you? That's why people are always stopping you. It's true. They're confused. They think Denzel has suddenly turned very gray. I guess Denzel is actually pretty gray. And grew a giant beard. Maybe he has a giant beard. Most people confuse me with David Cross as the actual person that people confuse me with. And at first I was like, there's no way I look like David Cross. And then when I see pictures of David Cross with a lot of beard, I'm like, oh, I look like David Cross. It did it again. It's doing the stupid, it decided it cached whatever it's going to use and won't let me pick something else. At least it always goes back to the same thing, just showing the activity. There you go. David Cross. Me? David Cross. Me? David Cross. Me? David Cross. Yep. I've actually had people be like, we know you're actually David Cross, and they meant it, I'm pretty sure. It's pretty weird. But he has more beard now, so he actually looks more like me than not. And he's, you can probably tell, but he's bald as well. So, let's see if I can find it. There we go. If he has different tasting glasses than I do, so that helps a bit, but... You know, we have slightly different beard coloring. I have more of an even gray through the middle, and he has more gray on the sides with dark in the middle. But it's, it's us. Yeah, yep. At least, I am happy that at least he's, like, known to be a really nice guy, so it's not like, oh, you look like that jerk. It's like, no, you look like that goofy guy who can't take his jeans off. Like, okay, yes. For those who don't know, he is a character on Arrested Development, which is a very good show. Janet is laughing at my David Cross stuff. But yeah, I have been stopped on the beach, and they're like, we know you're David Cross. I'm like, really not. We're not even up to 3 hours yet. I feel like we've been on a lot, but that's because we did a 4.5 hour last night. Luke says, folks used to tell me that I was just like Ron Swanson of Parks and Rec. I tell them I didn't know who that was, and they'd say, that's a very Ron Swanson thing to say. Stakes, gun, liberty, ha. I love Parks and Rec. That is a good show. I just wish Chris Pratt wasn't on there. No. John Mason says, I look like Victor French, but asshats keep accusing me of looking like Bob Ross. Happy little trees. Thunder Warriors here about a year ago or so. You created a video where you mentioned the middle-class wages of Nicaraguans. Can you remember where that video is or the title of it? I wanted to share it with a friend. Oh, yeah. I bet I can come up with it pretty quickly, so give me just a second. I do have the ability to sort my videos in a way that you guys can't. Okay, so I've got two, and they have basically the same name. I did not realize how close these names were when I made them. So sorry about that. This is a bit ridiculous how close the names are. Here is the 2023. Nope, that's the title. That is not the link. That is no good. No bueno. Oh, yeah, no, I see what I did. View on YouTube, comments, okay. Huh. Why is it so hard to get a link? Oh, maybe I've got a... okay, here is one... And there's the other 2023 and 2024. Apparently, I need to do a 2025 middle class video. That makes sense. We could do that. If you like Parks and Rec, you will love Trailer Park Boys. Oh, you know what? I've seen a little bit of it, but I've not seen very much. But that's good to know that you would consider the comedy to be similar. How late do chicken buses run? I don't know. I see them at night. I think they run like 8, 9 o'clock. What's up, boys? Yeah, I do know that. Matagalpa starts at 2:30 a.m. and run till 9 p.m. Oh, look, I nailed it, 9 p.m. The less popular the route, the shorter the time range. Sure. Have you ever been to the Dominican Republic? I've not. I wanted to go to Nicaragua, but DR was so much cheaper, so I took the trip. Nicaragua next. So how cheap could the DR be? It's $66 to come to Nicaragua from the U.S. And we're way cheaper to be in. But the DR looks really cool. I would love to go there, right? Very high on my would love to go to list. Of places I've not been in the region, they're way up there as far as how cool it would be. I'd really like to swing into Haiti, but for obvious reasons, might not be advised at the current moment. But would that stop me? I don't know. I am known for being pretty dumb with those things, so maybe. My father has agita. My tongue goes everywhere. Going through my email. Luke says, Santiago DR was way more expensive for me 20 years ago than Esteli. You can definitely find quite a bit more expensive places there for sure. It's only 7:30. I'm in Canada. It was $950 round trip. Wow. Is that flying to Miami and then down? To Nicaragua. Yeah, no, I know it's to Nicaragua. I got that part. I mean, so the way we know, so it depends where you're coming from in Canada, obviously. But what we often recommend is for people to fly to Fort Lauderdale and then fly to Nicaragua. And by breaking it up, normally, not always for sure, but normally Canadians are able to get pretty competitive prices. But there's nothing direct. Thunder says, awesome, muchas gracias for the links. Both shared. Ah, perfect, thank you. Id Group is going to bed. Good night, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Another night. It was on for the long haul last night, which 4.5 hours unexpected was interesting. I would never have guessed we would have ended up with so many people for so long yesterday, but that was really cool. 66 is wild. It is, right? Like, it's also really close. FLL is very easy. Yeah. Yeah, it's not a bad airport. But because it flies to Nicaragua, I've been recognized in the airport. A little bit weird. Just a reminder, one, to give a thumbs up, but we've got a pretty good number of people who have, so we don't know that there's really people missing it. But if you have not thumbed up, given a like to the video tonight, please consider doing so. It does help with our online presence and lets YouTube know that you like the content and think it's valuable and blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. That would be much appreciated. We'll also point out that, who knows if this is going to work? It worked! That our show is sponsored, not really, but as much as a show can be sponsored by someone who's not paying, by Nicarumba.com, or in Spanish, Nicarumba.com. It is the completely free events website that shows what's going on in Nicaragua. So if you haven't had a chance to check it out, please go do so. And if you have anything you need that it doesn't do, let us know for sure. But it is a very cool passion project that we've had here for 2.5 years. But this is a newly designed one. For those who are on the technical spectrum, it is written in Go with Fiber v2 framework. The front end is React.js with Next.js. So it's a pretty cool little tool here. Allows you to select your departamento if you only want to see local events, lets you choose your type of event in case you want to see some things. And there's some things that aren't too popular, but it is handy to be like, wait, where is their karaoke? Selva Negra has karaoke night? What a cool thing. I would never have guessed that was a thing, right? So you can find, I guess it's right there. You didn't need to filter for that particular one, but it's an example of how you can do that. But you want to find music or cultural events, things going on at the National Theater and so forth. This is your tool to find things. Definitely check it out because it is super cool. You can sign in here. Just hit Iniciar Sesión and go to Registrate aquí or continue con Google. If you have a Google account, just click here. It takes you right in. Or you can go here and sign up with your email. And this is the placeholder name. With your name, put in a password. It is completely free, but it lets you make a schedule of events that you want to follow, right? So you can sign up and be reminded that you have a concert to go to or whatever. That's how I know. I have Mazote to go to tomorrow and Cadejo to go to on Saturday is because of that. So please check them out and consider making an account and following along with the bands, right? So, yay! Coming up soon on it, this is the secret announcement. It is going to be handling, actually it kind of already does, but no one's doing it yet. It's going to be handling menus. So we're working on getting it so that restaurants here in Nicaragua are able to upload their menus there. So all those restaurants that are like, go to our menu thing, and it goes to 100 different services, and some work, most don't. They're all different things. This is going to be tuned to be actually fast and functional for Nicaragua. And all from a single location. And you don't have to do the scanning thing. You can go in the app, find the restaurant, and see the menu that way. We're working on all of that. That's coming very soon. The whole app is rebuilt and coming quickly. So definitely check it out. Link 66 FLL. The Rebook Spirit February round trip. MGA FLL in first class, just $700 round trip, $350 each way. First class, very nice. How much do I tip taxis, restaurants, tour guides, etc.? I never tip taxis. I never have tour guides. I have no idea. Restaurants is 10%. Yep. Port City. I want to come to Nicaragua and hit up your restaurant, Scott. Very sadly, my restaurant is gone. We've closed them down. The hotels are the one hotel, Escondite, has never closed. The Simple closed for about half the year and reopens this weekend, the day after tomorrow. No, it opens tomorrow night. So today's Thursday. Oh, Brian's here. Yo. So tomorrow, is the opening night, and we are sold out for the hotel, which is amazing. They're filling the pool tomorrow. Literally, the fire department is coming in and putting the water in the pool tomorrow. So we're really cutting it close, right? For the whole thing, but it had to be done. So it's getting open now, and that'll be back. But the restaurant at the Simple has closed for forever. We got rid of the seating area, and the kitchen has been converted into quarters. So there's no more kitchen to do anything with. So I'm very sad about that, right? It's been our restaurant for 5 years. It had, on its peak night that we counted, 600 people in the restaurant on like its last night, which was its most popular. Like, it was sad. We were nationally famous. It was so cool, but just not a good business idea. Our other restaurant, our steakhouse at Desperados, is closed indefinitely, which may be a while, may not be. We're constantly kicking around ideas of how that's going to be treated, but it is not reopening as a high-end steakhouse. One thing we learned for sure is nobody, and especially not expats, are interested in a fancy restaurant in a beach town. They just don't want it. Nobody ever came out. When people did come out, everyone was, we got really consistent raves, right? Some people said best steakhouse in the country. I'm sure that's an exaggeration. They wanted to make me feel good. But that it was good, yes. And people would get the most expensive item, which was $68, and would come back the next day and get it again, right? So it was working in that respect, that people were happy with it. The location was great. The food was great. The only Argentinian grill in the region. But so few people want to sit on a beach and do fancy dinners. It's just not a thing here. And so it's a bad idea. If it reopens, or when it reopens or whatever, it is going to be like sandwiches and salads and light stuff. Simpler, much, much simpler food, primarily servicing the hotels. It will be open to the public if we do that, like for sure. But it's going to be much more Nicaraguan, much more basic, and focused on being simple and practical, rather than trying to carve out a new niche. I'm glad we did the things we did. It was super cool to own a steakhouse. It was super cool to own one of the nation's famous traditional Nicaraguan beach restaurants. But at some point, we have to be practical, and those kinds of restaurants just don't work there. So really going to focus on room service for the hotels. That's going to be number one, or like people who either are in our hotels and want to eat at the restaurant, which is going to be like surrounded by the hotel, or that they want room service in the hotels, because we have the hotel at Escondite and we have the hotel at the Simple, and we have a new project, the Villas of Las Bonitas, is breaking ground as early as next week, and so there's going to be more spots there. So we're working on getting them serviced and making sense. And then if you want to be able to eat there, of course, that would be great. How's the beer done in Nicaragua? I heard the cigars are great. Nicaragua is generally considered, Luke will know better, but like the best cigars. But how's the beer done? So there's not a lot of beer culture here. There is some really good craft beer, but it's hard to find. So if you can find places, so we did draft beer and had on tap all 11 major craft beers in the country. It was amazing, right? We loved having that. But you know how many Nicaraguans wanted draft beer? Never saw one sold, ever. Expats, most would try them and then go right back to Tonya because it was cheap. Because here's the reality, most expats in Nicaragua are on very tight budgets. And they have enough that they can try craft beer, but they're not going to drink it on a regular basis. They're drinking to get drunk in a lot of cases. And so it's tough. And again, the beach is not the place for that. In Managua, there's a couple places that can pull it off. But on the beach, in Leon, no. People just aren't interested. My dad's going to bed. He says he made it 3 hours. Really enjoyed. Good night. Hugs to the girls. All right, have a good night, Dad. Love you. So if you can find a good place, there's some amazing draft beers from specifically from Moro Potente out there. They are phenomenal. But for most everywhere, we have Tonya and Victoria. I have a recent episode where I went through the main beers that are available everywhere, and they're quite good. We really enjoy them. They're tuned for the weather and stuff. That's what basically everyone drinks. Everyone gets it in bottle or can. It's just how it's done, mostly bottle. And there are a handful of places that do Tonya or Victoria on draft. I recommend it. It is nice. Good luck finding them. I know one place in Ciudad Sandino that I could direct you to. Like, that's how rare it is. But it does exist. Cuban... Oh, I don't know if I read this. So Luke says, all of the great cigars are Cuban seed, grown elsewhere. As a former tobacconist for 12 years, Nicaraguan products are the best tobacco. Tesla Orr says, you're more raw tonight, not as much anti-American. Numbers are responding. It's probably also because this is our live stream night, so people know. I'm sure it's both. I'm mostly raw tonight because I'm falling asleep. I'm not like quite falling asleep, but I'm struggling and wish I was dancing around. Like I need movement. I really want to get a standing desk. I've decided that's what I need. That goes up and down, so I can adjust. Awesome, Luke. Where did you work as a tobacconist? Luke says Florida. Opened a shop on Fort Myers Beach, ran 3 humidors and cigar bars, Fort Myers, Estero, and North Naples, wholesale, retail, and lobbyist. John says, cool, there was an old school tobacconist in Albany that ran a great shop. Tesla says, Tonya is better than Bud Light, Miller Lite, and Corona, just my opinion. The real competitor there is Tonya Light, which is actually my favorite of the mainline beers here. If I can get it, that's what I drink. It's just... I like Victoria, but if I have 3 of them, I start to be like, that's weighing me down. But the Tonya Lights I can drink quite a bit of, and I really enjoy. As do I enjoy my Pepsi, which is working hard to keep me awake. What's my dog situation? 2 dogs sleeping away. Luke says, do not get a motorized standing desk. They break a lot. I would like a manual one. I've never seen one. I'm slowly going through my stock of Chateau Fuente Robustos. Cigars, I assume. I am not a cigar guy. Dale, small complaint about Nicaragua. When filtering for Departamento, when I click on an event and then go back, the filter has to be reset. Good note, good note. I am looking right now. If I go into an event and back. Okay, that makes sense. Going to work on that while we're doing the show. Oh, why did that break? Why did that break? That's why. Okay. John says, a few others of note. Brian says, get out the dumbbells. Yeah, I really should. Wait, can you see them? Because they're right here. Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. Tesla says, I wish Nicaragua would employ 5,000 garbage cans. Weird how they don't care about literal in 2025. I think he means litter. Nicaragua actually has garbage cans all over. They actually have very strong programs about the litter going on. It is a very difficult problem. It is not a simple thing, and it is not because of a lack of collection or anything, right? Everyone's got the trucks come by, everyone's got things, but there are very difficult things because of the flooding, because of the dogs. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be fixed first. If they really wanted to do something about the litter, the first thing is really finding ways to get dogs off the streets. If they could get to where there aren't dogs everywhere, that would do a lot to reduce because the trash gets ripped open by the dogs and dragged through the streets. So the collections that people do are a problem. My dog's looking at me. She's like, "What are you doing?" "Hi." "Yes, you're the dog." She's like, "Did you say get rid of dogs? Is that what you said?" Come here. Come here, sweet doggy. Why are you over there? Why are you acting sad? Luke says, I did a blind auction with my last 50 prize cigars in a tactile humidor. Proceeds to support deployed troops. 4,500 generated. Very nice. Here, puppies. Oh. Oh, the little one stretching. Hi. Oh, here you are. Yeah. I know you're bored. I know. I know. But you're the good dog. You're so good. Yes, you are. Oh, now she's got a smile on her face. She's happy. She's a happy dog. Yes, she is. Are you excited that the doctor's coming to see you this weekend? Oh, you fell over. Are you okay? Oh my gosh. It says, I've seen many garbage cans with no bottom. Okay, that's pretty funny. A lot of things do rot out. Getting big, expensive plastic cans here, I imagine, would be a problem. Like, they would be stolen or sold or something, is my guess. All right, we're working on that. There we go. Yes, I watch the dogs go through the trash all the time. Luckily, the two big houses on the corners are really good about keeping this corner clean, though. No garbage cans in this neighborhood, though. Yeah, we don't have garbage cans. So what we do here is we put them out in bags in just a designated area, and then they get picked up there. Which works decently well. Over here, we don't have any loose dogs. We have a puppy, but that's it. Not ours, in our neighborhood. And he's sometimes loose. Hey, TJ's here. How's it going, TJ? We're at 3 hours here. And we're up to 35 likes. Not too shabby. The border was so bad it was on the news. Oh, really? What happened at the border, TJ? We heard that you went today and your travel partner slept on his phone and did not answer his alarm, and so you had to leave him behind. Tesla says, "What's up, TJ, my good man?" And there's some fireworks in the background. Good thing that he didn't go. So what happened? We have at least 20 dogs in the neighborhood, stray ones, not counting the owned ones. Oh, yeah. Yeah, where you are, I bet there is. There's tons here, too. The line was all the way to the booth at entrance. Oh my gosh. What time did you get there? Oh, when you left. Wow. I wonder what's going on. December 4th doesn't seem like it'd be a big time to be specifically going to the border. How much is housekeeping in Nicaragua? A full-time housekeeper figure about $300, $350 per month, depending on a few factors, including if they're, if they're not full-time, then it'd be a lot less. We're assuming full-time housekeeping. Apparently, there was a Bad Bunny concert in Costa Rica. Oh. That's a funny situation to cause a concert problem. Ah, yes. Sold out concert in Costa Rica. More tickets were released. He hasn't been to Costa Rica in 3 years, so it's a pretty big thing. 35,000 attendees were able to pack in there. Halfway to the halftime show. And Digital says, I worked on trying to do an event down there with Majoritist. With Major Artist? Is your A not working? I worked on trying to do an event down there with Major Artist. It's possible. It is theoretically possible here in Nicaragua. We have some big person is here recently or coming up soon. Tickets are $450. Absolutely insane. Although I've not seen anyone I'd consider a major artist come here yet in all the time I've been here, but I was a little insulted at GNR charged U.S. prices on their LATAM tour. How many Nicas could pay $350 per person up in El Salvador? Believe it or not, that's what they're paying here. They're paying $450 for a Mexican artist in Managua. And, like, apparently the show's doing well. Like, what I can't fathom is why even an American would pay anywhere near that to see anything. Like, I can't even imagine. Like, I remember paying $20 to go to concerts and being like, that's probably dumb. There are 2 flies in my drink now. I'm trying to avoid them. "30 years too late." GNR 30 years too late. Yeah. It should be like the Throw Mama from the Train tour. Extra protein. It is. I'm not that concerned. Wait, how much is the price for Stevie Nicks? I honestly don't know. A lot. Way more than I would ever pay for a concert. That is for sure. Tesla says the breakfast buffet at the Intercontinental is off the charts. Oh, I'm not surprised. Is that a general Intercontinental, or is that the breakfast buffet at one of the restaurants? Because they have 4 restaurants in like that food court. That's a weird way to put it. If you saw it, you'd be like, that's not a food court. But there's kind of a mall area that has 4 restaurants. Yeah, TJ, I just saw it pop up. Where is it? Holy crap. Wow. That is crazy. Well, I gotta send this to a couple people. I'm going to put this on for you guys so you can see the borderline that TJ just sent me. And then the borderline. I know you guys appreciate that. That is the line. I can make that smaller. I'm over here. So that's crazy. That is a long line. Normally, none of those people are out there. Normally, how do I point? Normally, I can't get over top of it, but normally they're inside the building. That is awful. Wow. Thank you, TJ. That is seriously bad. Oh, how do I make that go away? Passport Bros are toxic. The guy with the YouTube channel named Passport Bros is worse. Oh, what just happened? What? What? Like, for real, what just happened? Something on my computer just freaked out and we lost the video. But the camera's still going, and What is happening? My screen went rogue. All right. That's what it looks like here. But why? Why did it do that? Okie dokie. Well, we're going to mess with this a bit. And we're back. Okay. I don't know what happened. Yeah, I changed the capture format, but it randomly switched. It's like weird. Border Run, the Nika version of that song. Off to the border run. Border run. Screen went road. Black screen. Audio still on. Partial QR code. It's because we mentioned Passport Bros. Didn't like sharing the screen. R0 back. And you're back. All right, cool. We're good. We're good. We're good. Right. That borderline is what we call here una locura. My gosh, my video is so far behind. It's when my dog popped up. I'm gonna refresh that. Yeah, I got one of the flies out of my drink. I got the big one out. That's the important one. Radio Free Nicaragua. You're back. You're listening to the voice of La Libertad here in Radio Libre Nicaragua. I should be the voice of Nicaragua. I said this last night. This is just funny. I was twice yesterday. I saw ads for this thing, and I'm like, "What the hell is this thing I'm seeing ads for?" And it kept saying G plus, and we're like, "What the heck is G plus?" And hold on, we're gonna get it. Plus.com. We're like, what? What is G plus? Why is there a new streaming service that we don't know what it is? That doesn't make any sense. How could there be a streaming service that we don't know what it is? No, there's no way. Like, they're advertising Netflix and Prime and G plus. What? No, that's not a real thing. Oh, it is. It is, and it is Guatemala Plus. 100% positive content, live and free. Available on iPhone, Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, Fire TV, and some kind of smart TV that we don't know. No monthly fee, watch free with advertising. Check out our awesome content from Guatemala. You too can watch your grandmother cooking. Yes, it's true. It's La Abuelita with Delicias Guatemaltecas. And there's a tour show of learning about Guatemala at Vamos Pues. And there's some music at El Ensayadero. Like, it's pretty funny. It's a brilliant idea. And the thing that came up, I haven't even tried to find this yet, is that there was Christmas shows that came up, and they were advertising Christmas movies. Yeah, here we go. Mi Amor Navidad and La Mejor Navidad. Now, are these Guatemala? This video is not available in Nicaragua. What? Seriously. Now that's an American actor, so what is going on? But it's a funny situation all the way around, that there is Guatemala Plus as like a thing, but it doesn't have a ton of content, but it has enough that they're doing advertising with it. And it's a very basic thing, but it's got a couple of its own shows. It's got its own talk shows. It's got its own travel shows. It's got whatever this thing is, interviews, I guess. I know you guys are wishing that you had Guatemala Plus, but it's free. Just go sign up. I need a sippy cup. I do kind of. I have this. I should be using it. My awesome Yeti with my face on it. Or my sippy cup that's over there. I have sippy cups. I am prepared for sippy cups. I need to wash that, and then I'd be good. So where is there fiber in Nicaragua reliable? Almost everywhere. Like if you're on the Corn Islands or something, no. But I mean, I'm on fiber and I'm out in the country. My hotels all have fiber, and there are way more in the country. Like it's super available. Diego has it in El Doral. Obviously, all of Managua has it. All of Leon has it. All of, I think, Matagalpa has it. All of Grenada, Masaya. I don't know where they don't have it. I know San Juan del Sur was one of the last to get it, as it always is, right? Because they're low priority. But yeah. Oh, I know what I want. Luke says time for a VPN. That's, yeah. I mean, I don't actually have one. You would think I would, given that I actually do have a VPN to Guatemala, but it's not the kind you would think. So I can't use it for that. But I do actually have a VPN to Guatemala. That's really funny. So when doing Duolingo, is it normal that you feel you aren't getting anywhere, and then you realize that you are understanding and able to answer things without checking? I'm on level 29. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think anyone feels like they're getting somewhere, because you're like, I can't just have conversations. And then suddenly you're like reading things and doing things, and it's moving faster and faster. It really does. And it does take a lot of time to learn a language. So it's not. It's not an easy thing, right? But go for those long streaks. Try to answer the things. Do the competitions. Try to get the point. You will make progress. You still need immersion. You still need conversations. That's when things get good. But do tons of the speaking. Do tons of the listening. You know, Duolingo is designed to teach you a language as much as an app can, and it'll get you ready to do more stuff. Xpossess says, I signed up yesterday. Luke says, and Yeti, you are not using your Yeti. John says, I checked out G Plus today. I like the Abuelita cooking stuff. She is in love with that pressure cooker. I think listening to it, so Guatemalan TV is very good for learning Spanish or practicing Spanish because they speak very clearly and slowly, and it's just enunciated well. So you get a kind of an easier chance to practice it. So highly recommended for that. Dale says, yeah, my cable internet is better than any I ever had in the States at less than half the price. TJ says, I'm using one now, an exit node to watch football. Yep. In Digital says, does the government there monitor the internet? People like to say that they do. They look at a little bit, but it's they simply don't have the resources to do that, right? Like they could want to as much as they might. They physically can't. 7 million people doing all kinds of stuff online all the time. If you look at the stuff that the government has, right, and you're looking at all their old computers and their terrible connections for things, and They don't have working email. They do now, but just like a year ago, they didn't have working email for the government. To take a government that doesn't have email and say, I think that they are capturing network traffic for the whole country and monitoring it is so jumping the shark that no. Now, if you said the government would like to monitor the internet, I bet that's true. But keep in mind that the entire phone system here is on WhatsApp, which they can't monitor. And so coming from the United States, where the telephone systems that you don't have to use, but people tend to voluntarily use, is completely wide open, and they say that they listen to it, right? Every single thing has always passed through somewhere. They completely open. We're going to listen to this. Don't use this if you don't want us to listen. And people are just like, whatever, it's easy. I don't care. And for the most part, who does care? Like, I'm ordering a pizza. Do you think the government is going to do something? Oh my gosh, Scott still isn't ordering pepperoni. Go get him, right? That's not what they're doing with their time. So most people don't care. And the U.S. has the massive monitoring systems in Utah where they track all that stuff, and they do what they can to monitor a ton of the internet. It's a massive data center complex. Nicaragua doesn't have those resources. They can't even begin. And they don't have things like the open phone lines to make it easy. So they don't have a hope. They don't have a snowball's hope of being able to do that. So now it is true the Teco internet that I'm on is owned by the government. But everything I'm doing on it, you could monitor without, like, you could be sitting in Pakistan and monitor all my stuff. I'm wide open, broadcasting. So there's no secrets to be hidden there. But if I wanted to, right now, I happen to use the government's internet because it's really, really good. But you can go through Mexican carriers like TJ has with Claro, and you can go through the European carriers like Tigo. You can go through local carriers of different ones. I know Costa Rica is involved. And so, but you probably are being monitored here, but not by Nicaragua. You're being monitored by the United States because Nicaragua pulls their internet from the United States and it comes through Miami. I guarantee, beyond a shadow of a doubt, the U.S. is monitoring that link heavily. John says, I learned Russian in a year, but 11 months were immersion, and it was 7 hours a day of classes. That's crazy. And Digital says, well, lots of Nicaragua's population has no need for fiber. No one really has need for fiber. That's kind of a myth. The reason that you use fiber is because it withstands weather, wear and tear, and distance better. It's not like it's fiber or anything. It's not like it's faster or anything. TJ says, I'm trying to talk my dad into coming to Nicaragua, but he doesn't want to fly. He told me to find a boat. We looked at doing that for my dad. So I looked into this at one point, TJ. You can get a boat out of Long Beach and take it to San Juan del Sur. And if that's not open, you can take it to either El Salvador or Costa Rica and drive up. But you can actually come by boat. Luke says, at Metagalpa Tours, where I have my class, I could understand one visitor's Spanish pretty well. Complimented him. He stated his dad was Army stationed in Venezuela as a youth, slow and clear. Indigenous says, who owns the lines? I mean, each individual, right? They don't need internet. I mean, who owns the lines? They don't need internet. As far as I know, it's Claro runs their own lines, Tigo runs their own lines, Teco runs their own lines. I don't think they're sharing lines. Well, of course, TJ, he's in Texas now. He's got to drive to Long Beach. He got to start somewhere. Some cancer survivors can't fly by plane. That's my father, who was just on. That's why he's not here. He wants to be here. He currently has cancer and can't fly. So that's, we've looked into every possible way to get him here, and just can't do it. And that's why we have the YouTube show. He got cancer in 2016 when I was in Greece, and we made the show as a way to connect so that he could follow along more with our adventures. Cruise ship to Roatan, drive for a pickup. That is an option. Luke and I will drive up and grab people at Roatan because we like road trips. Expat says, I'm sorry to hear that, Scott. It's you know, he's doing really well with the cancer. That part is very positive. It is the it is the complete inability to travel that really sucks, because otherwise he could be living here, right? He would move down. Like, we've got space. He could live in my house. I've got enough room for him to move in right now. I have enough room for him to have his own separate apartment right here, right now. I've got land. He could go have an apartment there and just be a few minutes away. Like, we're ready for him to move in today. But he's not able to get here. And it really sucks because I'm an only child. And by obvious extension, my kids are his only grandkids. And so it is rough. How would you get home? How would who get home? From going to Roatan? You just come back in the car. Oh, how would you get back home if you came down by cruise ship? You don't go home. You get here and you go, this is paradise, and you stay. That's the idea. Oh, you really did. She surprised me. My awesome daughter just popped in with hot chocolate for me with a bunch of marshmallows. They only said, thank you. I had sent her a note and said if I was to magically have hot chocolate, I would not be disappointed. And suddenly she popped in and there's hot chocolate with giant cut up marshmallows, because the marshmallows that we were able to buy here are only really big ones, and they're so big that she has to chop them up with scissors to put them in the hot chocolate. My kids love me. But yeah, so my two daughters are my dad's only grandkids, so it would be really nice. He would really like to be here. If he could be, he definitely would be, right? He's completely pro Nicaragua. He loves the idea of being here. He loves that we are here. He's very supportive, always has been. But when we first moved to Spain, over 10 and a half years ago, he was very nervous. He knew we had visited Europe. He wasn't like, oh no, what are they doing? But he was like, oh, this could be, things could go wrong. This could be rough. And then once we were in Spain, he was like, oh gosh, this is really good. And then really quickly, it turned into that he was very excited for us, and actually would be nervous when we came back to the States rather than when we left. He'd be like, man, whenever you're gone, it seems like you're so safe and everything's so good. Like, I actually worry about you coming home more than I worry about you going. And of course, he always worried about the actual travel, right? Something could go wrong there. And I'm sure when we first came to Nicaragua, he was a bit nervous, because that was only our third country, right? We had done Spain, then Panama, then Nicaragua. As far as living, we had visited lots of places. But we had not visited a lot of places that you would consider worrisome. We had Morocco. We probably didn't tell him we were going to Morocco until we were done. We had been to Panama before Nicaragua. We had been to, I feel like, only touristy places. Quite literally, the sketchiest place we had ever traveled to was parts of like London or Nottingham, something like that. And nice places, just they are a little bit higher in crime, a little bit sketchier than other places we had lived. So Nicaragua was early on our list, and I'm sure that made him a little bit nervous. But even then, he was like, oh, no, even Nicaragua is really nice. And then we lived in Kiev during the war in Ukraine. That was probably a little bit nerve-wracking. But most of the places we've been, weren't so scary in the American propaganda sense. And my daughter turned 5 in Kosovo, right? So, Luke says cruise ports: Mexico, Costa Maya, and Cozumel. That would be a little bit far. Belize Keys, that would not be too bad. I don't think you can take a cruise ship to the closer one. I think you have to go to San Pedro, but that would be doable. But Honduras with Roatan would be so much easier than those others. Very easy trip for Luke and I to run up and get him. Luke says, in fact, Amtrak to Orlando, bus to either Port Everglades or Port Tampa for cruise ships. How was my Thanksgiving? It was good. It was a little bit hectic because it was my daughter's birthday. So we did a big Thanksgiving dinner here, which turned out really nice. Not a big like group of people, just a lot of food. We had maybe 9 people, and it was really good. My daughter that brought me the hot chocolate, and I did a lot of the cooking, and of course my wife did a lot too, and everything turned out really well. We really enjoyed the food, and we did some nice stuff like real pumpkin pie. We actually, because we didn't get it in a can, we actually made pumpkin pie from pumpkin that we pureed ourselves. We had to bake it and everything from local pumpkins. That was really cool. Turned out really well. So it was nice. And then immediately the next morning, my daughter had to go to the hospital for her rabies shot again. And then we were off to Managua for a long weekend, which was really nice too, except the kids got sick. Yeah, we cooked for 2 days as well. My daughter and I started the day before, and then my wife and the two of us cooked all day on Thanksgiving Day. There's a lot of marshmallows in here. My gosh, I'm such an idiot. I went to the grocery store today and I didn't pick up Rompopa. What the heck is wrong with me? Oh my gosh. I have to say that. How the hell did we forget that? That's why I'm feeling sleepy on the show tonight. Marcella's like, let's go get Rompopa. Tim's saying, I think it's a super moon tonight. Oh, it might be. I don't know. Oh, nice. TJ, I'm looking at your food. Oh, is that pecan pie? I love that too. TJ and I had the same Thanksgiving dinner, except I also had a tofurkey in there. That's very close. We have the cranberry sauce and everything. Luke said, oh, since when do you do grocery runs? I thought you had people for that. My kids like to do grocery runs. Well, it's because there's limited cars available, so I had to do it today. You're right. Under normal circumstances, I don't do grocery runs. Cooked for 2 days. 14 people here. Oh, wow. Yeah, those photos look good. Thanksgiving in Matagalpa. Gallo Pinto for 1 with chorizo, queso frito, and tortillas. Went to Brooklyn Cafe for a pecan pie and cappuccino. What I would have had in the U.S. for a Thanksgiving dessert. Get Lost 55 says, darn, that sounds good. Hey, Get Lost. Welcome to the show. TJ says, I made sweet potato pies. I love sweet potato pies. But you couldn't find any whipped cream. Tried to make some. It became butter. Yeah, that happens. My wife knows how to make the whipped cream that they do here, because they do it slightly differently because the regular whipped cream doesn't work. But PriceSmart and La Colonia definitely have whipped cream. We get normal whipped cream, but it's not what you want for pumpkin pie or sweet potato pie. But my wife has figured it out, and it's excellent. So I'll try to get that for you when she's back. Luke says, love me some sweet potato pie. Me too. My gosh. So I haven't had... So pumpkin pie I have regularly. In high school, they used to make sweet potato pie and call it pumpkin pie in the school cafeteria. And it was my number one favorite thing all the way through high school. It was so good. Most of the food in school was pretty bad. In reality, we had like pizzas that were not that bad, hamburgers that weren't that bad. But the sweet potato pie was a treat. Oh, you went to 2 La Colonias and no one had it. We had the canned stuff, and then my wife made a whole bunch of the other. And she just made a birthday cake and used the homemade whipped cream as the filling. That was really good. This hot chocolate is really good, too. I'm getting bloated from all the Pepsi and hot chocolate. But it tastes good. And my daughter's so sweet, making me hot chocolate while I'm on my live stream. But everyone's favorite was the banana pudding. Oh, we did not do banana pudding. Oh, that sounds good. I have not had that in a long time. Not a real one. I've had like the, Hunt snack pack banana pudding, but not like real banana pudding. That's good. Oh, I want a Nicaraguan to make a sweet potato flan. I'll bug the BK staff one day. The BK staff? The Burger King staff? What is BK? Can't be Brooklyn Cafe, because that would be BC. I don't know if you're going to have much luck at Burger King. That would definitely be BC. You can't use BK as its initials. That doesn't work. Bad fingers week. We're down to just 22 people. What's going on, people? Get back on here. Coming up on 4 hours. We're still not as long as we went last night yet. Holy cow. Dale, are you still on? Dale. Are you there? Dale, if you're on, check out Nicaragua. Now, if you select Leon and go into an event and come back, it is fixed. Check it out. Nicaragua does what you want. Luke says, trying to find a tortilla warmer carrying bag. Went to the Mi Favorita stores, Super Estrella and La Colonia, no go. Have to check out Chantel's in Guanuca next. Janet says, hey, I came back from walking the dogs and going to La Colonia, but I didn't say I was leaving. Janet, you let us down. Dale says, oh, I tried a few minutes ago, but I'll try again. It just started working. Just now. You're welcome. And the computer was still listening. Very nice. Ah, butter cookies. Oh, nice. TJ had butter cookies. Just sent me a picture. Yeah, vanilla wafers. Very hard. Marcella's here. Hola, Marcelita. Speaking of listening, new Behringer System 15 Euro track is en route. Oh, very nice. The butter cookies I got from Maxi Polly are awesome. I have not found good butter cookies here yet. That is something I've not encountered. Some are okay, but I haven't found any that I'm like, yeah, that's a good cookie. Tony's here. I sent your dentist an email last week to see if she could work on my problems, but received no reply. It was her email listed on Facebook. Oh, just use Instagram. I have no idea if she gets email. Nicaraguans, so this is a standard thing across Nicaragua. A lot of places get email and websites years ago, and then Nicaraguans just never adopted them. But people didn't remember to go delete it everywhere. Everybody uses WhatsApp, Instagram, sometimes Facebook Messenger. Instagram will get to her. Just use that, and you'll be all set. And she'll get back to you really fast. I've never been aware that she had email. She should be either checking that or getting rid of it. The culture of never checking email here is extreme. That was good hot chocolate. Tengo mis pastillas para dormir, pero quiero decir que extraño estar en el programa. Marcela is taking her sleeping pills, so she is going to pass out, but she misses being on the program. Marcela was with me when we forgot the rompopo. Did anyone lose power last night? This is Roger. No, we don't know of anyone who lost power last night. It was a false alarm, apparently. Was that last night? Luke says, Victor Vezaga of Eco Lodge Cascada Blanca is supposed to contact you about advertising events on Nicaragua. Yay! Pero pronto tendremos más cosas nuevas para el programa. Siempre estamos trabajando. Yep, we always have new stuff for the program. It is true. Oh, Roger says we were out until 4 p.m. today. Where were you out? Did you buy anything for Black Friday or Cyber Monday? I did not. I didn't even look. Didn't even get online. I was busy because I was in Managua with the kids celebrating my daughter's birthday, and so I just ignored the entire thing. Probably should have been online. Like, that's probably dumb to have skipped, but I didn't really need anything, so it was kind of like, meh. Jan says, a couple of nights ago, but maybe they fixed the issue without disconnecting the country from the grid. Yeah, I thought it was a couple nights ago. I think last night was something else. I bought a turkey air fryer and a mixer. I think it was a comma. I bought a turkey air fryer and a mixer. It was December 1st. I'm a bit... Oh, that's 3 days ago. I'm a bit late. Do they celebrate Thanksgiving in Nicaragua? No. Thanksgiving is very specifically an American holiday. So definitely not celebrated here. A lot of us expats do celebrate it. That's not uncommon, but... given that Americans are not even the main expat group, it's a pretty small thing. Nobody really notices. Oh, a turkey air fryer. Interesting. Oh, Roger, you lost it in Fatima. I think it was disconnected from whatever the event was. It's been too much time. Bum 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 ba da bum ba bum ba dum ba dum ba dum. What do you guys got going on this weekend? No one has anything going on this weekend, apparently. Eratum, traveling South Florida. The traffic is insane. Gooch is here. I don't think loss of power is even an event for me anymore. I have the technology. He's a $6 million man. Recent homework for Espanol class, history of U.S. holidays in Spanish. The history for Black Friday was a very whitewashed story from Philadelphia in the early 60s. Even my tutor called BS. The only thing I've ever heard for Black Friday is that it's the day that the retailers go into the black, and it wasn't used until I was an adult, as far as I know. Dale says, if one goes to Las Pinitas and stays after the last bus out, how hard is it to get back via taxi? It's not too bad. Go to one of the hotels and just ask them to call a taxi for the most part, and you'll be okay. It's generally a little bit annoyingly expensive because someone's got to drive all the way out to the beach and all the way back with you, so that they don't like. But Janet says, work, I hope, this weekend. Like what, 3 to 500 cord? Yeah, it's pretty close to 500 cord. It's surprisingly expensive. Financial origin of Black Friday since the 80s. Correct. Origin 30 years earlier. Day the poorest of Phillies were seen shopping by the cops. Oh, no, I had no idea that it had any history behind it at all. Charbro, the big, easy, oilless turkey fryer. Wow. I've never seen one of those. Interesting. The taxi from the beach is expensive because you are paying for the full car yourself and for both the trip out there and the trip back. Yeah, of course. I mean, it mostly makes sense, but you're like, whoa, that is a lot. So get some people to split it with you if you can. Yeah. We got lots of people on, but I'm feeling like we're a little bit on the quiet side. A friend told me he loved his for Thanksgiving, and I looked, and it was on sale, so I bought one. I mean, people love frying turkeys, so an air fryer because there's a lot of oil involved in a normal air fryer. Just think, with that fryer, you could make a giant falafel. Oh, that's what I want, giant falafel. Yes. Yeah, taxis can be expensive in times of need. Yes, demand pricing is really what it is. And it's not just a taxi to the beach, it's a taxi at night. Sorry, this is getting my blood flowing thing. I tried the falafel from the shawarma place. It was meh to me. I think you had mentioned that. I mean, there's no competition. There's one falafel. I really want to learn to make falafel at home. Like, that's because we make our own hummus at home, and it's quite good. So, but there's so little vegetarian. Any falafel is a nice change of pace. But the falafel from the shawarma place here is better than the falafel from the Arabian place in Messiah. You can't find tahini. So one, it's made here. I feel like I've bought it in Matagalpa, but maybe not. No. We get it from Mike the farmer at the farmer's market here. El Arabe, yes. Mike the farmer who does the Leon farmer's market, he sells, I don't know if he makes it, but he sells Nicaraguan-made local tahini, and Roland's tahini is available at La Colonia here. Aratum says, is AI as big in Nicaragua as it is here in the U.S.? No, nothing tech-related is big here. Like, if you hear us developers talk, you'd be like, aha, see, Dale says that's Mike the farmer. There's very little for AI to do here. So it's pretty much a non-existent thing. It's not really a topic. Those of us who work in like software development, of course, we're very aware of it. But outside of us, it's like, to the best of my knowledge, you'd say it and people would be like, oh, I think I heard about that on like news or something, right? But they would be like, how does it affect anybody for anything? Doesn't. TJ says, I ate Thanksgiving twice. There was one with a bunch of expats here in town, and then I made the dinner for Friday. Oh, nice. Gooch says, I had to travel on a Sunday once. The issue wasn't the cost, but lack of buses. Hitchhiking is very easy in Nicaragua, luckily. It was a different person, Laura, from southeast side of Leon. She got the organic peanut butter and tahini from her farm out past Colonial Universidad. Oh, perfect. Number 101 Star Wars fan. Where do you live in Nicaragua? Managua? No, I live in Barrio Sutiava in Leon, on the west side of Leon. So I'm in the indigenous community on the poor side of Leon. I have a priority notification from Duolingo. Look, Duolingo, I already did my stuff today. I earned this. Yeah, I like Managua a lot. It's a really nice city. It's got a lot to offer. Weird city, interesting city, different than pretty much anywhere else. But I like it. It's where we go out there on a regular basis and are very happy with it. I think my kids are decently likely to live there. They really like Managua. Understand if this maintenance involves hold on, I'm helping someone answer something. This is a moment where I have to think. So, Gucci says, Managua is very cool. If I didn't want to be on the beach, I would definitely live there. I'm kind of the same. I really do like it, especially at the higher elevations where the weather's a little bit cooler. All of it's cooler than here, but Managua or North Africa, quite the dilemma. I'm actually really interested in North Africa. That's probably why he's mentioning that. The data center says, thoughts on this? Oh, P.S. Are you doing your podcast now and am I bothering you? I'm like, you guys can handle it. We've been on for 4.25 hours. Sometimes I do a little bit of work. She says sorry to everyone, by the way. This is the CEO of the data centers. It's a massive data center group in the U.S. Have I been? Oh, you live in Masaya. Have I been to Laguna de Apoyo? Of course. I have lots of videos from Laguna de Apoyo. I have one from this year. And This is Nicaragua is also my channel. That's was shot in Laguna de Apoyo. And I've been there many times. D. Gilbert, what about Masaya and Ticuantepe area? Are they nice outskirts? Well, we could ask 101 Star Wars fan what they think of Masaya because they live there. Masaya is a very cool area. Ticuantepe is amazing. I really like Ticuantepe. A little bit far out. If I was going to live in Managua, I would consider it. But I think I probably would live closer to the city, but it's hard to say. It would take some playing around to really see. But I really like being able to walk to things. I feel like Las Colinas is a little bit more walkable for more stuff that I'd want to do. All right, all right. Nicaragua, North Africa, lived in Masai. Almost night, this is Luke, almost 9 p.m., and I have homework audio y'all from Barrio Guanuca. 101 Star Wars fan says, I would live near Catarina. It is so much cooler there. I love Catarina. It really is nice. TJ says, I'm having trouble finding okra. Yeah, I've never seen that here, ever. 101 says, Matagalpa and or Esteli would be another option. Great weather all year round. I don't really like Esteli that much. So flat and boring. Diego is back. Gooch Gooch says, best thing I learned was to not look for things that aren't common here. They generally have a big price tag. I use a lot of Chinese ingredients, so I'm lucky that Managua has some Chinese stores. Chinese grocery stores, probably. The CEO was like, oh, snap, I enjoy these responses. She needed me to respond to a customer, so I wrote up stuff for her, and she's like, oh, this is much better. Okra is mostly exported. Exported? Do you mean imported? I don't think Nicaragua's producing okra to send out. Who would buy it? I'm sure the U.S., of all things, produces more okra than it wants to eat. I know it produces more okra than I want to eat. Yeah, where is it exported to? World okra exports. I don't know anyone exported okra. The United States, United Kingdom, and Germany are the world's largest importers of okra. Oh my gosh, the top 3 exporters of okra are India, Malaysia, and Honduras, which definitely suggests that Nicaragua is pretty close on the list, just not in the top 3. Diego has friends that grow it. My gosh, that's unbelievable. I'm looking at a tracking system for recent shipments of okra. Nicaragua's not on the list of the ones that I get to see, but Guatemala is, lots of Honduras. South Africa exports to Lesotho. Okay, that's not very interesting. Guatemala again. Guatemala again. What a surprise that one is. I know someone who used to work in the field too, and they said it was all exported. I have friends who grow. There is a market for it to the U.S. mostly. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. The U.S. does eat it. Armenia exports okra to Georgia. India exports to Qatar. This is definitely wild. I would never have guessed. Never in a million years. And why? Why does the U.S. need so much okra? What are we doing with it? I had to Google what okra is. Man, I am uncultured. It looks like green beans. It does look like green beans. Trust me, it does not taste like green beans. Does not. If you've... yeah, I don't like okra in any form, even fried, which is its best form. I just don't like it. I can eat it. It's just, I would never go looking for it. Let's put it that way. I used to eat the fried okra at Popeyes. It was pretty good. It's not a bad one. I mean, I get it. I grew up in a region without okra, so it's not like the taste of home or anything. Tenbai says, I've heard there's going to be some other profound implications for Cuba and Nicaragua if there is dramatic change in Venezuela with what's going on in the world. I don't buy it. Everyone always has something's going to happen in Nicaragua. We hear this every day, and it's always fake. And it's like, whoa, this thing in Venezuela how is that going to affect us? Really? It's so far away. It's not. No. Gooch Gooch says it has little seeds full of snot. It tastes good, though. I was with you up until it tastes good, though. Eratom says, haha, full of snot. Yes. Okra feels like you're eating snot. It's, as someone with sensitivities to texture, I can't. It's so bad. Dale says, I have only had one okra dish that I thought was good, and it was great. Had seconds, but all the rest were blech. Diego says, I've heard of it, but never seen it. You should have one of your friends who grows it, bring you one, and you'll take a bite and go, why would anyone have tried to figure out how to cook this? You'll just be like, no, this is not, no. It's wrong. It's not a food. Do I hear a dog? Oh, they're so snuggly. Oh, my dogs are snuggling. They're so sweet. TJ says, I love me some fried okra, but I'm from the South. Yeah, oh, I love okra thrown on top of rice and a rice cooker. Never had that. Interesting. Yeah, I grew up in the North where okra is an import, so you have to bring it in from the South, so it's like, it's just not a part of any cuisine. We think of it as like Louisiana, and so it's like, if we're going to Popeyes, right, then it's like, this is the taste of, why did they eat this? Oh my gosh, can they not grow anything down there? It makes us think the South is in really rough shape. Diego says, I didn't even know it existed until I got to college and was part of conversations okra lessons and timing the U.S. market and things. Dale says, my friend from Bangladesh cored out the seeds and snot, packed it full of spices and fried it. It was genuinely surprised how good it was. Interesting. That could make sense. I would not have thought of that. I bet you could fill it with cream cheese instead of the snot. I bet that would be okay. That would be kind of like a not spicy jalapeno popper. An okra popper. Now that I say it, that probably is good. For real. Interesting. The things we learn here. Is the Popeye sandwich really good? I think so. I honestly don't remember having had it. Oh, actually, I bet I've never had it, now that I think about it. Not much of a fan of Popeyes. Overall, it's a rough place. Where I'm from, it's like in the hood. Like it's you have to go to rough neighborhoods to get to it. Gooch Gooch says, the sandwich is okay. Better ones can be had from smaller chicken places. Tenbai says, if it's just steamed on rice in the rice cooker, it has a slight amount of crunch still, and it's not snotty. I ate it daily for 7 years once I tried it. Wow. There was a frenzy a few years ago about it, the chicken sandwich. Where? Where was there a frenzy about it? Dale said, yeah, that's a good idea with the cream cheese, but really I'd rather find an everything bagel to put the cream cheese on, right? And that I can get here. Yeah, that's my thing with okra. Like, I could work really hard and try to make okra edible, and I've had okra where I'm like, oh, this isn't so bad. Like, where it's chopped up really small, maybe then fried, like at like Golden Corral or something, I don't know. And it's been like, okay, you know, and it's not like like I'm like, no, okra. It's just the texture gets to me. But it does fall. That's my thing. Is it falls into the category of why would I work so hard to try to come up with a way to eat okra? I'll just eat green beans, and then I'm happy because I like green beans. So, what is okra related to? Let's do some research, people. Where are you finding everything bagels? At Price Mart. Always the answer. There were huge lines and things for the chicken sandwich. I remember reading about it. Let's see. Okra, known in some English-speaking countries as ladyfingers. What English-speaking countries would those be? Oh, that's right. It's part of the mallow family. Native to East Africa. That's where it's from. It's funny because mallow is so good. And then there's okra. But it's funny when you think about it that it's related to marshmallows. Eclectic 8 is here. It may be worthwhile public service to double check that everyone knows that there is a $50 tariff on importing documents, e.g. via NVO's Fast Track. I used to pickle and enjoy okra that way. Oh, that was a non sequitur. Yes, there's a weird document tariff. Always include documents with some other shipment. Buy stuff on Amazon and include it with it. I have no idea why that is. Gooch Gooch says, Diego, I remember that. People were shooting each other because people were pushing their way into the line. Dale says, yeah, those fast food places are always rolling out a limited time sandwich or whatever and then hyping it up. Must be a hell of a good sandwich. I don't think so. Edible, I'm sure. I'm sure it was a tasty sandwich. I'm not saying it was bad. I'm saying that I really doubt it was that good. Here's something I didn't realize. Another common name for okra in the Americas is gumbo. To me, gumbo is an okra dish, not okra itself. Am I crazy? Did I like somehow get that wrong to the point where I don't know what gumbo is? Now, when I think of okra, I think of gumbo, right? That's this is what we would eat, and I don't particularly like it. It's too textury. Mali is the world's third largest producer of okra. And when we say it's full of snot, Wikipedia says the pods of the plant are mucilaginous. Quite literally the fancy word for snotty. That's how it's officially described. Oh, gumbo, yum. It's funny that Eratum had to Google what okra is, but when we mentioned the number one dish of okra, he's like, yum. You apparently know okra, you just didn't realize that's what it was. Okra seeds may be roasted and ground to form a caffeine-free substitute for coffee. Well, I can just lick dirt to get a caffeine-free substitute for coffee. It doesn't make it good. What the heck? During the Civil War, when coffee wasn't available, they used to roast okra. AI scares me, man. Oh, AI is just making stuff up. That wasn't AI. That's the Wikipedia article. It's in gumbo. Yes, erratum. Gumbo is the okra dish. So according to Wikipedia, gumbo is just the word for okra, but it's okra stew is what we all think of as gumbo. Like it's the thickener that makes it that thick stew. But it's not gumbo if it doesn't have okra. Right? I thought hickory too. Okra mucilage is under development as a biodegradable food packaging. Still got 21 people on, but we're quiet now that gumbo has petered out. Continuing with my non sequiturs, but on boring subjects, what are the most popular payment apps used in Nicaragua? We don't have payment apps. Someone's going to jump in and be like, we do, but to the best of my knowledge, there are no payment apps here because there's no need whatsoever. Here we have, you know about the Union Finosa app? I do not. See, I knew Diego would jump in with something. The thing that we have here is, and as someone who builds these kind of apps for the region, is because Nicaraguans have direct bank payment to each other, there is like zero use for an additional system. Oh, is this... Was that two separate things? Hickory, continuing non sequiturs, what are the most popular payment apps? Diego may have said, do you know about the Union Finosa app unrelated to that? He says, oh, actually, there are payment apps. See, I knew there probably was. I've never heard of someone using one, ever. And I don't know why you would, because it's free and instant to use the bank apps. So it feels like a weird thing to have. Payphone, it's called. Zero usage. Okay. Because here we can, so like, we do payments from our phone, but it's all direct payment, right? So we're able to move money anywhere we need to go all the time. Eclectic, I was looking for the best way to pay an attorney here earlier who is in a different city. Well, you just use your bank payment. So you just ask them for their bank account and you just make a deposit. And that's the secret. The word is deposit. It's super confusing because as English-speaking Northerners, no, Diego, in English, if you say bank transfer, everybody freaks out because it's not actually a transfer. It is a deposit. That's the confusing bit. It is a transfer. To us, it's a transfer. That's what's going on. But every place I know here, they have to hear the word deposit. And then they're like, oh, yeah. And it's like, what do you think a transfer is? But they don't like it in English. That's what we landed on. Depositing in person with cash to his bank account. I mean, you don't have to do it in person. If you have an account at his bank, then you can do it electronically. But that's how everything's done here, right? We make every payment that way. The only difference is I have a banker, right? So I give my money to the banker. She goes to the bank and makes that deposit for me and brings me back a receipt. But that's the only difference. Marcella did this today. She had to give some money to her mom. That's what she did. Stopped by the Super Express as we went by and made a deposit there. Now, I have a payment place. I have a bank dealer, I don't know, located in Guadalupe. And we just go and I just send them a WhatsApp and say, here's what I need to pay, and they just pay it. And then we just drop off cash whenever. So you can get services that do it, but at the end of the day, they're always doing the same thing, this bank deposit. And this is across the region. It's really, and it's not because the U.S. is bad. It's because the U.S. is big. They have to have this extra layer because there's just too many banks. But throughout this region, everyone's so small that we don't have that problem. It's like in networking. When you have big networks, you have to come up with ways to do all this complex routing. But when you're small, you just have a direct connection to everybody, and that's all there is. We're small. We have a direct connection to everybody. That's the answer. Does he not have a credit card processor? Most places here do not. For an attorney, I've never heard of an attorney or a doctor having a credit card processor. Adam says, no foreign fees? Well, there's no foreign transaction. What about large amounts? What would be considered a large amount as well? I don't know. Well, a large amount is probably over $100 or $200 US, but you just go to the bank instead of the corner store, right? But I know we do multiple. We do transactions of many hundreds of dollars using the corner stores, so it would depend. I expect we could move thousands without any problem. And it's the same reason why we don't have crypto, right? Because people are always like, oh, we could solve all these problems if we just had crypto. And we're like, solve what problems? You're coming with a solution, but you can't tell us what the problem is you're trying to solve. And they're like, well, making payments. And we're like, we don't have a problem to solve with making payments. And they're like, but it's free. We're like, we're already free. We're already free and easy. So unless you can make it pay me or be even easier, what's the value? Now, I understand if they're both free, fine, just make it easier for me. But using crypto is harder than just opening up an app and going boop, and it's instant, right? And we don't have the risks, we don't have the complications, we don't have the you got to coordinate with the other person, don't have the it's another currency that we have to track, we don't have it's flagging as money laundering, and we need to show know your customer data. We don't have any of those problems that come with crypto, and so it's like people are always. But there must be this problem, and they're picturing the U.S. and Canada with their huge banking systems and all the complications that brings, and they think they're simplifying something complicated. But it's already so simple. And if you think it's simple here, Belize has 3 banks. Belize National, Heritage, and Atlantic. That's it. Diego says he has transferred thousands of dollars via deposits. Hi, doggy. Just coming over to see how I'm doing? Yes, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. Yes, I love my dog. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Diego says there's also cash. It's nice because you avoid the bank fee. What bank fee? I don't feel like we ever get a bank fee. Is Cash an app? I've never seen that. Cash Finance. Interesting. Did you know about the Union Fenosa app? Using it to track my usage. I do not know what the Union Fenosa app is, and your usage of what? Union Fenosa is a power company in Spain. No Union Fenosa app on my phone. The new meters track automatically, but with the old one, you just put your current value and it tells you the amount of money you have consumed in the month. Oh, well, that would work if you had a meter. We're unmetered, so it would do nothing. Union Fenosa was the last name Desnorte had. Oh. What's the app actually called? But I guarantee it won't work here. It'd be interesting to put on and be like, hey, your app said we spent $0 and you're charging us $1,000. We just wish we had a meter. How many people we got on? 15. We're starting to slow down. We're coming up on 5 hours. What do you guys think? Should we call it a night? We did a lot of live streaming last night and a bit tonight. And, oh, hold on. I just got it. Virtual Office 2.0. Weird. Why does it not allow to get me? Oh, because it's iPhone only. Okay, that makes sense. Very interesting. I will check it out. See if they let me get it. Because I did a search on it. It didn't come up as a thing in the App Store for me. Yeah, my App Store doesn't have it. I don't think I can get it. I think it's blocked. But I don't have a meter, so what would it show me? Just sent it around and says, I joined late. I'm glad you juggled the different topics for 5 hours. My pleasure. Janet says, I'm okay if you want to cut it short. You started really early today. I did. Diego says, if you had a Nika number, you have access. I do have a Nika number. I don't have access. Because the app stores and the numbers are not connected. Nice. Dale says, I missed most of the deposit discussion because of the Gigantona. Can I go to the Super Express and deposit in someone's bank account? Yes, you can. I don't have to go downtown to the bank. That is correct. That is correct. Aratam, I think I'm getting sick. My mind is on Okra and Union Fenosa. Why would it be blocked? Because they do that constantly. That is welcome to the moving between countries experience. Everything is designated by country, and your phone is stuck on things based on language, where you use it, all kinds of stuff. There are tons of things that Nicaraguans can't get that we get because our phones are American. And numbers are never related to it. There is no connection ever between your phone number and the apps you can get. That is, I don't know who told you that, but that is not, one, demonstrably not true, because you can add and remove numbers and nothing changes. And two, you don't need a number at all to be on the store. Everything stays the same whether or not you have a number. And three, it's a regional thing based on the type of phone you have. But it's, yeah, so if you don't have a Nicaragua phone, it'll never show you the Nicaraguan apps at all. They never come up. Just 5 hours, Andrew. And likewise, if you're Nicaraguan, the huge number of American apps that you don't have access to is unbelievable. Not that a lot of them are great, but it's completely... I meant the NIST number, not the phone number. Oh, I missed... Oh. If you have a NIST number, you have access. No, it doesn't exist. The app doesn't exist to those of us without Nicaragua phones. Yeah, I understand it's the power company number, but how does having a power company number get me a physical application that doesn't exist? There's no app for the phone. I will go to the link you sent me. Open link. Okay, it says get. Hold on, we're trying. Maybe it just refuses to search for it. What key apps are we missing? I don't know. There's tons. It's like video games and all kinds of stuff. Any number of things. I'd like to send you notifications. Okay. NIST number. And okay, I got it now. But it does not. If I can type it in, it will not come up on it. Got it. I mean, that's your username. Yeah. I understand that. So I just look on my bill and get the NIST number. Registraste. Raison social. Oh, okay. Yep. All right. I'm going to look for the bill and get on that and try it out. We will see. But yeah, if you didn't have a link for that for me, I have no way to get it. It doesn't come up in the store at all. Which is bizarre. Why they would block that. Like, I put in the name exactly, and it's like, no such thing. Tonight, I'm going to be watching Stranger Things with my kids. It's a Stranger Things kind of night. We should be completely caught up, so we are ready for the second half of Season 5, the finale. And I have a tiny puppy out there who needs some attention. Dale says, Credit One won't let me log into their app or access their website to pay them. They insist I do it on a U.S. phone number, which is sketchy. That's definitely sketchy. Yeah, any bank that requires certain numbers, you got something sketchy going on. Most likely just an incompetent bank, but that's sketchy. Andrew, I tried getting Robinhood and couldn't. Yeah, good example. Tons of financial apps are blocked here for sure. But sometimes they're blocked here versus you can't get the app. So there's different forms of blocking. I'm rewatching the entire series in order to watch the last season. I wanted to do that. I might do it before the second half. Yeah, Dale, I'm going to cancel that card because F them. Exactly. I'm very hopeful that tomorrow involves a little bit of relaxing time. I don't think it actually will. I think I'll be stressed. I'm going to be stressed, especially because I'm going to a concert in the evening, because that uses up a bunch of my potential free time and it stresses me out. That is a thing that sucks to be me, is that the act of taking free time, anytime I'm feeling stress, stresses me way more. And so I end up being really stressed about dumb things because I don't have the time to like focus and work, and I cannot relax when and everybody works so hard to make me go places and do things. And it to the point where it actually drives me nuts. People will be like, "Oh, do you want to go do it?" No, I don't want to go anywhere. Steve says, BMO Bank in U.S. fully acknowledges that they can't text Google Voice. Yep, and that's super sketch. That means, what that means, just so anyone who's wondering, if someone tells you that, it means they're not texting. They have a deal that they are blocking sending text unless it's to one of 3 paid to them providers. It means either T-Mobile, AT&T, or Verizon made a deal with them to buy your security. Whether they did it because they're corrupt and paid another company to silently, secretly block your security, or worse, they did it to guarantee that one of the 3 of them would have access to your PIN code, your 2-factor, right? Because they can read that. That's not encrypted. So that means it's not secure. And it means your bank sold your security to a sketchy vendor. So he says, so you just don't get the text on your real USA line or Google Voice, you're just out of luck. Tons of US businesses tell you, like, we'll call you. And then when you go somewhere, they're like, we won't call you. We'll text you. No, we won't. We lied. We'll text you if you pay a bounty. So basically what it is, right? Think of this from a main perspective. They make a deal. So you become a customer. Now they have your money. And now what they're actually saying is you only are allowed to get to that money if you pay for a subscription from one of 3 expensive phone carriers for which you have no need. What do you think of app that sends security codes via WhatsApp? I mean, that's fine, right? It's specifically SMS. There's no excuse, none, for any company to be using SMS for anything. If you do use SMS, there is not just no excuse, it should be criminal to sell it to the cell carriers and say, oh, you now have to pay hundreds of dollars to have a specialty kind of account, so we will allow you to get the security that we lied about. Same thing for those who don't know. If you go buy an SMS account so you can text in the United States, you can only text Google Voice and other people that are not on cell phones. All of the cell phone carriers have banded together and block all numbers that are not from each other silently and charge their non-customers a rather significant fee to deliver the messages. So think about that. I have a T-Mobile phone. I also have a text number from a non-T-Mobile phone. But in order for me to use a text number that I'm already paying for from another text number that I'm already paying for, this one will charge my other account $15 per month to deliver a message that I, as a customer of T-Mobile, have already paid to receive. They're double billing. And they're doing it secretly. So I, as a customer paying $60 a month for T-Mobile, don't know that I'm not receiving the texts that are being sent to me. The person who is sending them is getting told if they don't pay a blackmail, T-Mobile's going to throw away the message. The question isn't, Diego, why is the U.S. using SMS? It's why Americans use SMS. Why has any person ever implemented SMS in a system? Why has any person ever put up with it as a customer? Ever. It didn't make sense on the day it was invented. It was an antiquated technology from day one. Feels like we'll always be paying some fees and own less and less. Only in America. That is an American feeling. Get out of America, it goes away. That's the secret, right? Come to Nicaragua, none of those things exist. None of that, you don't own stuff. None of that, companies can lie to you and steal from you and hold your stuff hostage. They can't do that. That is uniquely American, maybe Western European. The deep-seated corruption in that culture is so bad. There's so many things that are so awful, and you get out and you're like, oh my gosh, these aren't required to work this way. It's oh my gosh, like it's crazy. Once you get away from it and you're like, so many things are so cheap and you get so much more. You know, it's frustrating dealing with the US system that way, but there are answers too. And that's really saying no, flatly refusing to participate in the system. When a vendor says, I'm going to screw you over, instead of doing the American thing and going, okay, say no, right? Tusk sent me a thing the other day, yesterday, I think, of some guy being like, Microsoft has pushed me too far. I'm so angry with Microsoft. I'm like, no, you're not. If you cared at all, you would have stopped using Microsoft 20 years ago. They've offered you nothing. Their software is insecure. They brag about it being insecure. They laugh about it, right? They charge you a lot for something that's garbage. Why would you pay for that? And even if you paid for it, why would you install it? Better options are free. And not a little bit better, way better. Right? I don't want to be insecure. I don't want to be slow. I don't want to be unstable. I don't want to be charged for something. And I don't want someone else controlling my stuff when I haven't given them that control. Right? There's nothing good about Windows. And yet, the average American is like, is there another option? It's not even the default option. It's not even the leading system. Right? And it exists only for people who aren't putting in any effort. It's the only reason it exists. And yet, in the US, it completely dominates because no one's putting in any effort. The excuses that people make for each other to be like, it's all okay for none of us to care. And technically, it is okay for no one to care. But I don't care about my security. I don't care about wasting money. I don't care about being taken advantage of. I don't care about being played for a fool. I don't care about my system being slow, even though I paid for it to be fast, and on and on and on. Microsoft goes out of their way, this is for Diego, to point out, they used to write on the box for entertainment purposes only, straight up mocking any business that deployed Microsoft software, right? Microsoft has never made a real claim or tried to give the impression in any way that any of their products were meant for business or serious use. It has never been a thing. End users who deployed it act like that's a thing. Oh, but it's Microsoft. Businesses use it. No, they don't. Hobbies use it. People who've been paid off use it. Incompetent buffoons use it. Home users who don't care at all use it. But no business taking their business seriously has ever entertained it, right? Those are different things. It means if you see Windows in an environment, it means your company didn't consider themselves a business at some really critical juncture. Maybe before at some point they did. Maybe at some point later, they now think they're a business and regret having not considered themselves a business in the past. But there is no path where you consider yourself an actual business and do business processes and end up installing Windows outside of like, well, we're a video game firm and we have to check our stuff on Windows, or we're a software firm and we have to have this one Windows machine to make sure that it works there. I understand. But as an actual thing, no. It is a major marker. It should raise all kinds of flags. Holy cow. Somebody said, nothing matters. Someone actually had to take a moment and go, money doesn't matter, security doesn't matter, speed doesn't matter, stability doesn't matter, looking professional doesn't matter. It's okay for people, like, think about it. You're a business, someone walks into the office, they see a secretary or a receptionist working at the front, they look at the computer and they see Windows running. Anybody who's actually taking it seriously looks at them and goes, seriously? This doesn't matter to them, and they don't care that it's embarrassing to anyone who walks through. Why do I think there aren't more laptops that come with Linux pre-installed? That is a really simple answer. There's two pieces to it. One, Microsoft pays to make sure there's always Windows on a laptop. And two, it is nobody's responsibility to put anything that matters on something as pre-installed, because no IT department, no one, again, nobody treating themselves as a business or a serious user uses what's pre-installed. What's pre-installed exists solely for the purpose of, from a technical perspective, proving that the hardware works. It's a test environment. It's not meant for you to use, ever. And two, to get malware onto your stuff when there's no reason for the company to feel guilty. If I put spyware in your pre-installed operating system and you use that pre-installed operating system, that's 100% on you. Nobody has to feel guilty for pre-installing that malware. And no one is going to be able to prosecute you in court for there being malware on there, because they'll say, basic computer literacy says you obviously have to reinstall the operating system when you get a PC. Duh. So while no one is going to do it, it doesn't change the fact that it is their responsibility to do it, right? So because of that, a vendor, Dell, HP, Lenovo, doesn't matter, has no obligation to provide you a viable operating system. And since there are hundreds of good option operating systems out there, it is certainly not appropriate for them to guess at which one to put on there. So they get paid to put one on there on the off chance that the end user will decide to not bother replacing it and will use a terrible operating system they should never and would never logically have chosen on its own, and most likely have it full of at least bloatware, if not spyware, because they get paid to do it. So it's really logical that it's on there. And it should be really logical that no one would be impacted by it. The gap is that essentially all people skip such a basic step of basic computer hygiene and computer literacy. It's mind-blowing. I don't have any concept of how it becomes like that. And yet, it's everyone, right? It totally escapes my ability to comprehend how any of those pre-installed Windows environments ever get used, but they all do. But that's the financial, right? They're paid to do something evil, and they have no moral obligation not to. BMO Bank fully acknowledges, so the banks in the U.S., you can text in your real. Think of apps. Why is the U.S. still using SMS? Same thing. Companies paid to get people addicted to it. They did a bunch of really nefarious stuff to get people to feel like they were stuck on it. And then once it's in place, they got all kinds of agencies like banks and stuff to ignore basic security protocols and sell out their customers. And because business owns you in the United States, okay, so your bank is insecure. So is everyone else's bank. Nothing you can do about it, right? You don't have the illusion of choice. It's not like here where the banks actually compete. Will I ever go back to the U.S.? Is that really a question? Dale says, just say no to capitalism. Or Adam says, man, hard to up and leave. I'm still stuck on this American dream I was told about. If you want the American dream, we've said this before, the American dream is to get out, right? The more you want to realize the American dream, the more you have to actually realize it, right? You have to make it happen. And the best way to make it happen is to not be in America, right? That's the answer, right? And it's not that the dream is bad. It's that's the dream of, like, that's how you make the dream happen. Dale says, yeah, I worked for Citibank and they used Windows. That's only for consumer banking. Dale, if you get to Citigroup and you're doing prop trading where they care about the money because it's their own money, 100% Unix. There's no Windows. It's the trading floors, the all the IT, all the software engineering, all of it. It's all Linux, Solaris, and AIX. Probably now it's all Linux. It's moved. But it was, Citi actually was the largest Unix environment in the world. I joined in 2005. We were the largest Solaris environment in the world, and it was my job to take the Solaris environment to Linux. I was the head of Linux for Citigroup. And it was all, we didn't convert a single Windows. We didn't have any. They would have Windows just for like email and stuff, not for actual workloads. It was back when there was still some weird Microsoft software in some weird spots, and you're like, but it was relegated to non-business tasks or non-critical tasks. Janet says, people ask me that, go back to the USA question, and I start with a big no, and I still have a big no. Steve says, you had the wrong dream. It's not really the wrong dream. It's just the wrong place to realize that dream, right? You want the house and the white picket fence. Okay, maybe it's not a white picket fence, but it's a black metal fence. But, that... The thing that's different here, I think, for the American dream, so the traditional American dream is so, like, I want to be home at night and watch TV, and Nicaraguans are like, who wants to do that, right? We want to go out. That part's different, but, Americans really do primarily dream of getting out. But if you want to have that, go to work, come home, have a nice house, blah, 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 blah. Being outside the U.S. is what makes that possible, right? The U.S. is just, it's following the U.K. It's far behind, right? But following the U.K. down a path towards pretty extreme poverty. And it's easy to make an argument that Americans are richer than Nicaraguans, but it's also pretty easy to make an argument that Nicaraguans are richer than Americans. And in both directions, right? If you start saying, well, who is more able to have housing? Well, Nicaraguans. Who's able to afford food more often? Well, Nicaraguans. Who's able to afford health care way more often? Nicaraguans. Who's more concerned about their financial futures? Americans. Americans are in conversations, far more concerned about their finances, their future, and their retirement, and their ability to survive. You almost never talk to a Nicaraguan who's like, I don't know how I will make it, right? Nicaraguans are like, I don't know how I'll ever not be poor. Okay. But Americans are like, I'm not sure I'll be able to eat or not have to sleep on a sidewalk, right? And there obviously are Nicaraguans who are homeless as well, but when it comes to percentages, when it comes to numbers, when it comes to your fear in life, right? I feel like almost all Nicaraguans who are going to end up on the sidewalk are like, well, here's some cocaine. I'm okay sleeping on the sidewalk. There's exceptions. But Americans who are sleeping on the sidewalk, a huge percentage of them are like, I had a really good job, but, I got a really bad case of pneumonia and I couldn't go back to work and they're allowed to fire me. And then they took everything away, my house, my cars, everything, my computer, so I couldn't find work because they took it to pay my medical bills and I can't do anything anymore, right? Americans are always one good cold away from starvation. And that's no matter who you are, it can all just evaporate. There's no security, there's no safety net, there's no community, not at the end of the day. Americans truly all living in fear. That's how it is. And right, there's just no way around it. There's so much to be afraid of. And now when you look at the statistics, right, it's rough. But Americans have the one power that very few people do, is they can pretty much get out almost always. They have that power. They have the ability to go where it will make things better for them. But most are afraid to do so, right? And so it ends up being a trap that they create for themselves, right? But if you look at the UK and talking to Brits who come here, they're like, my gosh, we have family members who they're freezing, they're wrapped in blankets, they can't heat their homes, and it's really dangerous, but the poverty has taken hold. You don't have Nicaraguans having those problems, partially because you don't have to pay for heating here, right? So that makes things really easy, but it's still a very real thing that there are extremely few Nicaraguans who are living beyond the brink. Poor, yes. Struggling, yes. Able to buy lots of extra stuff, tough. Yep, very tough. But the actual signals of extreme poverty are far, far less common. Diego says, I find it funny how Nicaraguans want to go there and a lot of Americans coming here. And it's just propaganda for the most part, right? If you have a huge propaganda engine, you're able to make people believe things. And so Americans come to Nicaragua and know the realities of America. They know that the American dream is not real. They know that capitalism has made it that we don't have the ability to work your way up in most cases, that there's very little opportunities to break out of it. There's social mobility, it's not zero, but it's very close to zero, and society as a whole is getting much, much, much poorer, so you have this decline that you're kind of stuck in because you can't move your social mobility enough to overcome the drop of your level within the system. And so everyone's experiencing this drop. Even the people who are doing really well in relation to the other people around them are still feeling a drop, just not as much as the people who are failing more. But because Nicaraguans are so insulated as a group, you end up in this situation where, but America tells me they're rich. And so, since there's very few Nicaraguans have the opportunity, mostly because of U.S. embargoes, for this purpose, right, end up with little visibility to realize how bizarre the American claim is, right? Oh, wait, if the things that America claimed were true, all these weird things would happen, right? It would be way too much economy for the world to bear. Americans wouldn't be traveling abroad. Like, there's just all these things would change. It's easy to fall into the trap, though, because you're bombarded with a level of media that makes Nicaraguans go, oh my gosh, I gotta go there. It's just a miracle how much there is, right? And then they get there, and, you know, I don't know Nicaraguans who actually honestly go from here and go to the United States and go, I'm glad I did this, right? You never hear that. You hear people who are like, I'm trapped now, or I feel like I have to make money and send it back. Yeah, but nearly everyone we know is like, no, we wish we could go home, or we're going to go home, or we made a mistake, or whatever. And they all live in fear, right? Especially if they went legally. The more legal you go, the more exposed you are. And so it's bizarre. The old gringo says, this is all your biased opinion, not based on facts, just your ideas. Yes, you can have that opinion if you like. Go ahead and run with that. And stay in America and enjoy that. I don't know why you would want to be on this channel if you think those things are just opinions, but you're welcome to them. Dale says, it was the 90s, right as the takeover by travelers was happening. Worked for a small group that did MLAs with all the software vendors like CA, Oracle, MS. Oracle's another one. They're not as bad as MS, but they're really close. Like, I cannot, and I've worked with a number of companies, I cannot imagine any scenario where some qualified person looked at Oracle and said, we'll deploy this. Like, you have to be out of your mind. That is so, it's a much smaller product set, but it basically guarantees. I've never met now, I've only met so many people who would ever admit to deploying Oracle. I mean, tell me you're incompetent without telling me you're incompetent. I chose Oracle, right? But every person I've ever met who did deploy it all had the same story. I didn't know what I was doing. I got a college degree where I memorized the answers, and my university was paid to sell me Oracle as the only answer. So I never learned anything else. I've gotten that from multiple people, that their university was not an educational institution. It was a sales institution, and they actually used it to trick unqualified candidates. Because for those who don't know, if you're going into IT and you go to university, as a hiring manager, I expect that you should have quite a bit more knowledge than it would require to know why you wouldn't use Oracle to enter a university program for Oracle. So what this implies is that these programs allowed people in who should never have been allowed into a university program as a freshman, at least not without a lot more training. It implies they had no interest, no aptitude, no exposure, and they just said, I'm going to skip all this computer literacy basics, and I'm going to start trying to learn the basics at university instead of it being an advanced degree. They're treating it like middle school. And so they're ripe for being tricked. And so these vendors like Cisco, Oracle, Microsoft, they famously came in, bought out the universities. They paid off the professors or the heads of programs or whatever, and paid them to lie about how to think about IT or to look the other way and never teach IT. And so Oracle is a big sign of this. What it generally indicates, it's not a guarantee, it's just what this is a red flag for, is that um, they never learned IT and instead memorized how to deploy or manage certain products, right? It would be like the difference between someone who went to culinary school and learned how to be a chef versus someone who memorized how to make one particular dish. The person who memorized how to make one particular dish may make it really well. I learned how to make pasta carbonara, right? I just know I do this, I do this, I do that. But a chef, you expect to be able to take the ingredients available and make a delicious dish with more or less whatever they have, to change by the season, or to talk to the guests at the restaurant and make something based on their desires, right? We have expectations of someone with the title chef. We may not always get it, but we understand what we're looking for. They are expected to have an expertise. It doesn't require going to culinary school at all. You don't need any advanced training to know how to make a really good pasta carbonara. As long as somewhere a chef came up with the recipe, and it doesn't even have, it could be just someone who stumbled into it, but somewhere a chef wrote down how to make a good carbonara, and then any person can memorize that one thing. That's what we're getting. We're getting degrees that claim we're trained how to be a chef. We're being hired by companies that say they're trying to hire a chef, and what they got is a person who memorized how to deploy Oracle. And if you're a restaurant manager and you say, hey, can you whip up a sample dish to see how good you are as a chef? And you whip up the one thing you know how to do, and they go, yep, this is delicious. I guess you know what you're doing. But that didn't test you as a chef in any way whatsoever. It didn't even begin to, but a new hotel manager, new restaurant manager, restaurateur, may have never thought about what it takes to be a chef. And so they hire you to be their chef, and then they have a pasta carbonara restaurant. And it may make a decent carbonara, but they don't have a chef. And that's what you're getting with Oracle, is they go, well, you deployed this thing. I guess you knew what to deploy. They're trusting that you made good decisions, when in reality you made no decision at all. And those decisions is what makes it IT. Just deploying Oracle makes you a tech. It's different. Do I miss America? I miss food variety in the grocery stores. I miss the amount of vegan food we could get. I miss my family. I miss like my hometown and little bits. Every so often, like last night I was looking at Pittsburgh, and I'm like, I miss when I used to live in Pittsburgh. I miss my memories of America, but a lot because they're my memories. I lived in beautiful places and had good experiences, and Ithaca, Pittsburgh, Dallas. I've lived all over the U.S. I've lived in Michigan, lived in the Chesapeake, lived in South Carolina, and worked in California. And I have lots of great memories. I don't regret my time in America, really, but I was talking to someone here probably about 2 years ago, and he's from England, and we were talking about how much we loved certain things in England, as one would. And his thing was, I miss the England of long ago. I miss the England of the 90s, maybe the 80s. And for the same as for me, I miss the world that I grew up in. And I don't mean that I miss the 80s in that, like, oh, I wish, but I mean, to some degree I do. But I mean, I miss when my small town had a drive-in theater that everyone went to. And I miss when the pizza at my local pizza place down the street was fantastic. They went out of business. I miss when I lived in Ithaca and it was a boom town, and all kinds of beautiful new homes were going up and hundreds of restaurants were opening all the time. I miss that stuff. But I can't go back to them. The pizza place is gone. The small town that had so much potential that I grew up in didn't realize that potential. Ithaca isn't a boom town anymore. Still a nice place, but it's not a boom town anymore. Pittsburgh isn't the laid back place where I started my company. I miss specific things that I used to have in America, but I don't miss America. I don't miss the culture, the behavior, the situations, the implications, the risks, the fear. No, I don't miss that. I wish my family would come here and I wouldn't miss people. Yeah. But I don't want to miss them there. Right? It's and when I go back, and this is important, I go back and I get very excited about, or I have gone back and I get very excited. I'm just going to eat all this food. And then when I get it, even that, it doesn't taste like the food used to. I don't know if it's changed or I've changed. I understand that probably I've changed, right? Almost certainly. But going back and getting a veggie burger, I used to love getting veggie burgers at Burger King before we left, getting the Impossible burgers. Now I go back, I get that Impossible burger, I don't really want to eat it. I prefer the veggie burger that Burger King has here. I don't know if has my taste changed or have they changed? I don't know. But I don't go back and get French fries that I want. I don't go back and find the pizza that I want. I don't go back and find the one thing that, well, every so often I go back and find something and I'm like, oh, and one is getting really classic New York subs at Ant Cookies that has been making the same subs for 30 years in Geneseo, New York. That is one memory that holds up. When I eat one, my gosh, is it delicious. It is so good. I wish I understood. I know exactly what they put on it. I cannot figure out why it's so good. But it is. It's perfect. But some of my favorite food of my childhood, all those restaurants are gone. My favorite food of New Jersey, restaurants are gone. I cannot recreate it. So that stuff I miss. But, I this is going to make no sense. But when I was pretty little, a TV show called Head of the Class came on, or became a show. And I can't think of his name, but the guy from WKRP in Cincinnati, he... the intro, I didn't like, the show was fine, but I didn't have this feeling about the show. The intro of the show would show him walking through Manhattan and just commuting to work in Manhattan. And something about it just drew me. And I was like, this is so, the life in New York, this whole thing is so amazing. Probably for a lot of people who are younger than me, Friends probably gave you a similar feeling. But something about Head of the Class, him commuting to work is so iconic in my mind. And I just love how that was portrayed. And I got to move to New York and in nearly the exact same part of Manhattan, and I commuted on foot in the same way that he did, and I loved it. It was amazing, and it fulfilled a thing for me. I think the thing that I miss most about America is the ability to be nostalgic and comfortable and familiar in a way you can never be, no one can be, who has left their home country. I will never in Nicaragua or anywhere go to my local diner and be like, I remember being here as a little kid. I remember when I was 7 and my best friend and I were running around in the parking lot and when we went out for ice cream or that time we went and saw that movie or whatever. All of those, it's so unbelievably comfortable and familiar to the point where it's just me. And I'm as much of this place as any person could ever possibly be. That's not something I can ever have living abroad. And I did notice the last time I was in Geneseo, which is very close to where I grew up, I was at a Tim Hortons, and I really noticed just the difference of having come from Texas and being in New York, that the slightest little facial expressions felt so much more natural. The little inflections in the voices felt so much more natural in New York compared to Texas. And it really hit me how much I was like, wow, when I'm in my hometown-ish, my home county, I'm more connected than I am other places, even just a few counties over or whatever. And certainly across the country, not nearly as much. And that was really interesting. But I have to say, I've never really felt like America was home. And not like America is a general thing, but like I grew up in Western New York. I always felt like an outsider, a welcome outsider, and very versed in it. But I never really felt like it was really my home. I always felt like an outsider. And so at the end of the day, I mean, there's nostalgic things. I know it's a long conversation about it, but it's a tough thing. Do you miss your home country? I don't think anyone can ever not leave their home country and not miss it in some ways. It's the only place I will have ever been a child. It is the only place where my parents ever lived. It's the only place where my kids were born. It is the only place where I built my first two companies, which were huge parts of my life. Well, the first one was not. It was flash in the pan. But my second one was a huge part of my life, right? I've had the company for 26 years. I had a career, 36 years, right? I have this hair that's bothering me. Those are things I never get to recreate somewhere else. And I will never be married somewhere else. I got married in Susan B. Anthony's summer house in Wyoming, New York. I will never have the garden that I tended with my mother when I was a child somewhere else. I will never have a horse farm somewhere else. I will never have had all my pets somewhere else and my best friends somewhere else. Those things are tied to that place. And so I will always miss it in that way. But all of those things are gone. Maybe not all the people, although a lot of them are. And a lot of the food is actually gone. And a lot of the restaurants are actually gone. And a lot of the small towns don't even look the same anymore, which is how small towns are, right? They move on. I'm not saying that some terrible thing has happened other than the terrible thing that is time. But, hey.
There's a frog you might want to get a picture of.
Where is it?
It's on our kitchen sink. It's pretty big.
Okay, I'm going to be right back. I have to take a picture of a frog. Hold that thought. Aw. I'll be right back over there. I'm back. I wouldn't call it a giant frog, but we normally get pretty small tree frogs in the house, and that was bigger than the average tree frog in the house. So it was a pretty good sized frog in the kitchen sink. We leave everything open, so we get everything. So the things that make me feel like I should miss things give me that sense of missing, right? I feel missing. And if I read Tom Sawyer or Across 5 Aprils or Up a Road Slowly or A Wrinkle in Time or Little Women or, right, there's so much literature that I might read about America, and it makes me kind of nostalgic, right? And it's like, oh, there's things, you know, my memories are tied to these things. The Genesee Country Museum near where I grew up is this amazing museum. I love taking my kids there when they were little. And it's all the homes and history of the place that I'm from, right? And my family got there in the early 1600s, right? We've been there forever. And that's a ridiculous thing to say compared to the Native Americans who've been there tens of thousands of years longer. But short of them, my family's experience is there very long. And all these homes and all this history is part of my family's history. And, you know, there's a connection in time that even though I don't feel it emotionally, is there, right? And it's like being able to look back and say, you know, this is where a huge part of my family was massacred. This is where my ancestors moved to and from and helped found and all those things. And it's like you do have a connection somehow. And I've had to give that up. So I miss those things, yes. But I really don't have any aspect of America itself that I miss. I don't miss the culture of work. I don't miss the commuting. I don't miss the public transportation. I don't miss the design of cities. I don't miss the history, the obligations, the politics, the behaviors of neighborhoods, the everyday life, the desire to be stuck at home or to really, you know, use TV as a key thing. I mean, those aren't necessarily bad things, right? It's not oh, America's bad, so I don't like it. There's just not things that I miss. There are things that in some cases I weren't right for me and I don't miss them, or in some cases there are things that just changed for me. Like I really liked Impossible Burgers and now I prefer these, whatever the Polish version is. You know, it's a difficult question, but as long as you understand I feel it's impossible not to miss the people and the history of your existence. Missing the America of today, no, I don't miss it. I've been back maybe 4 times since I came to Nicaragua again, and every time it feels like we're going to really miss it, and we get back and go, nope. I do miss sidewalks that don't threaten your life every time you walk down them. That I miss. But there's no part of me outside of like going to see my dad that says, I wish I could go back, even in part, like for some partial thing. Every so often someone says some food item and it's like, okay, I wish I could teleport in, eat this slice of pizza and teleport back out. Yeah, of course. But no. As much as you can not miss a place, I don't miss it. Why don't those kind of, this is Diego, why don't those kinds of homeless people go to their family? I've never got that. I sometimes believe that families hate each other there. I don't think that is generally what it is. There are going to be situations where someone is homeless because their family hates them and they hate their family. That has happened to someone, right? I don't want to rule out the possibility. The reality is that Americans are not connected to their families in the same way that Nicaraguans are. So this is, again, not an indictment, not a wrong thing. But Nicaraguans have, for example, chances are you live near your parents, and chances are they live near their parents. And even if you moved all the way across the country, you're probably not very far from whoever that is, because the country's not that big. It is very common for people who become homeless in the United States to have no family. They will have lost contact with them. Their family will have moved dramatically far away. In some cases, there's an expectation in Nicaragua that you will fill space until people are not homeless anymore, rather than in America, you will accept only the number of people that fit comfortably in your home. And if there aren't enough beds, and this is pretty harsh, but people would pretty much be like, no, you got to be homeless. Like, there just aren't enough beds. What do you want me to do? Right? The idea that you would squeeze in and make it happen, it's still kind of there, but it's not the same. But in most cases, almost all cases, these are people whose families can't take them or don't exist or they can't find them. That's very real. People really do lose their families in America. Not average people, of course, but it's so hard to completely lose your family here in Nicaragua. It is not nearly as impossible in the United States. And there aren't that many homeless people. So that is a key factor. But in many, many cases, you're talking, so I have no idea statistically, but most homeless people are not young, right? Or people who are fringe homeless when they're young normally have people they can stay with. I had friends who temporarily became homeless. They just crashed at my place, right? Did it suck to be homeless? Yes. But were they destitute or in danger? No. They just had to sleep on my spare bed or on my floor or on my couch, right? And when I started my company, I became homeless, right? I moved into my best friend's house and slept on his floor. And I slept on the floor for the next 3 years to bootstrap my company. That's just what I had to do. Was I homeless? You can make your own determination. Most people would not say I was homeless. I wasn't exactly. And I eventually made money and paid him the rent back years later. But I didn't have a bed. I didn't have a room. I didn't have a space of my own. I slept on his floor for years to be able to get the company going. Because there was just no source of money otherwise. And every penny had to go into it. And not everyone has those friends. Not everyone has family. So it's really common to have an American, let's say, more like my age now, like 50 or 60, where you'd be young enough to work, but you may have lost your skills. You may have you have some financial situation where you just lost everything. Americans can lose things just like that. And anyone who tells you that that's an opinion is flat out lying. So, old gringo, that's a lie. If you don't know that healthcare in America can snap up your life savings or that retirement, you do know. You can't deny it, right? It's not plausible to deny that fear. Because even with insurance, there is nothing that protects you from having it just taken away. All it takes is years after you've had surgery, the insurance to lapse because of your job, and a hospital to make a false claim or a real one that you owe an impossible amount of money that there's nothing you can do anything about, and you lose everything. That is fact. And there are many Americans who are terrified of what life in America is like and will try to deny these things because they're afraid of the world or they hate the world. But that is reality in America. And so you can easily end up with people who were even completely functional members of society, maybe even had decent jobs, that one little thing went wrong and they don't have children and their parents are gone, right? I only have one parent left. I have come from a very small family. Now, if I was actually at a point of starvation, I could find people to take me in. But I'm also a very social person. I'm also a person who's not destitute now. I am, connected with my cousins. I'm in contact with my aunts and uncles. I have I have a lot of resources. But if you aren't one of those, then you are you're easily vulnerable, right? So let's say I was 60. I might not have any parents left. I may not have any aunts and uncles, right? Lots of Americans don't have aunts and uncles. We don't have big families always. You don't always have siblings for your parents or whatever, or they may be old and gone. And if you don't have kids, you could be without family. I know lots of Americans who don't have identifiable family, not because they don't like them. They didn't exist. There aren't those people. And so if something goes wrong, you may not have any family. That same thing in Nicaragua is much less common, simply because you tend to have larger families and you tend to stay in one place, and so both there's less chance of losing connection and other things. Why don't America got me working and wanting to go live in another country? That is pretty much, yeah. Have I ever been to Honduras? Yes, a couple times. I haven't spent a lot of time. I really want to go explore more. It's a cool country, and it's so close. But Old Gringo says, I might come to Nicaragua again. I was there before you. I'm in Mexico now. Dale says, not everyone has a family to go to or their whole family is homeless. That also happens for sure. I met so many people displaced by Katrina and then Harvey and were shipped to L.A. by FEMA. Oh, that's true, right? Old Gringo, your income comes mostly from the USA, right? Well, I am an American, right? It's the only country where I have the right to be employed. Right. So I don't know where you're leading with that question, but before you lead to somewhere with it, I want you to think about that there's nothing you can say about it that would make a comment that America is good. It would make a comment about where my passport is from. I can't go work in Canada. I can't go work in Europe. I can work in the United States. Logically, you could make statements like, well, most Nicaraguans make their income from Nicaragua, therefore, and it doesn't make any sense. It's because it's the place they're allowed to work. It's not that it's utterly impossible for me to work somewhere else, but it is. I think the thing that you're really looking for is my income comes mostly from Americans. Most of my customers are Americans. That is true. Not all of them, though. I have customers everywhere in the world, but none of my work is done in the United States. So, depending on how you look at it, not sure what you're trying to lead to from there, but it's an obvious setup because there's no purpose to that question except to try to make some disingenuous remark about why I should probably pretend that things are good and not terrible. But if I, was born in Canada, then it would be most of my income came from Canada, almost certainly. And if I was born in Nicaragua, then most of my income would come from Nicaragua. It would be harder to maintain that income, but I would need a lot less of it over time. So you could say, yeah, most of my income does come from the U.S., and you can try to lead somewhere with that. But I will also tell you that most of my debt, most of my fear, most of my risk also come from America. Most of my cost also comes from America. So let's see where you're trying to spin that. Eritum says, this live stream stuff reminds me of office hours with professors. Diego says, I've lived with my family in Miami for months, and all of them tell me that they wouldn't go back, and they can come here with zero issues if they want, but they might be the exception. I mean, that's the story of essentially, I'm not saying 100%, but essentially every Nicaraguan that I know that goes to the U.S., they can all come back. Like, I don't know what that's a weird statement. Why wouldn't they be able to come back? And the reality is you wouldn't expect them to like the United States, right? It's not well suited for the average Nicaraguan. It doesn't meet their traditional values and goals. It doesn't provide the lifestyle that most Nicaraguans are striving to. And one of the reasons that it's that way is because Nicaraguans have created Nicaragua to be the place for Nicaraguans. There's always the exception, right? You could say the same thing about America. They've made it for Americans. But there's a reason why so many Americans like the things that are happening, right? It's not by chance. So you wouldn't expect the average American to come to Nicaragua and be like, oh, I love it, right? They will generally all like lower cost of living. They will almost always like better safety. Many will like the improved weather, or not everyone will see it as improved, but you know what I mean. And almost all, regardless of anything else, will hate how hard it is to make an income, right? That's a solid negative in Nicaragua. It is hard to make an income here. Luckily, making an income is not, by any stretch, the thing that makes value somewhere. Americans are brainwashed into thinking that your ability to make a high salary is value. It's not worthless. It's certainly of value, but Americans are taught to place it above the value of your family, your culture, your health care, your overall well-being, caring for your neighbors, acting responsibly on the world stage, and so forth. Is that they excuse all those things being bad in exchange for, but your income number is high. And even that is completely fabricated because they leave out how much they tax you, how many fees you have to pay, how much things cost, and so forth. At the end of the day, buying power is not actually very good in America. Very few Americans have good buying power unless they manage to do the miracle situation where they maintain American salary, but get their buying power somewhere else. And that's where I think it's a strange leading thing. You could say, but doesn't most of your income come from America? Okay, but most of my buying power, my health care, and my quality of life, and the things that actually matter come from Nicaragua. Just an important perspective. Only Americans would really look at the salary as a thing of value. It is an under-the-hood artifact that could lead to an aspect of value. For example, the French earn far less than Americans as salaries, but they pay far less in taxes and cost of living, and they're actually able to buy more food, go out to eat more, live in nicer places in most cases, and so forth on less salary. So clearly, unless your entire purpose is to try to say that the bragging right of the numerical value of your salary is the value, which would be a pretty solid indicator of insanity, then it doesn't matter, right? What matters is the result of it. And that's where places like Nicaragua, you can make a pretty indefensible argument that it's actually doing better than the U.S., right? The people who live in Nicaragua and earn an income from Nicaragua and spend it in Nicaragua are on a pretty good median income level. Actually, it seems outperforming the U.S. at this point. And the U.S. is panicky that people not start to realize that, right? Janet says, he is right about most people's experiences in the U.S. after thinking it was the dream. I only know a few people largely who had family already living there a long time who were okay. Janet says, plus we used to tell people the U.S. was never like the movies when my family traveled, and that was the 1960s and 70s. Janet says, I only miss IKEA. Importantly, IKEA is Swedish. So you're not missing America. You're missing Sweden. I miss my kids, but we can stay in touch with computers. Leon El Rayo, convinced my wife to live in Nicaragua. Steve says, loved your video on the dual citizenship. Any advice on where to start to get my cedula? Parents are Nicaraguan, but born USA, planning to come in January and try to obtain it. So you just go into Migracion and ask for your cedula. That's like it, right? So if you're born of Nicaraguans, so if you are a citizen, you're just a citizen. So it's just a matter of requesting your paperwork. All Nicaraguans just walk into Migracion and say, oh, I don't have my cedula, I need to get one printed. And they may charge you a few bucks, but I mean, I feel like it's like $4 or something, right? We pay for it every 6 months. It's a real minor thing. But it's not like you're applying for a cedula. It's not like you're... so one, what is the purpose of getting your cedula if you're coming in if you're coming in January and you're going to be here and you're like, boy, it'd be nice if I have my cedula. Yeah, go ahead. But it's the passport is useful, right? And required by law. So just be aware, your cedula, yeah, you're supposed to have it in the country. So yeah, certainly get it. But as a Nicaraguan, you have a legal responsibility to have your passport, unless you're never coming back, right? Then it doesn't matter. Then it's up to you. But as long as you are crossing the Nicaraguan frontier, by law, you have to have your passport. Look the other way on a lot of things, but just be aware that that is the case. And of course, there are situations like you don't have it now, but it is your responsibility to request it because you're a citizen. Andrew says, you never tried Pollo Tip Top, being a vegetarian. Nope. Janet says, I think the reason that my cousin dropped off the radar was because his mother had passed away, but he had a sort of mental condition that wouldn't allow him to appear not to be wealthy. He hasn't contacted even his sons since he lost all of his money and lost the respect of the people he used to work with. That's really crappy. As someone who has lost everything previously and had to start over in life, that is a really tough place to be like, not only did I lose everything monetarily, which is, especially to Americans, very devastating. We're very judged by money, right? That's one of the things. That's one of the reasons you gotta get out. No matter what you say, if you're judging the value of people and things in life by money, that's a sickness. And I get it. As Americans, we all have it. And it is so drilled into every aspect of life, right? I mean, it's crazy. It is so hard to be like, man, that person makes a tenth what I do. And they're probably smarter than me. They're probably more valuable than me. They're probably more important than me, right? Because the fact that I make more means nothing. Nothing. Which then when you lose everything, you're like, doesn't matter because that was not what made me an important person, right? Or a valuable person or a good person. But growing up in America, it is very hard to separate because America claims its value on the world stage based on its gross domestic product. We're a rich country, therefore we are important and in charge. What? That's dumb to such a degree. And then individuals carry the same thing. Rich people are seen as better than poor people. Right? Like, that's insane. In fact, you know, it's and poor people are far more likely to be better people than rich people. Not that rich people can't be good people, but they're not likely to be good people. Right? Especially, you know, the richer you get, the more likely you are to be a terrible person. It's just, that's reality. Right? It's all harder and harder. And not that being poor makes you good, but being poor takes away many of the encouragements to make you bad. And that's just as a percentage, right? Now, of course, one could argue a poor person who would be bad if they were rich is still a bad person that just hasn't acted on it yet. That's reasonable. I accept that, right? Maybe all people are equally likely to be willing to be bad if the opportunity presents itself. Then we can say all people are equal. I'm okay with that. That's an acceptable, but the behavior of doing bad things or not doing bad things, rich people are far more likely to do far worse things than poor people are likely to do. And so the idea that you're judged positively by having lots of money is gross and disgusting. And, you know, it's just an awful situation, right? And one should make the argument, you know, for example, if you're pulling over a person who's very poor and they're speeding, and you're pulling over a person who's very rich and they're speeding, well, the rich person has absolutely no excuse. Other than, you know, everyone speeds some. Oh, that's fine. I'm not saying that they should be executed for speeding. I'm just saying that if you were going to let someone off, the poor person who's like, I'm racing between the jobs I have and I'm stressed and it's very hard to keep my life together, and being slow on the highway negatively impacts an already difficult life, that's reasonable. But when a rich person is like, I had to speed because I had to make even more money, and I'm trying to make more money than I'm entitled to at the expense of poor people who are going to get speeding tickets and get fines, and I shouldn't, because I'm managing to make their money by getting you not to give me a ticket so I can go faster and get between things faster and take advantage of that. Advantage should not lead to advantage. In the video game Age of Empires, they did a thing where if you had multiple people on your team, this is going to go way out there. If you had multiple people on your team, you would get a multiplier advantage. So if you played with uneven teams, you could have a maximum of 8 teams. So if you played 5 on 3, the team with 5 would get 5 power bonuses on top of having 40% more resources. Just the maximum cap of power you were able to have, everything. They had a whopping advantage overall, just 5 on 3. Imagine just having a fist fight, 5 people against 3. It's hard to overcome 2 extra people, right? Assuming you were basically even matched 3 on 3, the extra 2 are an overwhelming advantage. But now imagine that every extra person you had on your team also gave you superpowers. Not huge ones like you can fly or, stop bullets, but minor ones like you can punch extra hard or kick extra hard or dodge extra well. And the more people you add, the more of them each of you gets, right? If I add one new guy to this team, all of them punch stronger. They all get stronger because one is added. This is a devastating multiplier, right? Because it's exponential. And that's how America treats the rich. By being rich, we give you the power to become richer. It should be that by being rich, you are held more accountable and things get harder. Not so hard that you stop being able to be rich, but that the ability to make $1 million a year is easier than the ability to make $2 million a year, which is easier than to make $3 million a year. But instead, it's to make 1 million is pretty hard, but to make 2 million, actually not that hard. And to make 3 million, basically you just phone it in. And by 4, it may happen on accident, right? That's not right. And that's where we have a problem, that instead of making things mathematically balance, they mathematically imbalance. Steve says, oh, thank you. I was assuming I needed my schedule first before I get my passport. I'm not registered at all in Nicaragua since I'm USA born. So you do have to register, right? You have to get to Nicaragua and register. So that is the process, right? You can do that without being in Nicaragua, to the best of my knowledge. You should be able to go to the embassy and do all of this in the United States, to the best of my knowledge. Obviously, this is not something I do because I'm not Nicaraguan. But you are Nicaraguan. So you need, presumably, right? Assuming you're telling me the truth. Let's just go with that. You are Nicaraguan. So it's your cedula, it's your passport. You're not applying. You're just getting them in the normal way that any Nicaraguan would. You may need some paperwork to show who you are, right? So birth certificates, your parents' birth certificates, whatever. Same as if you were a random person in Nicaragua that no one had any paperwork on. You need to be like, this is who I am, right? I didn't smuggle myself in from Costa Rica. I'm actually Nicaraguan. So same thing. I can't get a driver's license in the United States unless I provide some documentation about it, even though I was born there, right? So you need to do those things, but you're not becoming a Nicaraguan. You are not becoming a citizen. You are nothing like that. You are simply, you probably will have to get your cedula before you're getting your passport, but only because the process of doing all this will automatically give you your cedula, and then you'll say, I'm, traveling, I got to have a passport, and they'll be like, yep, and they'll just do that. So again, I've never been through the process, but you are a Nicaraguan, so don't think of it as becoming anything. Think of it as you're just coming to apply for paperwork that you have not yet applied for. Diego says, what my family always tells me is that they work as hard as they did here, but they can have nice things and give a better life to their children. Is that they work as hard as they did here. So I find that Americans work generally a lot more. And the things they can have nice are things. When I'm in America, I can have more junk, but I can't have as good a life. The part that matters is give a better life to their children. That's why we left America, because I don't want to punish my children with that life. I don't want them to have to work that hard. I don't want them to live in that fear. I don't want them to have the disadvantages that we had. That's the part that, where's the better life for their children, right? In a collapsing economy versus the strongest one, right? I'm not saying that poverty isn't tough in Nicaragua, but anybody can get lucky in either place, right? You can come to Nicaragua, get lucky, and do really well. You can go to the United States, get lucky, and do really well. But can you, on average, do as well? That's where it becomes tough. And what is that life for their children, right? And maybe it is better, right? I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying that these are real questions. Is having a house full of things you don't need, is that a better life? Or is it living in safety and not being worried about being shot around every corner? Is it not having to spend a fortune just to get places? Is it, I don't want my kids to live in fear that they get appendicitis and we're going to go broke. My daughter would freak out if we lived in the United States. She'd be constantly terrified of getting a cold. She wouldn't tell us because she'd be afraid we have to take her somewhere and we have to spend a fortune to get her medical care, right? Like, I don't want my kids to live like that. That's not a better life for my kids. And it's similar, right? When living here, we don't have nearly as much stuff. But we also don't care. We've learned not to be like, oh, I want a bunch of stuff. Well, who cares about a bunch of stuff? That's not what makes you happy, right? If anything, I learned that owning a bunch of stuff made people sad. I don't know anyone who's happy because they own stuff. There's things I'm happy because I own this really nice Fuji camera. Like, I want to own some things. But owning a lot of stuff, there's a reason why we say things own you. You don't own them. It feels good when you're buying it. It sounds good. It feels like you have to because you're showing off to other people. That's part of the not doing well, right? It's like a tax. Dale says, fining for offenses is simply an oppression mechanism since it impacts poor people much more than a rich person. That's why so many rich people flaunt the law, because they can afford the lawyer or fine. Absolutely. And, when I had my car stolen by the police, and it was actually stolen by the police, and I got a senator to say it was stolen by the police, and I got on TV for having it been stolen by the police, the person that they were working on behalf of, because they were bought off by a guy, and someone at the police station told me they were bought off by someone. This rich guy bought the police and got them, the Dallas police, and got them to steal a car on his behalf. And that guy showed up in court with lawyers and all kinds of stuff and fake information, all kinds of things, perjured himself in the court, was a total piece of human excrement. And he was there because he thought I was poor. He had my car stolen in a poor neighborhood because I was visiting someone. And it didn't occur to him that I was going to show up to court with lawyers and photos and a track record and the ability to present myself in court. And that really highlighted to me the evil depths of the American legal system. It was only because I was wealthy that I could skip work to go to court to protect my car that was stolen. Stolen. We're talking about a car thief who is involved in bribing police officers and flaunted it. The police actually said, "We were paid to steal your car. Nothing you can do about it. We're above the law." I tried to report grand theft auto, and they said, "No, we won't take the report. We were paid not to take this report." It was so brazen. And that's how powerless you are. That guy was rich enough to buy my car from the police. I did get it back. The judge was not amused. But I had to be able to produce a lawyer. I had to be able to represent myself in court. I had to have known to have collected evidence and have proof before he could forge, because he forged documents. He brought in fake photos, doctored photos, all kinds of stuff. And I had to be able to, in front of a judge, go, that's doctored. Right? And the judge was like, it is doctored. Right? Did that guy go to jail? Nope. Nothing really went wrong for him. I ended up winning. He had to give me my car back. And I got the legislature involved. Hopefully it gets fixed, but not very likely. Right? But had I been poor, I could have lost my job over that. I may have just lost my car because I had no way to get off of work to go to court to fight this. And the police charged me all kinds of fines for having had my car stolen, and even produced a law that said I had no choice but to pay the fines, no matter what, even if I was innocent. They had a thing that they actually had a law in Dallas that says, regardless of your guilt, you must pay these fines. The only hope is then you can then go to a court and get them back. The amount that it was stacked to ensure the poor would stay poor was unreal. And that was just the system. It was straight up theft by the court. Diego says, I think it helps that about half of my family is there, so they still have the family culture and safety net. That does help a lot. Yeah, a lot of people don't have, most Americans just don't have that much of that. They have some, but not that much. Fight Club mentioned, Diego says, can you explain common law to me? I never understood how it worked. Okay, I do have a car coming for me pretty soon, so I'm not here for very long. We're going to wrap up. I mean, it's getting pretty late. We're going to wrap up anyway. We're at 6.25 hours, so I said it like 4.5. We were going to wrap up, and we didn't. Common law is the same as having no law. So just think of it that way. Common law is the most corrupt thing you could imagine. So the way common law works roughly is this. This is how it works in the United States. A governing body called lawmakers, which is a lie, it is meant to distract the public from their actual role, creates a set of laws that is written in the books. This is our Congress and Senate. They create laws. Their ability to create these laws is based on the Constitution, which is supposed to be the ultimate authority on what is and isn't legal in America. However, the Supreme Court has ruled that the Constitution is not that authority, that the Supreme Court is that authority. The Supreme Court appoints anyone it wants to do anything it wants. It is above the law, or it is the law, depending on how you want it. There's a group of people who have the power to say what is the law, and they answer to no one and to nothing. You can say, well, the Constitution doesn't give you that power. And they say, I don't care. Doesn't do anything to us. So each offense, right? So if you're arrested under common law, a court is required to be aware of what the written law is, right? So Congress made a law that says something. And if you are charged, the judge must be aware if Congress made or didn't make a law that applies to you. And this could be Congress, and then state assemblies can do the same thing, and then counties can make their own laws. So there's layers, but that's just layers. The concept is the same. You have a group of people who are the lawmakers. They write the law. Then you go to court. So let's say crossing the street where there's not a crosswalk is illegal. It's jaywalking, right? So it's only illegal, in theory, if a governing body makes it illegal. So you get arrested for jaywalking, and you go to court, and they say, okay, there's no law in the books that says this is illegal. You say, well, clearly I can't have broken the law. There's no law to have broken. The judge can say, I don't care. It's illegal now. It becomes illegal after the fact just for you. It wasn't illegal for all the other people who've done it. It wasn't illegal when you did it. It is illegal now that you're in court later. The next person who gets arrested for doing it, when they go to court, their judge is required to know that there is no written law that says it's illegal, but they are also required to know that there is case law that says it is illegal. That judge is then allowed to do anything they want, just like the first judge. They can say, well, the first judge was wrong. There's no written law, so you're okay. You're innocent. This is a different person. This is the second person. You don't have to be treated equally. In fact, there's no implication that you'll be treated equally. Or they can say, this other judge decided it's illegal, so I'm going to agree with them, and it is illegal. Or they can make up their own situation without worrying about either of those two things. They are allowed to completely disregard them. They're not allowed to not know about them, but they are allowed to completely ignore them. They're under no obligation to follow any written law or any formally imposed law. Every judge gets to make up anything they want at any time. They can arrest you for something that wasn't illegal when you did it, and they can let you go for something that was illegal and just claim that it's not. So the entire concept is that there's no law. It's just a judge's opinion, always. That's it. That's why in part American movies they always ask for precedent. That is correct. What have other judges done? Good judges are supposed to, in theory, consider every judge who's ever heard a related case and apply it. There's no explanation as to why you would do that. That's insane. But that's how it's meant to do. At the end of the day, you also have another problem. You, as a regular citizen, don't, and imagine this, you don't have the right to know what the law is. That is not a right given to you in America. It's not illegal on paper to know the law, but it's not your right to know the law. So you being charged by a police officer for breaking a law, it's not actually in your power to actually know if it's illegal or not, at least on paper. You don't even know what your argument would be going in front of a judge, right? Because a cop says, you jaywalked. You said, there's no law about that. They just have to say, yes, there is. Well, how do you know? There's a million places that law could exist, including many places that are secret. Only judges and lawyers who pay for access to certain law libraries have the legal right to, or the right to have access to all of the law. So even though there's no actual law, there's a secret semi-law. It's layers of corruption to the most extreme degree. Explaining it is impossible to someone who hasn't grown up in it. And to those of us who've grown up in it, the idea that you could have actual legal systems is unfathomable. Most Americans that I talk to literally lose their minds when they find out that like places like Nicaragua actually have a law and the judge has to follow it. That doesn't even make sense to us because we're so used to a lawless society. So some laws are published. I'm reading your final thing. Some laws are published, but their publication doesn't affect you. You have no way to know if the published law is real because you're allowed to publish laws that are fake in the United States, right? There's no obligation of the government to put out factual information. You have no way to know if all of the laws are published or just some of them. And then, so you're saying, can a judge just make up a punishment? Well, of course they're making up the punishment. They make up the law. All of it, not just the punishment. And so because of this, all people in America, we're like Schrodinger's victims. All Americans are guilty and not guilty at the same time. And you only find out when you go to court and a judge decides. There is no possibility for you to know at any time if you're illegal or illegal. That is not a right of an American to know. You are always guilty if a judge decides so. In regards to Stephen's questions, what of the Ohio dual citizen proposal to make Americans only have one? Like if it passes, would Stephen be considered a citizen of Nicaragua before getting... Yes, he would absolutely be a citizen because he is a citizen. Nothing is going to change that. That is concrete. He is a Nicaraguan citizen. Period. Full stop. To all countries. Quantum laws. Yes, that's a really good way to think of it. But Schrodinger's laws. All right, my car just showed up. I gotta go. Thank you so much, guys, for hanging out. 6.5 hours. This has been awesome. I will see all of